Paris! Comment ça va tout le monde? Another spine-tingling performance from our orchestra, which can only mean one thing. It is time for the grand final of the Six Invitational. Now, chances to make history in life are rare. Windows of opportunity that open and close in an instant. Some seize those opportunities, while others let them pass them by.
Mesdames et messieurs, Paris et la France, bienvenue à l'Adidas Arena. Et vous l'entendez toujours, quand cet orchestre arrête de jouer sa musique, ça veut dire une chose, qu'on est à 2 doigts de notre grande finale. Des années, plein de temps de travail pour arriver à ce moment-là. Et maintenant, il faut se réjouir un petit peu dans ce spot. C'est la finale, les 10 meilleurs joueurs qui arrivent.
Now, we are celebrating 10 years of this here tonight with 2 worthy contenders for the title. On one side, Team Secret.
Et de l'autre côté, les champions du monde de 2025 à Boston, ils reviennent pour leur dynastie, Faze Clan!
Little bit of favoritism going on here, I'm sensing. Now look, we got one team that wants to declare themselves on the world stage, the other world champions looking to defend their crown. Milos, should we have a conversation?
I think we should. Let's bring them on.
Mowgli! Mowgli, come on up here.
KDS, come on in. Let's start things off. KDS, this is not your first grand final. You've won one last year, and now it's Team Secret that waits to play on the other side. Anything to say to Secret and to Mowgli?
Just have a good game. We are going to show a good match for the crowd, and I think this.
Bon jeu, bonne chance. On va jouer notre mieux pour toute cette arène.
Let's hear from Mowgli. I already know you're going to speak in French. What would you like to say?
I'll just say good luck to KDS and Faze. Let's do a great match together. Et les gars, je vais tout donner. Et vous avez intérêt à chauffer la salle. Let's go!
Good luck to KDS and Faze. Bonne chance à KDS et à Faze. On va faire de notre mieux. We're going to do our best for you to warm up this arena.
All right. We know the history that's at stake here, right? But let's create some history ourselves within this arena. Let's do something for the fans. What do you think?
Let's do it. Mesdames et messieurs, Paris, ladies and gentlemen, Paris, I'm going to ask you to take your phones out and turn your torches on. Mesdames et messieurs, prenez vos smartphones et ouvrez vos torches parce que ce moment, c'est à vous, les fans. 10 ans de l'Invitational, cette fois à Paris. Prenez ce moment pour vous. Tout l'air dans l'arène, c'est à vous. It's all for you. And enjoy every second of it.
As we celebrate 10 years of this incredible game, 10 years of moments like this, none of it would be possible without you, the fans. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of you for showing up again and again and again.
Merci à vous. 10 ans que vous venez à cet essai. Et chaque fois, les gradins sont remplis. C'est grâce à vous que notre e-sport existe et qu'on l'aime tellement. Merci à vous encore. Paris, merci encore.
Right. Milos, there's only one thing left to do before this grand final, and it is to blow the roof off the Adidas Arena.
Oh, yes. Now together, on 3 and in French.
1,
2,
3,
faites du bruit!
A new year dawns and another esports season must close here at the Six Invitational. I'm Dev Marta and Pengu. When you won your first Pro League final at the age of 19, did you expect to be standing here in Paris at the Six Invitational 10 years later?
I would have never expected this moment to exist. Honestly, I was dreaming about it as a player, and I'm so thankful I can be here regardless. In this moment when everybody else watching both from home and here in the venue.
And we are so lucky to have been treated to some unbelievable Six Invitational Grand Finals over the last few years. The modern era of Siege has been full of one region, and it is Brazil. And it started when we went to Sao Paulo and Faze bottled that 6-1 lead and lost to W7M. Last year, they made everything right again in Boston by raising that hammer for the first time. Now here in Paris, they look to go back-to-back, but somebody stands in their way, and they have a Frenchman on their team.
They have the buff of the crowd, Team Secret and Mowgli as an individual. They have all the power, all the energy from every fan in this venue, cheering for them to raise this trophy. And they have done this running the lower gauntlet, sending down team after team, sending them home every single day. And they have been conquering this stage with dominance.
They are the young blood, a generation of Siege greats in the making. They have reaped through that lower bracket, like you said, and here they are in the grand final, and there's no two ways about it. Team Secret are the underdogs. They are the youngest roster at the SI, and they go up against such an experienced team in FaZe Clan. Let's be real for a second. Hype aside, is it winnable here for Secret?
That's the big question. Will they be ready? The fact they went to the EWC last year in the summer and went to a grand final against U2 and comfortably took a victory, I think that was their moment to prove that they would be ready for a big grand final in the future. That final is right here today. I think Secret, they're ready. And I think FaZe Clan, they're gonna have a difficult opponent in front of them.
They certainly will. And of course, this is also the tiebreaker. Of the 9 Six Invitationals we've had on PC, we've had 3 won by North America, 3 by Brazil, and 3 by Europe. And Brazil has dominated the last 2 years in a row. It is a chance for Europe on home soil to take the lead again.
But for FaZe Clan, a repeat. Going back-to-back as the only team besides Penta G2 in 2018 into 2019. And mind you, had they not fumbled against W7M, this would have been for a three-peat for the only time ever.
They had 5 championship points in Brazil against W7M and lost it. But here it is. We make our way to the Six Invitational Grand Final. A decade of Siege history has seen legends rise and fall, dynasties forged in all corners of the globe. But on this day in Paris, only one can raise the hammer. The 10th Six Invitational Grand Final begins now!
The crowd is ready. The players have been ready all morning, waiting for this moment. And if you are a fan, you better be watching right here, right now. FaZe Clan versus Team Secret begins on Consulate. Now, on paper, this is a strong map for FaZe. Their playstyle, their statistical numbers on both the defensive side and the attacking side. But I think all those stats goes out the window for this one, because Team Secret, they play their own style of Siege, a very much newfound generational-esque style, and it's all about playing, controlling the tempo, controlling the pace, and catching your opponent by surprise.
It's very true, but one thing we haven't seen from Secret is how do they stack up in a grand final in front of a crowd? Because when they won EWC, there wasn't a lot of a crowd. This is the Sixth Invitational, and the French are making noise here in the Adidas Arena. FaZe have played so many games where the crowd cheers against them. It happened in Boston, and they didn't care. They still raised the trophy. Team Secret are the ones with so much fan expectation on their shoulders.
One can say it adds more pressure, but I think for Team Secret, they feel all too welcomed by this crowd. You know, they've really been embracing it, taking it in. Operator bands have flown by. Asami and Clash removed there from FaZe Clan to enable the attacks to be easier by denying good amount of cover. Asami, one of the most banned operators by the opponents of Team Secret, regardless of the matchup. Secret themselves have removed the power-ups, the Grim and the Deimos. And if you've been watching Secret this event, you know they're gonna fight. They're gonna deny them the entry paths. They're gonna fight them from before they get in the building, so when they enter that very first room, so they hit that bomb site. Team Secret, they are one of the strongest teams and not enabling or allowing their opponent attacking against them to go for a bomb site plant execute.
It's not going to be easy to attack for FaZe on Consulate. Very hard map to get into, a lot of repelling. Like you said, they've lost some of those power operators we've seen played so much. But how much aggression will we see on the defense from Secret? That question lies in the back of my mind. It is immediately suppressed by the roar of the lion from Cyber, and Mowgli is trapped here in Copy.
That's what I was saying. They fight them on the very entry points on the map. Beast of Stairs, Copy window. A pre-fire takes room to fall back from that first position into the second. Maybe penetrating these walls towards admin offices. Maybe sticking by for a C4 run back. Mowgli, red spotted, runs away. Nobody actively on that window repel, enabling all this movement. Mowgli's gonna swing outside. You see the confidence already.
Mowgli knows exactly what it's like to play here at the Six Invitational. He's been here time and time again for various teams, namely Wolves, which eventually fell, that old French roster. And yet, he's never played in a grand final in front of a home crowd. FaZe have made good map control here. They've started to flush out a lot of this util. Great work from the Twitch, but still, the Denari's lasers will keep them at bay.
It's indeed very good value. FaZe Clan, they're playing this very safe, very passive. They want to get to that bomb site and to execute FaZe. They have been phenomenal at picking things apart. But in the very first round, the timer is ticking, 60 seconds, fire going out. Here comes the push.
Mowgli pushes deep, he looks for a little bit more. He gets aggressive and he finds a double kill. Finally traded back, but the Frenchman has been worth his weight in gold. And Secret, all they need to do is play out the numbers advantage. KDS sprays on through, held at bay now by Adrian, and Vita King will go down. It's KDS up against the world and a lone Brazilian. Surely cannot do it. 35 seconds and no diffuser to play with. It is a rough start for FaZe.
But Doom and Adrian are both low on HP, so Noah has to be the hero perhaps. The flashbang tossed out actually a grenade at that as a swing the hallway, but Noah's waiting for it. Takes him down. Both two players low on health. This is super clutchable.
Careful, Secret. Don't let a player like KDS
has
an opportunity to clutch. The fire comes on through, and KDS is forced to go deep. He needs to find them one by one, but the shotgun secondary will not assist him in a long-range battle. Adrian and Doom playing this so carefully. They're not being baited into the swing, and KDS, he is given no chance to clutch. A phenomenal start for Secrets.
Team Secret have done something this event that we don't see all that often in the history of the game. They are pretty much forcing every opponent to play their style of Siege because they are so good at controlling that tempo. And this play from Mowgli is exactly what I'm talking about. They lure FaZe in to a safe position where they're gonna do utility clear, fire, 3, 2, 1, execute. And while they're counting down, 3, 2, Mowgli swings. They're not ready, they're not prepared, and if you're a FaZe Clan member or any of the previous opponents like Falcons, it's illogical. It's not supposed to be this way. And Secret somehow they do this high-risk, high-reward playstyle, and yet they win it way too often.
Because of that individual talent that this roster has. Every one of them knows when to get aggressive. They know the micro timings of it. Mowgli saw that nade roll towards his shield. He thinks, well, I could probably survive this and fall back.
He could have.
But I actually think the percentage play is to get aggressive. And even Savage, who's the in-game leader for this roster, even he looks for an opportunity to swing and get aggressive. But FaZe, of course, they come from stereotypically the most aggressive region in the world in Brazil. They're used to playing against teams like Furia, like Fluxo W7M. So with time, I have no doubt that Faze will read into this playstyle.
In the best of 5, anything can happen. Adaptation and flexibility will get you the furthest. And perhaps that is where Secret's biggest weakness may lie. Because if Faze can figure them out, what secondary playstyle will Secret opt for? Or will they simply keep brute force that same one? Well, it's good for the first one. Faze Clan now attacking a different bomb site, which will change everything around. But I expect that same similar pace from Faze. They want to get to the building, no one dying to spawn peaks, get inside and get a foothold, get their drone set up before taking any sort of fights. But then you see Secret once again on that Visa staircase saying, oh, you're gonna get in the building? We're gonna tickle you here, run over here, knock on the door, keep making you turn your head left and right, just being so scared in the server that something's about to happen. The IQ is being brought up because of Adrian's Valkyrie. But they're swinging off these hatches, off these windows, off the doorways, everywhere on the map.
It's a very active defense for Secret. Joom also has a lot of verticality to hold on from up above. Faze needs to make a choice. Do they try and hit the site directly?
Yeah.
Or do they clear the top floor? Because if they don't clear the top floor, plant denial will be in abundance for Secret.
Don't have a ton to execute, just to capitalize. He saw his hat. Mowgli, he's gonna swing, you know it, every single day of the week, but Handy's ready for it. Has the DMR, but hits the headshot regardless. No body shots needed. And that right there sends Faze into a 5v4. Make that a 5v3. KDS in the bomb site.
He's found his gap. He's found the player on site. All 3 of the remaining defenders from Secret on the top floor. As I say that, Noah drops down below. He looks to try and prevent KDS from entering, and he does so successfully. But his only teammate is Savage upstairs, who needs to use those gas babes to prevent this Faze push.
Expecting that top floor take, but Savage is all alone upstairs. They want the bomb site doors instead. FaZe Clan playing numbers advantage, playing much close together.
Oh no.
Here comes the pre-fire, gets the intro confirmed, and the kill. 2v3, now anything is possible. Plant being attempted by FaZe.
And Noah has a nitro cell in pocket, but will he be able to get into position to use it? The question remains, but Savage has found an opportunity!
1v1.
And he makes it a 1v1! And finds both kills for FaZe. The Brazilians might have let one player slip through their fingers, but Handy will pick it back up.
Very small thing there, lack of information from Secret about the breach inside the bomb site. Noah falling back, thinking he has a safe passage, can just watch that bomb site door. But the wall to his right was opened earlier by the Ace Selma charge. But we see what Secret can do even when massively behind from the get-go. That was a 2v4 turned 1v1 off the micro plays. Savage goes down the Visa stairs, gets his individual kill, and then while that happens, Noah's pushing up through the bomb site, timing it with the flank from Savage. It's these teeny tiny small details that keep winning Secret rounds or making unwinnable ones look winnable.
And a lot of the time, I hate to say it, it comes down to 1v1 capability.
It does.
I thought that Savage was going to lose that fight at the
would
bottom
think
of the
that.
piece of stairs. He sprayed most of his SMG-11 magazine on the pre-fire. You only have 17 bullets. I know you're infamous for using that gun. Not fun when you're in a pre-fire battle against an assault rifle or a DMR, and all you've got is 17 bullets in the SMG-11, and yet he won it anyway. Unfavorable fights being won, that's what we expect out of Secret.
Yeah.
For the majority of this tournament, the Team Secret players have most of their team in the top 10 of EPS, of how good the players are as a whole and throughout the tournament. We've got Mowgli at the 4th best, Noah at 6th, and Joom at 7th highest for EPS.
Yeah.
But FaZe Clan, typically,
story.
none of those players are in there. Handy has managed to sneak in. He's actually the 5th best player at the tournament so far. And thankfully for FaZe, he was the one that was still alive for the clutch in the 1v2 at the end.
There you see it. Just cutting off Noah, looking the wrong direction. That's the kind of momentum that FaZe Clan they need. Mind you, on Consulate, every attacker round counts. It is one of those maps where we see a 4-2, 5-1 so often, of course, favoring the defense. So getting one on the board like that from a clutch, they'll take that. Now, basement, personally for me, this is the big toss-up. Because on one hand, you can do very little as a defender, you know, play by the bomb side, toss out the C4s, hide from the verticality, and hide behind utility. And you can win. But then there are some teams, and FaZe Clan, they're one of these teams. If you do it, they will pick you apart. You will lose every single time, so Secret have to get active.
And that's exactly how they've been playing this entire game so far, and what we should expect from them However, occasionally it does mean that if Faze have a lot of patience and they gun up, they'll punish peeking players. We saw that last round with Mowgli challenging the Skylight. Ego swings will be punished once Faze starts to realize that that's the game plan for Secret.
That's why we see the Dokkaebi as well. They count into roam clear. We're gonna use maybe both of these phone calls, honestly, because as I said before, Secret, they don't like you planting against them. So rounds can be decided all too early. So Mowgli's on the roam game, pretty much isolated though. Bit of pressure around him, right? He's got no enemies that can be flashed out, forced back into the hallway, playing out of Tellers instead. First Dokkaebi call comes out. This is good. Secret, they're, you know, wasting utility, peeling back those layers. Mowgli actually does have a mid-jammer supporting because the Dokkaebi call got immediately answered from the mid-jammer itself, so he's been supported by the utility of Savage.
This bomb site right here, down in Garage, Faze have won the last 10 times that they have defended it. However, Secret have also won the last 5 times they've attacked it. We'll keep that in mind for the second half. Let's see how these teams do on the opposite half. Great entry though, Vidaking comes in and supports. We're back to a 4v4, but look at the HP damage dealt to FaZe Clan. As they try and hold on to this run, Secret find more and more success. Another lash out from Savage down below. And Secret can now consolidate their advantage. Falling back to site and forcing FaZe to do a lot of problem solving in this mid-round.
And look at the timing, right? They burn both Dokkaebi calls, mostly utility, and they have numbers advantage. They actually waited for No to fall back to that final call from Dokkaebi. They're min-maxing this fine line in the middle of overstaying your welcome and falling back too early.
Good nade.
Nate goes aside, he pushes backwards, doesn't want that smoke from KDS. Trying to play his teammates' numbers advantage, but he's swinging solo again. Savage! The risky peek goes punished. Back to even numbers, but all of FaZe are half health or less.
Oh, just around the corner, Noah, he's gonna catch Souls off guard. Look for a little bit more, but he might have to fall back. A flashbang will blind him. Now he's caught in an awkward spot. And Vidaking will catch him on the reply. KDS and Vidaking now in a 2v2, make this round look very winnable.
They're holding on. Secret keep fighting 1v1s. They gotta play a bit more together for this one. One flashbang for Vidaking upstairs on the hatch has to be used perfectly to help KDS, enabling him here in the hallway.
It's a rotation from Vidaking, and it will pay off as well. Mowgli goes down. A 3K for the Hibana this round.
Flash.
The flashbang
He dropped already.
Seen by
He already
Warden.
dropped.
Adrian!
He's right in front of you!
You listened! And he finally found him. Now KDS must clutch up like we've seen him do plenty of times before.
The yellow
Adrian
ping.
hides and ducks up for the final frag. The lead retaken now by Team Secrets.
The timing on the flashbang, the warding glasses, the arm going up to click on the watch, blocked the Hibana dropping down the hatch. That could have been round over. And I caught the player cams there. Mowgli was laughing, thinking, what just happened? I think they explained it to Adrian. He must have been like, when did it drop, guys? It's like, bro, when you peeked with the glass, you know, that's when it happened. But good comms. That BP really saved the round. Adrian played it so well, given that information from his team.
Never underestimate that utility. Never underestimate how good.
Watch those cameras, guys.
Yeah, or the BPC, yeah.
If you're dying first, no phone time. It's straight on those cams.
Get off the TikTok and
That's
make
it.
some call-outs, guys.
Don't
Because
do
the
it.
World Championships, that's how they're won and lost.
Now for the final operator band rotation here in the first half, Goyo actually being targeted by FaZe. I mean, they won't be punished as heavily if they're a bit slower in the early stages. Maybe, again, playing a bit safer, trying to force man advantages.
I think that's the read from FaZe. They feel like they have to play slower because of how much Secret are lashing out and getting aggressive.
And I think that's the exact right call, to be honest. Also, praise to Vidaking. This man was everywhere in the building that round. Found so many openings. Before Secret, they want to re-aggress even more, right? Because they banned the Dokkaebi. Let's go for a deep lurk. Let's send the pulse across the map. He doesn't need any help right now because how are they going to find him? Well, you can start playing stuff like the Lion, but you have to move to get spotted. We all know Jago's kind of bad right now. Got nerfed once too many, thank God. And the shields, FaZe Clan, they're only really known when Vidaking plays the Monty. It's not about the blades and the Blackbeard, the aggression and the rushes. It's again about that calculated structural push. And that's why it's just gonna be about the Monty here.
keep an eye on, I see is Thatcher. And it used to be you see Thatcher and you think, oh, how boring. But no, these days, Thatcher, he's an execute operator. You're using him to target those nitro cells so that you can go for an execute. However, that doesn't deal with the Tachanka from Adrian.
It also works as a secondary IQ in a way, right? You can see the pulse technically. You can see where things are moving around the map, Valkyrie camps in corners.
And he's also spotted the pulse on his drone.
And you said it so well, it doesn't stop the Tachanka's fire. It doesn't stop anybody from below. But Faze want to go for a direct execute, walk downstairs, he's blocked, plant attempted by Vidiking.
Hang on,
No
Vidiking
fire.
amidst the fire,
He can
and
stick it
amidst
maybe.
the chaos,
It
he's
fell
gone
down.
for a plant, he's going to be able to stick it.
It fell to the floor!
It went through the floor, that was the plan from the buck all along. It's a genius counter from Faze. But Secret managed to make their way back into it. Now it's time to go hunting. Down below, Handy must be dealt with. And it comes down to Mowgli, but a good flashbang from Handy keeps him at bay for a brief moment. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. He doesn't realize it. He's been swung by two people.
What?
But he finds the 4K regardless. Savage eventually will take him on down, but the round is done and dusted. There's no possible way for the Portuguese to clutch this. KDS has his number. And it's Handy all day and all night long for FaZe Clan.
Now, I didn't see the bog making all that vert below the window. That might have been what Tachanka's doing. I'm
There's
not entirely
no way.
certain. Because it's very common, you open up those angles, because what they can do with the pulse shotgun, for example, right? Or even the C4, you're all the way in basement, you open up the floor below the window, you can shoot the guy planting from the basement now. So I'm pretty sure that that was actually most of those holes made by Team Secret, and unfortunately, it's the exact same reason why they lost. The Molotov bounced down through the beams into the floor below in piano.
I don't think I've ever really seen that interaction used deliberately before. But yes, grenades, flashbangs, and especially Tachanka's fire will fall through the gaps in the floorboards once the soft part has been destroyed.
It's that they rammed it, but surely you can't get the angle from the rappel.
Oh, it would be surely easy to just throw a ram in.
Because yeah, but you'd have to make it, oh my god, turn sideways, like really. Maybe there's a wall where, I'm not sure. It all happened so fast.
If only we had caught that, but I have a feeling that FaZe, one way or another, have figured out how to destroy that bit of the floor and therefore essentially nullify the Tachanka from denying the plant on that top floor bomb site.
Attackers are heading out to
If that is the case, then Secret are going to have to be careful because there's no Goyo on.
I mean,
right?
you don't go back to top floor now if that's the case. You just go somewhere
You
else.
would need smoke, but even then, they can burn the
EMPs.
smokes. The EMPs can counter the
EMPs
smoke,
can catch them.
which can't counter.
I think that was the plan for Thatcher, right? If there's a C4 smoke coming, you EMP it. If there's fire, it goes down through the floor. And then Bog also took care of the pulse that was going to play basement. So they covered every single floor, every single layer. Everything was thought of.
Very on brand for FaZe Clan.
Super
This team's always innovating, always bringing new things to the table.
And I bring up the Monty once again. But this time they also got a bit of that aggression, right? They got the Ying, they can go crazy with it. And they have drones literally everywhere in the building, it feels like. Despite June playing the solos here for the first time. Gotta use more of that gadget. He sees a bunch of different icons everywhere across the building. And once again, Secret are very spread apart. If FaZe find one of these players, they could send the Monty at them, like right here, for example, take downstairs control first, push out those C4s below, and then just leave one attacking player holding that ground, and then rotate them back upstairs, or keep pushing that bottom portion.
Very rarely do we see an entirely horizontal push on this basement bomb site,
We
this
don't.
split bomb site. That seems to be what FaZe are teetering on the edge of at the moment. And with the Monty, it's a lot more possible. They have to worry about that hatch where June was hanging out above earlier, and Mowgli as well. They might be able to drop down and go for a flank in the
drones, man.
round, but I wonder, is that what FaZe are trying to bait at the moment? Trying to bait Secret into some aggression?
The only thing FaZe are missing right now is a backstab. They have not broken what we call the secret wall, that single on the outside. But Handy makes good of it. He finds Savage top floor, in entirely different location. So Secret are trying to make a response happen somewhere else on the map, yet they got punished. And they're calling, guys, Monty by the bomb site, I need help. I'm getting too much pressured here.
Oh, Vidiking does take a little bit of damage though. And the Nitro Cell gets shot, but the second one doesn't. A big swing, this is an awkward fight, but Cyber wins it regardless. And the guns come to life for FaZe Clan. Nothing to be done for Team Secret. It is flawless for the Brazilians. And for the first time, FaZe have stolen away with the lead.
Beautiful use of the Monty. Like I said, they're not a Blitz or a Blackbeard team, but they play a phenomenal Monty. That's Vidiking saying, guys, they can't kill me. There's no way I die here. Just play off me, see what happens. They're going to have to force a response. So they flank top floor, that's shut down. They double see from Monty and swing, that's shut down as well. That literally gives you the entire round in the bag.
Secret need this energy more than ever right now. FaZe Clan put them in a bit of an awkward position. A lot of pressure lies now in the finale to the half. This last round, a 4-2 split for FaZe Clan would be devastating. Consulate at the Six Invitational has been 60% defense favored. One of the most defensive favored maps in the pool at the moment. Secret cannot afford to go into the second half on the unfavored side in a way. They are the ones that got to choose to start defense. Remember, this is FaZe Clan's map pick. FaZe got to pick any of the 9 maps. That's their upper bracket advantage. Secret did not get to ban any. This is, of all the maps in the pool, where FaZe wanted to kick off this grand final, and I can see why.
Doing a phenomenal job so far. Now the Monty comes out again. I feel like we talk about sometimes how a team will hide an operator onto that final third ban. Vidiking has spammed the Monty ever since. This is him saying, guys, we don't play without the Monty first 3. They ban something silly. Then we spam the Monty. We get our rounds.
Which they played for 1 round, leaving things like the Monty, the Capitao, the Yeet unbanned.
But mind you, they were going for like those pseudo roam clears, fighting them on the map, etc. Now FaZe can play even more structured because the Monty goes free. And even if they go down 0-3 in the first half, if they go 3-3 in the second, that's completely worth it.
And if FaZe lose 1 or 2 rounds, like if you remember the very first round, because Mowgli gets aggressive, a player gets aggressive from Secret. But the Monty goes unbanned. The Monty is the perfect counter to that playstyle. You can't go for an aggressive swing like that when
he
the
goes
Monty is
again.
in. You can try. But I think FaZe have read it to a T. Mowgli goes down early, and after that initial 2K in the first round, he has not found a single frag.
Pattern recognition, facing guys. What happened last time? So he goes, well, Mowgli's gonna swing the door, just watch it. They're watched to get the kill confirmed. There are no C4s left from either Joom or Noah, so win conditions, they're dwindling right now. I mean, I feel like right now with Secret, if you're a player on the server going, guys, we need to find a kill. We need to find a kill. Because otherwise, in a minute's time, they're going to be by those bomb side doors, and things are going to fall apart. Joom goes for a wide swing, abandons the shield, but he finds the pick. IQ down. Handy, top fragger, down.
Big player to eliminate for FaZe. But still, the Brazilians have a chance to move on forward. My question, how do they deal with these Denari lasers?
No EMPs. I mean, Flourish drones is the only way they could do it.
Well, they've cleared 1 already.
Yeah, they Flourish drone that one. You see the explosive pattern on the wall behind it, that circle. Last Flourish drone going out. It needs either to clear that shield or the final laser, or both maybe.
That's exactly what happens. Joom is baited into an aggressive swing as his shield is doomed to die, and Cyber takes him down. Now the fire comes through from Sol to force Secret back, and Vidiking on the Monty says hello to Adrian. FaZe now have a numbers advantage, but the HP dwindles on Cyber. Vidiking looks to get aggressive, and Adrian wants to fight back, but what can he do? All he sees is the Monty's shield being teased by Vidiking, but he won't go for the swing. He's waiting for the rest of FaZe Clan to take the fight, but Cyber will be the first to fall. KDS looks to reply, and Souls will take down Savage, supported by Vidiking on the Monty. Adrian and Noah now need to salvage this half to win the critical round for Secret. Adrian misses his fire, and amidst all the chaos, he's forced into a clutch position. KDS will shut him down. A dominant first half of attack for FaZe Clan.
4-2? 4-2 on the attacking side of Consulate. Practically unheard of. And the crowd, the fans from FaZe's side can be as quiet as they want. FaZe, they are leading the charge in the server.
I think if that little note on that phone was written in Portuguese, then you would hear the noise from the Brazilian fans. We do have a small Brazilian section. Yeah, they've got their flags, they've got their jerseys.
They're waving it around right now, showing everybody in the crowd, look at us.
Yeah.
We have the flag, we're from Brazil, we are supporting FaZe Clan. It's about 7 people, but they're trying their damn hardest, James.
Every time we have an event in Europe with a Brazilian team in the grand final, if you remember way back in the day, Berlin Major, it was FaZe in that grand final. And despite having the entire theater rooting for Rogue, there were just a few eliminated players from the other Brazilian teams, and they matched the noise of the entire European crowd. Faze, they're very much used to being the villains. They're very much used to having most of the crowd root against them. And they don't care at all. They won in Boston despite it. And I'm sure that they expect great things here in Paris.
Twister looks like the most unbothered coach I've seen in recent history. He has been the biggest smile this entire tournament since main stage, whenever I see him in the background.
And you can't deny that for a person like Twister, who's been around for a very long time,
Yes.
but never close to a grand final at the Six Invitational, there must be a bit of nerves, a little bit of the shakes coming into it. But
I'm not sure.
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it.
I feel like Secret going to this, speaking briefly with Noah, it seemed a mixture of, we can't believe we're here, let's try and win, and also a bit of like, even if we don't win, it's just amazing to be here. It very much feels like not an all or nothing. It seems like no matter what happens, they feel like victors.
For Noah in particular, it's his first Six Invitational. He debuted in 2020 at the age of 16 in some amateur league. Tried qualifying for SI23 through amateur opens with a team of friends, and then eventually tried again with Fnatic and SI25, but failed both times. Here he is, 6 years since first playing in competitive Siege, and he's in a grand final. It's been a little bit since we've seen a Swede in a grand final of the Six Invitational. Not since your heyday with Fabian on your team.
Yeah, I mean, that's a story I saw on social media, right? If Team Secret were to lift that hammer, surely that cements Noah as the second best Swedish player in history, obviously behind Fabian.
I mean, I hate to say it, but there isn't a lot of competition these days.
No, I mean, you don't gotta say that part, right? I'm the second best Swedish player, dude. Leave it at that. Nobody go, how many people are there from Sweden?
Are you the second best Danish player?
Whoa.
Benja won an SI more
Maybe
recently.
the best one still. Okay, we have even less competition.
We need you and Benja to do a 1v1, but perhaps we'll focus on the grand final first. June, first round of attack.
You know, once you expect too much, you will get burned, right? But I saw the announcement and it went first line. I was like, oh my God, this is good. And it was second line, oh my God, that's really good. I was literally the biggest fan.
All right, most anticipated change from you, Pengu, go.
I have to go and keep it simple and say rank 3.0. I think it's such a big player base that plays ranked. It's like the #1 thing you can do really in a live service game. And rank 2.0 has been a problem for a long time. So I'm really happy they've been listening. They did a workshop with content creators, with pro players, getting feedback. Oh dude, we're spinning.
Oh my goodness. I'm getting dizzy already. I was in the crowd yesterday for that lower bracket final, Secret versus Falcons, and we did this wave for what felt like hours on end. People were loving it. There's our boy Noah, the young Swede at his first Six Invitational. He's played on Secret for just under a year now. He's one of 2 new players to the roster, of course, the other fan favorite, Mowgli. Now, do you remember Team Secret's campaign at SI last year? It was a very short one.
Was that the very famous, after they go out, the virtue clip on Twitter and whatnot?
That's right.
Yeah.
Team Secret came into Six Invitational 2024, or 2025 rather. Sorry, the French crowd and the French casters are so exciting. It's very distracting. Team Secret went to Boston SI, bailed out, barely winning a match. They eventually were eliminated by CAG. And they were bottom of the table. They got first rounded, immediately drops 2 players, including Virtue, very controversially. You cannot deny the results. We do have a little bit of insight, though, from one of our analysts, a former SI champion on Xbox himself. Laxing, what have you got to say for us?
With Mowgli being able to have that aggressive nature, it's going to be a stylistic matchup here against Faze. He's going against the most disciplined team in all of Siege's history, and you're clearly seeing it in his performance. He's not finding his stride. He's not finding that success. And then for the side of Secret, we talked about this as well. Something that they did really well versus Falcons, especially on those attacks, is they understood how to isolate players. Now, on Consulate, that is very hard to do, given the constrictions you're able to do, but they have to take their time, because we talk about this time and time again with Faze. They are are so good at controlling the tempo. You can't allow Faze to decide whether you're going to play a fast game of Siege or you're going to play a slow game of Siege. They have to get in Beta King's head. They have to make them question their own decisions. And then once that is happening, that's when they strike. That's when they go for these attacks. That's when they go for these quick executes. But they can't play this slow, methodical game. They have to bring the fight to Faze and then slowly start inching their way into the latter half of the round.
Thank you so much, Lax, and it ties into the whole thing of Secret have had this one playstyle that's worked so well for them, running that lower gauntlet. But up against Faze, like Lexing said, that might just not be enough. Yes, you gotta catch Faze by surprise, you gotta lash out and do things against them, but if you're getting isolated, you're fighting 1v2, 1v3, and now they're expecting it. Mowgli had that huge moment in the very first round, but ever since then, FaZe Clan, they have been more than ready every step of the way. They brought out the Monty on the attacking side, and they shot all that aggression down. Now we get side swap. Secret, they are so good at controlling pace, and look at those other bands, you saw it very briefly, Tashanka and Smoke. If you're attacking and you ban Tashanka Smoke, you can now control the pace more than ever, because the only thing that can stop you really is gonna be Goyo Fire. Other than that, you are running, you are sprinting, and you are getting in that building.
Well, the French fans will have their wish. We are about to go. We're back into the game and ready to kick off the second half. Secret trailing by 2 rounds because they struggled on their defense. Far lower than the bar for entry for Consulate defense, which is 3 or 4 rounds. They only got 2, but now they're on the attacking side. Black said it, you said it. It's all about dictating the pace. It's all about the aggression. And like you said, Pengu, banning out the Tachanka and the Smoke opens up the gates for executes here for FaZe.
I'm not gonna lie, like, we all do a bit of prep work sometimes over these matches, and I was watching Secret play their whole lower bracket run, and the most important, the most valuable operator on the attacking side that I saw, it was actually Blackbeard. And in my notes right here, I noted one operator, and I made a line beneath it, BB. I need to see FaZe Clan opting for a Blackbeard target ban, because both Doom and Savage has been incredible on this particular operator, and yet they banned the Monty. I get this is Consulate. It is more slow-paced, more structured usually, but I feel like this might be where FaZe Clan are thinking too far ahead. Expecting Secret to play the same attacks as they do. Structured, slow, methodical, but look at this!
Wow!
That Cyber, the least structured player on this roster of FaZe, but answered back quickly by Joom.
However, Mowgli going down means that the Brava drone that would have hacked this Banshee and the 2 Banshees at the top of the stairs is dead. And so FaZe now have so much more mobility, they don't have to worry about this util being stripped away. And Joom needs to get desperate. You're right, another player has died on the roof. A Nitro Cell sent out, but Vidiking gets a little bit too antsy and is shut down by Joom. The German, such a good shot. The nades come out as well. That'll clear a lot of the bulletproof cameras and utility set up by FaZe and give ground up to Secret.
Mind, they got Blackbeard, Capital, and Deimos. They got all the right tools, smoke, fire, nades, and tracker. To boot, you see what the pulse is up top floor. They don't have to worry about any of the verticality. So now Savage on this Blackbeard has to go in first, try and isolate, use the Capital, smoke off that crossfire. You can go for kill or you can go for plant, but not really, because mind you, the case is on the roof. So a big question here, do you go and retrieve it and go upstairs or not? Because it looks like Secret will just send it to the bomb site.
I think they will. KDS being spotted by the Deimos is very important because he was aggressive in an short position. Handy though, gets aggressive, supports his teammate, and Joom is cut down as well. The Reaper is reaping havoc here on Team Secret, and now Savage with the Blackbeard in hand must find both of them. They hold this crossfire steadfastly. Handy still with that Reaper in hand, no diffuser to speak of. As the Banshee is taken down, Handy goes 3 for 3 with the automatic pistol. A monster of a player for FaZe today. As they extend their lead even further, they kick off their defense, looking untouchable.
So well played. So the Deimos tracking, Melusi on top spiral, purely for distractions. Okay, you're gonna be stuck in this corner. Blackbeard was then 1v1ing Handy on the pulse, but the Blackbeard has to respect the toe shots and stay crouched. That means if the pulse runs away, you will lose him. So Pulse goes into Blackbeard, plays the bait game, and then Handy sprints towards Spiral, recognizing they're trying to collapse on Spiral. I'm actually not the person they want to take down. I want to take down my teammate. So he runs over, takes down the Capital on the Crossfire, and then turns attention to the second player. You see it in the replay here as well. Handy makes such a good split-second decision, and it saves the entire round for FaZe Clan. Look, runs to Capital, recognizing KD is under too much pressure, and then he wide swings the second player. Now they get top Spiral, and they get a Crossfire. Handy practically won that 1v3, only using Melusi as a supportive pillar in the middle.
Worst gun in the game, by the way.
One off, that's for damn sure. The UMP got buffed after all.
Yeah, he did. Oh, for Handy, 12 kills and 4 deaths, a 3.0 KD for the young
Who put this guy on Echo? Who did this, huh? Viddy King, I'm looking at you, buddy. You put this man on Echo after that round? Shame on you, Jill. Shame on you.
That is classic FaZe, though. All 5 of these players are so humble in terms of their roles on the team.
They are.
No individual player says, no, I need to be fragging because I have been getting all the kills. I need to be on a frag roll. No, Handy is happy to sit on a mute jammer on site and use his Echo drones. Even if he's one of the best players in the tournament and far and away the best player in the match so far.
If I'm Handy, I'm saying, guys, watch my yokai and tell me when to peek. That's what I'm doing. I'm enabling myself, okay? But look at this kind of roam kit. They got 4 C4s, 3 yokai split around the map, fishing for C4 kills. That can be vertically, it can be by the bomb side, it can be done in so many ways. What do you say, James? FaZe have a 10 win streak on the base and bomb side.
That's exactly right, Garage. 10 rounds in a row for FaZe. They've won up against other teams in the tournament. Secret, though, they've won the last 5 attacks onto this bomb site, so typically they're very good on this attacking half. One of those yokais was spotted, but let's not forget, Handy has 2 more to work with.
Oh, with the flank. There's no tracker. They're going in blind for this one.
Oh, this is cheeky.
There is a Doggy call if they want to go for it. They need to find this lone roamer top floor, otherwise they're wasting so much time. The Doggy call goes out, but Cyber is standing on a mute jammer. They're not gonna know.
Oh, beautiful.
He's on a jammer.
This is 2026 usage of the mute. Cyber knows exactly how to prevent himself from getting tracked by Mowgli or hunted by Savage. And now, Secret need to isolate. It'll be such a challenge to do so. He still holds on. 4 players surround him.
Jammer.
And he just stands back on that mute jammer again. The death mark will fail, and Secret have no information whatsoever. Savage needs to get aggressive, and he finds the kill. But time is of the essence. Less than a minute remains. 4v4.
So worth it. Also, mind you, that was both Dokkaebi calls. Bombs and Execute's gonna be so much weaker. EMP missed. They wasted those valuable Exkyro pellets. The second one was successful though, but in 40 seconds, you pop the ramps, you pop the hatch, you walk down those staircases, and even if you get to that bomb site, James, you do have at least 1, maybe 2 Yoga drones alive for plant denial. FaZe, they can fight back, or they can run away and play down that clock.
Oh, Viddy King. Right up in the back of servers and running away now, supported by Souls.
So much.
He's claimed one, and Secret, well, they won't be able to cut him off before he gets back to side. KDS looks to support. A beautiful pre-fire and a second for the King. It's Doom up against the world, and there's nothing to be done for Team Secret. I don't care how good Doom is, he doesn't find all 4 from FaZe. There's no time left on the clock, and the Brazilians, so disciplined, project themselves onto map points.
A single mute jammer changes the history of that round. They called with the Dokkaebi thing, and there's nobody up here. Let's walk in a face check. They must be so far away. And boom, a punch on the wall. Secret will call a tack timeout.
Gold right there, which is the info, okay? You guys are having the gaps over there. I just want you guys to not even think about it. Just go and make the play, okay? Yeah. If you guys need to hold for each other, the verts, for example, as in that play, just one hold, other push, you know? Very simple, very easy. Because right now, we need to focus into trying to gain time into these mid-round terms. If you guys are too careful to taking your time, it won't be that good. You will be missing time after towards the round, okay? Yeah. Just about that, guys. I don't care.
Be confident like, taking it out fights, guys. Okay, let's be confident here.
Let's play the game, guys.
Okay, let's go. Like, let's
much better
just no easy map to them, guys. Okay, like, yeah, let's bring this back to OT, guys. Come on, yeah.
Yep, let's go. Let's put it on a fight, guys. Let's go.
Because we have been put, just go on it, guys. All together.
So one of our other casters, Jesse, told me that he was talking to Twister in the hotel. You may notice he shaved his beard, and his players have never seen him without a beard before. Apparently, there's a story of Ronaldo playing some big World Cup match, and the media kept talking about how physically sick he was, how unwell he was. So to give the media something else to talk about, he got a brand new haircut right before the game, which allowed him to just focus on the match and block out the noise. And Twister is hoping that shaving his beard will give people something to focus on instead of creating all this noise, and just let his players focus on the game, which is exactly what they need to do right now. 4 rounds of match points for Faze.
No, it's funny that you mention it, because I was looking at him in attack time, I'm thinking, something looks different about Twister today, but I can't figure out what it is.
There you have it. What do Secret need to do now, though? Will Twister's tactical timeout bear the fruits of his labor? 6-2 is a pretty scary scoreline. I can't help but feel like Secret struggled so much in that first half, and only finding 2 rounds of defense is really what's put them in this position. Faze have only had to find 2 rounds on the favored side to get a map point.
I mean, what Twister was talking about is, stabilize the early rounds to get into that mid round more comfortably and not overthink things. You see the play, you make the play, communicate the play. Both of people cutting off rotations and pushing them. Don't just push, don't just cut off. They work both things dynamically together. So they're back on these front forward operators, right? The Blackbeard, the Deimos, they work so well with these in the past on maps like your Chalets. But this is Consulate. It's much more about the internals, but Mowgli finds a gap. Swings that coffin door, takes down Vidiking. Now they know there's Goyo Fire. Time is of the essence. There's a gap.
No.
Cyber pushed past with Savage droning on the window. Now he's behind enemy lines.
Scary player to take down the Blackbeard. Look how aggressive Handy now gets. He comes in to support. A 13th kill for Handy as his teammate Vidiking and Cyber have both fallen. He's still up in this very aggressive position. Doom wants to try and target him. Doom can't sprint. He's been caught by one of those thorn traps earlier in the rounds. And there's still 2 defenders on this top floor. Great wall bang from Noah from behind. Faze, will they continue to get aggressive and get in Team Secret's face? Or will they fall back? No, it's a quick swing from Souls. Bit of damage onto Noah. He peels on back again, falling deeper and deeper back towards CEO office to regroup with his teammate on the yellow stairs.
A clear line in the map. Faze clan they control. CEO and the bomb site beneath in piano, but the rest is barren. It's all the taking of Secret, but they're droning first. They're so worried about a rat place somewhere in the corner, maybe Soul stuck around, maybe not a gap where somebody walks past that small angle that we left opened. Now they know meeting is clear. The fire is gone. It takes 20 seconds, mind you, per Goyo canister. They can start slowly walking up. So Doom can lock down the top floor, darken the map, taking down that default camera. Meanwhile, they can work towards lobby. This means because they have vertical control, find it now not possible. Then they have lobby and spiral flank locked down. They can threaten and force a fight potentially here.
Souls though caught off guard in the crossfire, and Doom steps up. KDS low HP with C75 in hand.
Now, there's the plant.
But Noah is forcing that diffuser down. How does he take the vertical fight? Well, a quick one onto Doom will surely help. If Adrian peeks this, he might be able to find them one by one.
Just beat the plant.
Noah forces that plant down. Adrian needs to make sure not to overswing. KDS has the inferior firepower, but Noah is now trapped in this corner. KDS will not be baited on out. He's got the M870. He can get this up and close and personal. 2 angles that Noah could choose from, but jumping on over. Noah is there ready to find him. And there is no clutch for KDS on Consulate. Another round for Secret. Another step closer to OT.
There is definitely a bit of pressure on the side of Secret, making some uncharacteristic mistakes there. They came off the plant because when his teammate died, Doom upstairs, he's saying, okay, I don't want to lose this 2 versus 1. Let me get off the plant and get really safe. But that wasn't the rotate between the bomb sites. There was no reason to get off that plant. And it's not a bad thing to do necessarily, but if that's Secret yesterday up against Falcons, they wouldn't make that thing. They would stick the plant, knowing there's no rotate, knowing the bomb goes down, knowing your teammate will win the post plant in the absolute worst case scenario. So I'm not going to say a lack of trust, but definitely playing a bit more on the cautious side, given the nature of being up against a team that's at match point.
It'll be 3 more attacks in a row for Secret required.
Yeah.
And we've seen the last operator bans roll on through Pengu.
Yeah, we have.
We'll get to that in a minute. We'll keep everyone guessing because we're looking at the replays. I mean, that round, it's funny from Faze. It was exactly what Team Secret were doing on their defense, but Faze were doing back to them. It was all about that aggression.
It's all about disrupting what the enemy wants to do and then do it before they get to do it, of course. The first 2 rounds of Faze, if you just blurt out the team names, you could go, oh, Secret's still playing defense, but no. The
Handy
sides have
was
swapped.
really channeling his inner Mowgli there. I still can't believe Handy has 13 kills to only 5 deaths. Life gain from him. What a career he's had over the last 3 years. From losing to his twin brother in Sao Paulo in the grand final to then getting his revenge, if you could call it that. I feel like the way that those 2 brothers, Handy and Nate, embraced, both in Sao Paulo and in Boston, I don't think revenge is the right word.
No. It's almost more like family. That's all I can say.
Well, it literally was. Fun fact for you, Handy's first ever team that he debuted in the Brasileiro in 2020 at age 17 was called Kids Team. And he played with his twin brother, Nate, and also with other very well-known players, such as Fantasy, who now plays for NIP, Resets, who played for Liquid for a time, now for Elevate, and Wag, who's been on plenty of top-tier Brazilian teams. Now Handy is a world champion, looking for his second hammer.
To speak to the operator bands, Deimos removed from Faze and Solace from Secret. So Secret wants to take away some of that jump out, that aggression and disruption that we spoke about earlier by target banning the Solace. And then Faze, of course, is saying, Doom, not gonna have as much fun this round, buddy. No more Deimos for you. He goes into Buck. It's almost like a budget Deimos, vertically speaking, but it gives you less hunting of the roamers. So you bring out the Blackbeard. That kind of does that similar job. Chase down people, find them, get information with your teammates. But getting in the building is the most difficult thing here on Consulate. Last round, Mowgli found a completely free opening kill. Not this time. Half the round burn. Vertically speaking, bit of a danger, but that half-piece destruction saves his teammate of Doom down below. His Miniking falls on back deep into towards the bomb site. But look at that timer. 1 minute 30 seconds. They've only achieved step number 1. Only Mowgli in the building top floor. Only Doom in the building first floor.
Yeah, and Mowgli's air jab was actually shot down, re-enabling aggression from Vidaking on the bomb site. FaZe Clan are looking very much locked down and solid here on this defense.
Nate went out, cleared out the Banshees. Now they're by that bomb site door, but there are 3 C4s waiting for them. Doom still has control beneath them, but the issue is, how do you protect this planter without a Thatcher? How do you clear Vidaking in this corner? They got Capital and they got Buck.
Good flash, but the Nitro Cell prepared. Handy lashes out and takes down the Flores of Adrian. It's been a constant battle back and forth for Adrian. Secret, they need to find a gap. Cyber,
the C4
is caught off guard. The C4 just saved by Doom. The German finds one, and so does the French. Mowgli goes big here for Secret.
They can plant.
FaZe Clan, how will they deny this plant? Souls has no Nitro Cell, and he needs to clear every single one of these angles. It's a big triple kill for Mowgli. As Souls on the Tuberau must now retake.
What?
Savage!
Why?
Why are you giving him a chance? The Blackbeard goes down, but Doom refuses to let Secret die. A big round from Mowgli, 3 critical kills. And so valiant from Doom on the Buck down below. Secret are staying alive.
For now. But all these small moments, you know, if Doom takes down the Mossy 1 second later, that C4 pops, Savage dies. If Doom misses his shots and he dies himself, they lose bottom floor control, a plant is no longer possible, and Savage dies. So many small moments there, where it can go so wrong. Secret, I think as long as they can keep finding opening kill uncontested, we'll have a great shot at a round. But what happens that one time where FaZe don't get caught, where they shoot back first, where they hit a crazy C4 or a great flick? Because Mowgli running it like that, clearing the left and the right-hand side, that's what we call a hero play. It's something that cannot happen every single time you attack that bomb site. You have to rely on something else next time around. And FaZe, they can play whatever side they desire, right? We're in this point where you have such a big lead as FaZe Clan. You can afford to lose some, because eventually a strong site will open up again, and you go back to it.
Let's not forget, FaZe won 5 rounds in a row on the back of opening kills from Handy and Cyber. As you said, if they start to get aggressive and swing Secret before Secret have time to execute with utility, we might see another round for Faze, and that would mean the map. Secret can't afford it. They've gone back-to-back on the attack, and they need to go deeper than that. But Cyber looks to teeter on the edge of aggression with the mute at the bottom of the Visa stairs.
Yep. Secret, they have Mowgli. Faze, they have Cyber. And once upon a time, a few years back, Cyber was seen as the best player in the world. And I think FaZe Clan as a team and the individual players on this roster, they all kind of fly underneath the radar, overshadowed by the dynasty of Furious / W7M, winning a whole year. Not many people spoke about FaZe Clan in recent history, but let me remind you, they have been the most consistent team for 3+ years, not making a single roster change for 3 of those years, and they are in most finals. They have deep runs, and they only seem to lose against people who eventually win the tournament. So while FaZe might have an enemy that is better than them every event, that's only one team in the world, because they are the second best at most of these tournaments.
And if you talk about longevity, no team has done it better than FaZe. They've been at the top for a very, very long time. Let's not forget about Sweden Major in 2021. Let's not forget about their grand finals in Berlin in 2022. And they found the gap. They found the first 2 kills. FaZe look to kick things off on Consulate with a bang. Noah's found one back. Cyber have finally finished off, but a big pre-fire from Tomb might be exactly what Secret needs to unlock this attack.
He's being baited. If he walks in right now thinking there's a freebie, there isn't, but his teammate comes in instead.
Vidaking is just watching.
That's the bait.
Shut down! And the beasts of the upper bracket are one step closer to the hammer. FaZe Clan have kicked off this grand final in a way that we expected from them. They have delivered on their promise after taking down Falcons. And now Team Secret need to run it back.
Best of 5, upper bracket. You pick a map, they don't get a say about it. You pick Consulate, you should be winning. And it was mighty comfortable in the beginning. 5-2 start for FaZe Clan, 4-2 into the first defensive round victory. But then Secret showed it was possible that they could bring it back.
One map in the books for FaZe, but this grand final is far from over. We'll break it down after the break.
5 grand final at the Six Invitational. A better start than last year when they lost the first map, so it's already looking better from them. And we know how strong this team is. We know how much they've shown us, but still, they keep on innovating.
Yeah, they keep on innovating, they keep on bringing new things. Let's take a look at round 4, where they bring something new to the table. Anyone can grab that for ranked. Look at this. The multi rappels in for defusing, and now look at the ram. The ram opens everything to the floor. And why is that? Because there's a Tachenka who's gonna send his fire away. The problem is, because the floor is completely open, all of the canisters are dropping. And so the plant goes in for free. That's the beauty of Faze. They can keep innovating and at the same time bring such a good cohesion.
Absolutely. I mean, they're so good at innovating, and it's a reason why we look at that map where it was banned out, but they weren't able to ban this out from the side of Secret because of that upper bracket run and where they find themselves, and it really goes to show why teams did not want to allow Faze to go to Consulate.
Yeah, they're showing here again, and the player we're focusing on right now really steps up inside this match.
Yeah, I mean, Handy, we have to talk about him. My God, was he so instrumental in this game. I mean, we talk about how disciplined Faze are and their individual prowess, but look at the 2 entry points here. You have Handy 15 and 6, 4 on those entries, and Mowgli, I said, going into this stylistic matchup, that aggressive nature just simply isn't going to work because of how constrictive Faze are as a team. And again, he specifically is really going to have to shape his style of play once we get into that map too.
I'm glad you're mentioning that about the constructing that Faze is doing here in the situation, because we have Fox standing by at the Illustrator to give us an example of how Faze are doing that.
The reason why Faze is so scary is because they're able to understand their opponent, and once they understand them, the series is already over before it happens. And we see that happen on round 3, where Secret is trying to slow them down and waste it, but that's when Faze start to understand. So let's look at what Secret are doing. They're doing a 1-3-1 setup with 1 player on the top floor, which is June, the 3 players in the middle floors, which is Noah, Savage, and Mowgli, and 1 player downstairs. And the reason they're doing this is to waste utility, waste drones, and if they get a pick, all that much better. But Faze understands this. They're starting to. So instead of wasting their utility, they go to waste their own bodies to be able to sacrifice their pressure for position. And we see that happen. Front door locked off. KDS is pushing Piano. We see Bench Hall from Handy, and Souls and Cyber are putting pressure in Visa control. And we'll see the first engagement happens very early on. As we watch it play out, Noah swings out and he gets the first pick, but both teams succeed in this position. Secret are able to stall utility, go back down to site, but Faze also succeeded. They get the positional advantage despite sacrificing their own body. So what do? Just because they don't have information doesn't mean that they don't have communication, and that's why the team is so strong, because of their communication, and they use it to be able to isolate individual gunfights. KDS is going to put pressure onto Savage. Vita King will lock him down, and as that happens, Souls is going to put pressure on the backside for anybody rotating, and it works out. The first pick comes out, they get Savage, they have the control, but because of the lack of information, Noah's able to get one, but he gives his position away, and this is where the tournament level communication comes in. KDS spots it out, communicates it to Vita King. Vita King rotates, drops, gets the pick, and after he gets the pick, he goes back upstairs. Why? Because KDS spotted another player in Garage, and Vita King gets it, drops into the site with an advantage. But again, the lack of information costed them the round. Adrian gets 2 beautiful 1v1s, but despite the outcome, Faze started to understand. From this moment on, they understood, and once they understand, the round is already over, the series is already over.
Early sayings after map 1 that the series might already be over, but it's true that understanding is such a big thing of knowing what your opponent is about to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's so crucial for Secret to understand what Faze is trying to do, and then on the exact opposite side, Faze always understands, and this is what I was talking about in that call-in. Faze is so good at controlling the tempo. They control the narrative, and that's why it's so crucial for Secret to understand who they're playing against. You can't play that aggressive game, because if you look at Faze, what region are they in? The most aggressive region. You aren't going to surprise this team. You have to get that early aggression and peel back and play off those layers.
They've gotten a really good start inside this matchup, though. But before we start talking about map 2, we check in with Miria as she was giving away some Xbox Game Passes earlier to people in the crowd.
I'm on a mission today. Look what I have here. 5 Xbox Game Pass codes. And I need to give away them. Just, you know, share with my friends, with the crowd. But first, they need to answer me something. So, hi. If you could have a gadget from the game to use on your daily basis, what would it be and why?
I would use the Dokkaebi tablet, because you can call friends or enemies and you can hack their phones, the gadgets and cameras. It's very easy.
Okay, so you have enemies in real life?
No, but when you have enemies, you can hack them.
Okay, that's fair. Here is one Xbox Game Pass code for you. They are arguing about the Xbox Game Pass codes because I only have 3 of them, and they are deciding who is participating in this minigame that I just created. Okay, who is doing this? You? Okay. So give me a gadget that you would love to have.
Yeah, the Ash gadgets to break barriers in my life when I'm not comfortable. I know.
Okay, what about you?
In Portuguese?
English.
Oh my God.
No, you can say Portuguese, I translate, no problem.
O Hulk por causa do colete para ajudar todo mundo, as pessoas, para dar colete de vida a mais para ajudar as pessoas.
I will have the gadget of Rook so I can help people. That's so cute. What about you?
In the same way, trying to save lives, I would like to have the simulating pistol from Dog. So when, imagine someone have an accident in front of me, I could take my pistol, shoot on him, and I'll save his life.
That's so cute! Applause! Woo! Okay, one for you.
Yeah, thank you.
More one Xbox Game Pass code. They're Brazilians. They're very fun.
Thank you very much, Spirit. The Brazilians are leading inside this matchup as well. And Foxeye was talking about how the series might already be over, so Leo, please give us anything for the Secret fans out here to hope.
Let's be a bit more optimistic, should we? Obviously, we're going to have a bit of an EU bias with Team Secret, but I will say this. We're about to go on to Bank. Faze had been hiding Consulate because they were super strong on it. Now this is an entire different story. A 17-win streak for Team Secret on the map. They're going back to their home. If there's one map that they need to win in this matchup, it's that one. It's the one that can make or break them. If they're down 0-2, they're going to go to a third map. That's going to be the map pick of Faze. They absolutely need to win Bank.
I mean, but this is what worries me, though. We look at a constrictive map like Consulate. Now we're moving to a map like Bank. Yes, they're very successful on it. Yes, it is a bigger map. But that's the problem when you're going against such a slow-paced team and methodically gifted team like Faze is they will constrict you. They will make you feel like you're going to be oppressed at any given moment. And that's where we see a lot of teams fall. That's when they over-aggress. That's when they overstep. That's when they get put into unwinnable positions. So if I'm Secret, I'm going to slow down. I'm going to understand where gaps are going to be found because Faze is definitely going to try to exploit any bit of gaps that they give them, just like they did in Consulate. So if I'm Secret, I need to keep a mental note of where everyone's moving around, how they can exploit that and use it against Faze.
I want to talk about the mental as well. We saw the players of Secret just there. They seem quite calm. It's only the first map of the series. This first map, we saw Consulate just now, which was the map that nobody really wanted to play against Faze inside this tournament. Still, Secret managed to get 4 rounds on a map that is so good for Faze. Do we feel like they can be happy enough with that, given it was such a good map for them? Or was that not enough for the likes of Secret?
I'll say this, there was the beginning of a comeback, and that already helps. The second thing to me is they're a young team. They have nothing to prove here. They don't have the pressure. They didn't leave the hammer last year. It's all good. So the pressure is not on them, it's on Faze. The crowd is there cheering for them. There is no reason to panic here. Whatever happens, they can be proud of whatever they've done in this tournament. Anything else is extra enough. They want to win, yes, of course, but they should not feel that pressure. So for me, all hopes are forgiven. They can have them right now.
Listen, I don't disagree with what you're saying right now about the pressure not being on them. Everything they have has been achieving here. But even for the side of Faze, even if pressure is on them, they've been here multiple times. They know what it's like to be in these moments. They know what it's like to get over that hurdle. But when you have to look at them being able to slowly mount that comeback, it also was off the backing of Faze understanding how they were then going to counter the Team Secret and what they were going to do in those attacks. So yes, we can give them credit for trying to get some of these rounds back, but it's also off the back. You have to learn your opponent. You have to understand what they're trying to do. And that's just where Faze is always punching above the rest, is they understand their opponent and they immediately have a response for the next time they revisit those sites.
As it currently stands, our players are still getting ready to go into the second map, so we get to talk about this matchup in general a little bit more. Not often teams get to play best of 5s. Secret have played one earlier at the EWC. Faze having played one last year with the Six Invitational. It does take a lot of stamina to really make sure you punch out every single map.
Yeah, especially at the end of a tournament like this. I can't say I've been in their shoes because I was usually first round. You know more about this than I do.
Well, I can't say I've ever played a best of 5, so I can't agree there.
But I will say this about something. Obviously, they're young. right? They want this. And so the fact that they have that energy, I think obviously is helping them. I think the main thing for me, and I just want to go back to the player, it's Mowgli, right? Mowgli is here in front of his family, in front of his friends, in front of a French crowd. He has a very tricky role. He's the one supposed to be the spearhead, the one supposed to be aggressive and confident. The problem is he's facing the most disciplined team in the world. So anytime he tries to make a move, they're waiting for him. And that makes his life extremely hard. Whatever happened in this matchup, we all know he will suffer. The real way is, can he make an impact despite them waiting for him?
But that's what also I want to look at with Mowgli's understanding who he's playing against. Because towards the end of that, we did start to see him get that big 3K, which again is a big momentum boost. But also, if you aren't being able to find success on that aggressive nature, that's why you play with a team. That's why you have teammates that you can fall on. And if things aren't working for you individually, then play with your team. Get ready to go for those trades. Don't feel like you have to take on that burden where you have to lead by example. You have to get that opening kill. Every individual on this team made it to this stage because they did it together, because they all had their moments. We praise them that they've been down in 5v3, losing situations, and are able to bring it back. Rely on each other. Don't solely rely on yourself. And again, he has 4 individuals rather, that he can put that support on and slowly start to get that momentum back into his favor, where we can see the Mowgli that we all love and know.
Hey, you know what? They are a younger team, and maybe there are some older diesel engines that need a little bit of warming up inside of this matchup. Real quick before we jump into the next map, who takes it?
It needs to be secret, otherwise we don't have a grand final in our hands.
Unfortunately, I will say it does have to be secret. And if they don't get it done here, I can't see it looking too great for a best of.
They need to get it done here. They need to keep their streak alive as well. Inside this best of 5, it is time for map 2 in this grand final.
Thank you very much, and it is certainly time. And it's also time for the Europeans to fire up. You don't want to be going down 0-2 in an SI Grand Final. Isn't that right, Pengu?
And they're not going to, James, because the thing is, in that BO5, FaZe can pick one map uncontested, and they won it. Who's surprised by that? Nobody. Now, the real final begins.
That's right. It's a chance for Team Secret to show what they're made of. We've already seen so much from them throughout the tournament, taking down Falcons, which nobody expected, but we didn't see enough from them on Consulate. It's because it was all the handy show. FaZe Clan took full control.
The one-man army of FaZe Clan, huh? What happens if Handy doesn't pop off, James? Cyber will, right? That's the thing. FaZe Clan always either have one player stand out or simply all 5 working closely together on that even scoreboard.
That's exactly right, but Team Secret, they have a chance. FaZe Clan landed the first blow, but it's Secret's moment to make it rain on Bank. Can they fight for redemption on map 2 here in Paris?
I do not believe that Secret are too phased with what happened on Consulate.
See what you did there.
I very much believe they're going to say, guys, that was not our map to win, because that's gotta be your mentality. I remember back in 2018, in my grand final, also that being a best of 5 at SI, we were saying we need to win one of the first 2 maps because we will lose Cafe, the 3rd map. That's completely fine.
What ended up happening there, Pengu?
Well, we lost the first 2 maps, and now we're playing Cafe thinking we can't lose this map anymore. How do we win it? But that's the thing. A lot about the mental game on stage is kind of about psyching yourself up and be like, oh my god, we got this with the best team in the world. And also making yourself a bit delusional. Because you go up on that stage thinking, I'm the best player, I'm on the best team, we're going to win. But if you're a Secret member, that is kind of delusional, but it's the right way to think about it.
Give in to the delusion. We're looking to get Delulu here in Paris for the grand final. Team Secret have to take it one map at a time, and Bank is their battleground of choice. We haven't seen them play it for a little while now. I'm looking back.
Because they're so damn good on it.
The G2 match is the last time we saw them play Bank. That was the start of their lower bracket run. Let's not forget, after they were knocked down into the lower bracket by Falcons in their first game of the playoffs, they became the lower bracket Grim Reapers. They knocked out G2, Weibo, Wildcard, Fluxo W7M, and eventually the fan favorites of Falcons. And Bank has been their domain. They start on the attacking side, and they look to bring firepower to FaZe's setup.
They send home one team from every region. They're sending everybody home, no matter where you're from, domestic or international. but they need one more international opponent to send back to Brazil. Now Secret on the attacking side, very comfortable spot here on Fang. It's where you would like to be. We spoke about the shield bans earlier on Consulate. Faze opted for a Monty ban. Now it's going to be that Blackbeard instead. So that means Secret, Savage on the Blitz. And that's kind of how I expect this BO5 to go across every single map. You ban the Blackbeard, you get the Blitz, and vice versa. Occasionally, we will see a Monty round from Secret, but it's not going to be all that often. It doesn't play too much into their playstyle of aggression and tempo setting. That's more of Faze's thing. This Twitch drone, it's struggling a little bit, but it's gotten a good bit of value and did eventually clear out that BP in Garage, and now the map is darkened. They're rotating over at Yokai drone instead to replace that camera, but Twitch drones did not clear that as well. Adrian, first early pick.
Very long angle with the DMR, cuts off Handy. Well played. What an angle, by the way. Above the reinforcement here from Team Secret. Enables a lot of cutting power, but Vidiking, meanwhile, will cut down Savage, and the Blitz for this round is silenced.
One can argue that the Blitz's job technically is done because all four defenders are on the bomb side. Blitz is your roam clearing operator. Yes, it's great to have a shield for a plant later on, but the most important thing is that Savage did get the roam clear, and now he can IGL from the grave. I do believe Bang is a map where executes are very important, so having an IGL that early can actually be a benefit. He's watching the different cameras, watching the player angles, and just listening to the communication going, guys, we're gonna go for this kind of setup. Okay, we saw Yoga drone, let's keep that in mind. We gotta, speed up the pace right now. We don't want to lose in 0 seconds with a Yokai stun.
And that comes a lot down to Jum and what he's been able to achieve on the Twitch. He's already taken down a lot of the Vulcan fire that would otherwise delay the execute. And Secret is quick to work, breaching the main wall from Adrian. There is still one more Vulcan canister that they would like to target, but I don't think Adrian's going to be able to get an angle.
This is problematic, right? There are two toxic babes, Yoga drones and Goyo Fire. Default plan here should not be possible. Secret are realizing that they have to go for plan B. They have to go super deep, but they gotta plant on the vault spot. If the Goyo Fire gets popped, they're gonna be absolutely in danger.
Yokai drone in position with smoke to follow through. There are so many layers of plant denial. We need a hero for Team Secret. As June looks to make his way in through the garage, he needs to open things up, but KDS is holding down the line with an A-Cog of his own. And you're right, Team Secret, they have no chance to plant. As they storm into the bomb site, it's a big kill for Noah. June finally finds his.
Time.
But the clock will be the 6th defender in the server for Faze. And Team Secret run out of their most important resource. It's time.
To make matters even worse, that Vulcan canister we were so focused on was never popped. The round ended with Adrian getting injured with the diffuser in the toxic babe in the middle of the bomb site. Secret, they get denied the round simply by utility, and FaZe Clan not giving any openings to them on the attacking side. Now, that's how basement can play out, but no other bomb site on this map of Fang will have that same element. So Secret can put that in the very deep back of their mind and go, okay, we can talk about this 3 rounds in the future. But right now we gotta focus up on the opposite attack of CEO. We all need a good carry.
Who's your carry these days?
Well, I'm a self-proclaimed self-carry.
Oh, here we go.
I think Monty's my carry, you know? I pick the Monty, I get the round victory, it's a handshake deal.
The meta is your carry. Because you love to abuse that, don't you?
I love the shields.
Last game, last map, Faze certainly had one clear carry, and it was Handy. We've seen some amazing things from him throughout the tournament so far. The only player from Faze in the top 10 rated at the tournament, whereas Secret have 3. Goes to show, like we always say, FaZe Clan are a team effort. They don't just win on hero plays, at least not most of the time. The team didn't need to fully activate on the first map. But June looks to activate now. He gets deep all the way up in the top square without the double door being opened. So FaZe might not have a clue that he's already so aggressive. They're finishing their setup 30 seconds in. Nitro Cell almost takes down Noah, and June's position now revealed.
So much of Banks about the information game. That's why we're seeing the Twitch brought out 2 rounds in a row. Shooting default cameras from outside the building as soon as possible to darken the map more and more. FaZe Clan, mind you, all stuck on the very top floor. They're all around the bomb site or in the bomb site itself, but likewise the attackers outside the building on window rappels. That means finding the openings are going to be very difficult unless Faze, they Faze check an angle first, which they never tend to do. So we're really looking towards some utility here. Doom downstairs with Deimos, or those frag grenades, or the kept off fire from Noah as the only way to open up this round. But look where Faze are playing. They're not playing in Janitor. They're not playing in stock. They're playing on a hard floor, not expose themselves to anything, plus playing on my to catch those fires from Capital. They are locking Secret out of the building and the bomb side.
Spider-Man comes to help Adrian on the upside down rappel, but Faze isn't really aware of it. This is a strategy they like to use a lot of the time as well. While Noah will throw a handy cyber replies, and Savage on the ace has gone down. Doom tried to sneak up the front lobby stairs, but was unable to do so. However, Mowgli has found his. Finally, Cyber is put down. And Adrian's patience may be rewarded, but Mowgli's been refragged, and Faze can just continue holding down these positions. Secret don't actually have any boots in the building.
No. So Mowgli got a kill in Square, they died shortly after, and that means the backstab pressure of Square is gone. They're out of the building, have to make another rotation around the entirety of the bomb site. But again, what do? Now? Do you smoke off some angles here and rappel on in? Yes, you are.
Doom needs to get active. He repels into the building. The smoke might cover him for a brief moment. In the close range fight with the AK. He does damage to both of them, but finally taken down by Vita King. Adrian is the last man standing, and a self flash will not help his case one bit. Faze back-to-back on defense. Bank looks to be theirs to play.
Missed timing on the side of Secret, something we did not see yesterday against Falcons. Adrian had Doggy-Bicon and Parker when the round finished, and flashbangs. Had he flashbanged for Doom and made the Doggy-Bicon, maybe the round goes out differently, but Twister is going to talk to his boys first.
You guys already saw that they don't want us to go for this execution over there. They're trying to play aggro, we're taking garage, we're taking the positions on hallways, you know, to use that in our favor. As we know, they are very predictable, so if you guys want, going back to basement, you guys play just to bait the plant and actually focus on the kills on the guys stuck trying to do the smokes, you know, or in the other guys that will be playing around into garage or whatever. We even dropped the smoke like the other side and dropped to get the kills garage and then roll over the rounds. Same thing for the open area right now. If you guys want, they will give the top floor for you guys. Then you guys work around kitchen, for example, but just bait the plan to get the guys rotating from below, rotating, trying to retake the positions, you know, and even play Thatcher if you guys need for the smokes or whatever. But that's the game, guys. You guys are seeing it's been theirs.
Okay.
Yep.
I think he's like right there. Saying, oh, that's it, my time is up. Though obviously, Secret feel very much forced into a play style that they have not had to go for too much this event. They have to go for what we call classic bank gameplay. It's all going to be about the roam clear, the map control, the setup, the execute, playing a very calculated style of Rainbow Six Siege. That's not been how they've been dominating this lower bracket. That's been about brute forcing things, confidence, aggression, tempo control. But when you're up against Faze Clan, who arguably counters your playstyle, you have to adapt. This is going to be that adaptation.
It's all about adapting. We saw it on the first map as well. Remember how Team Secret started so aggressive on their defense? Faze read into it. Won 5 rounds straight from the end of their attacking half and into their defense. Team Secret, the onus is on them to change. When it's not working out in their favor, when Faze build that momentum. I mean, I'm looking back. Secret won 2 rounds at the end of the first map at Consulate, but I mean, holistically what we've got, 6, 7, 8 of the last 10 rounds have been won by Faze across this map and Consulate before it. It's been pretty dominant for Brazil.
Mind you, when you're attacking a bank, you're expecting at least 3. So losing the first 2, it sets a scary sign, but I will say this. The first time you attack the bomb side is your opponent showing you their cards, showing you how they want to play. So the second time around, that's really the ultimate test here for Secret's attacks. Can they adapt when they see basement the following time, that top floor the following time? Will Faze show us an entirely different win condition? Because mind you, they played heavy plant denial the first time, they could go for a heavy roam the next. So we gotta see how deep Faze they will dig here in this chat book. For now, it's Secret setting things up, locking down the flanks, destroying those first couple of cameras. Twisted said, guys, take top floor, they will give it to us for free. The issue is, that's not the case, they're fighting back.
Indeed, there is a player inside a stock. I think they've just fallen back. Handy caught on the retreat. Faze Clan immediately fight back and then look to repel all the way down. Adrian, what is going on? Desperately, he tries to get into lobby from the repels and will fall to Cyber on his exit. FaZe Clan, despite being 4v5, are looking to retake control of the round.
Also, Ju missed the Valkyrie cam top square, so I feel like the IQ could have done more from, on that rooftop saying, okay, Valcam there, Valcam here, take them down. Now we go for initial aggressive push. That means that FaZe have a lot of information on this top floor attack, both for a retake, but also for flank watch. They see all of square. They count 1, 2 people right now just watching Mowgli top of the staircase, locking down the flank, while Noah's gonna re-drone, reassess the situation. But in this 3v4, they have a C4, they have Toxic Babes, they have Goyo Fire. It feels like that first bank basement round. How are they gonna get in the bomb site without just dying? How are they gonna stabilize this round and try and go for a plan attempt? They need to get a kill or two. FaZe, once again, are not giving them anything for free.
A flank opportunity from Cyber inside of the blue stairs. He's got a Nitro cell prepared, he's waiting to get swung. It's Mowgli there, who sees him for a brief moment. Cyber doesn't have his opportunity, but on the bomb side, Souls is helping out. Mowgli needs to decide, does he look forwards or look for the flank? He decides to focus up on side, but meanwhile, KDS has made his way up to the top of the square. So there's no choice but for Secret to go deep. They have control of the bomb sites. FaZe now become the attackers. And the bomb is being planted by Savage. Mowgli loses his battle. It's up to Savage in the 1v2, but KDS finds both of the final kills for FaZe. The dream for Secret is slipping away before their very eyes.
You see Mowgli shaking his head in the player cams. How did we lose that round? It was looking so bad and so good. KDS drops down top square. Hipfire wins the first gunfight. Pre-fires the second onto Savage. 3-0 for FaZe. The biggest strength of this Secret roster, this entire tournament, has been coin-flipping rounds, coin-flipping gunfights. What I mean by that is taking 50-50s, right? You take what is, technically speaking, a high-risk play, because you take it so often, eventually it's not gonna work out. That feels like this game, where they're taking those same fights, they're taking the same risk, but they're getting punished by FaZe, something no other team could do so far. And when you look at Team Secret's playstyle, their 50-50s are most other teams' 30-70s. And what that means is they have a 30% chance of winning the play, 70% chance of losing it, yet they treat them like it's even odds. This round in particular, so many high-risk moments, but that's the normal every day for the squad. But again, when you get punished, you're gonna feel like nothing's gonna work. Look at this gunfight. Oh, it's a headshot even.
Hipfire from KDS. And the second one, a wall bang after the peak. KDS has been so hot when it comes to his clutches. You remember a few days ago, we casted, I believe it was, I can't remember, it would have been FaZe in the upper bracket before the final 3 days. KDS had an ace, a 1v4 ace, which turned the tide of the entire series. On Chalet. I don't quite recall who they were playing at the time.
I want to say it was...
take a guess?
Was it Fluxo that was in it? No, it wouldn't have been. I actually don't know who they played against. But I know that
it actually was Fluxo W7M.
Okay.
And that was after losing the first map of Labs, 7-1. KDS opened up the second map with that 1v4 ace. And from that point forward, FaZe dominated the series. When the Brazilians get the momentum, you certainly don't want to be on the receiving end of it. But Secret look to reply. The first quarter of this map is done, and another set of operator bans have come forward, and Mowgli decides to step it up. He finds 2, but immediately Vidiking will reply. What can the Monty do? A lot of damage done onto Savage, but Vidiking must fall back.
There is no world where Savage will go for the ADS. He has to stay alive as the Echo, because the thing is here, when you play numbers advantage with the Monty, technically it's even, because Monty is just a drone. It's technically 3 guns against 3 guns, but also, as long as they have the Monty, they're pressuring a plant. They can forcibly take server stairs into server control, just run through the building and speed up the pace right now. So they can pressure side, toss out the Toxic Babes, they can wait. When there's no more smokes from Souls, then they can go for a guaranteed plan. So right now, Secret, they're holding on. They have all the win conditions. It's FaZe who needs to make a play somewhere on the map to win.
Faze, what is the game plan here? Your plan denial is a shadow of what it was in your last basement defense with no Goyo, no Nitro cells available. And like you said, just 2 gas babes remaining now.
You just wait.
The Yokai drones will have to have a big impact, but Secret have the numbers. And so the plant is tempted. Savage has to get off of it though. However, because of that gas, there's still only 1 remaining. The flank is being locked down. Faze have just about no options.
Yep. It literally comes down to Secret just waiting right now. And I know it seems boring, but this is the exact right way to play it. Final touch babe, tossed on out. Now they wait 12 more seconds, then they go for a plant. Then they got a Yokai stun a couple of times. They will keep forcing it down because there's no way that Savage dies on Monty. That shield will protect him. Again, Faze have to flank main stairs or hit a gnarly shot somewhere on the map.
This round may win or die based on the aggression here from Faze. And whether Adrian's able to shut it down, he finds one. But Souls is able to look to contest. He doesn't find June. The long angle with the DMR handy has everything to do. The UMP might have had a buff, but not enough to find the 1v3. Secret have all taken damage, but they flood the bomb site and they take post-plant positions. As Andy on the castle must make his way forward, but he won't check for Noah in the bottomless square. The crowd will roar, and Secret are back in the game.
It comes off a Monty. Not all that common for Secret, but honestly right now, if you're not feeling too comfortable in the server, you see Savage there, maybe saying, calm down, let's relax, boys. A lot is happening right now in the server, going too fast, taking too many risks. There's a Capitao, a Sami band, mind you, going into the second half. Monty could be the win condition, but again, like I said, every bomb site on Bank, it plays out so differently for both sides.
There's no question about it. There's no question for Team Secret. There is some very good noise cancelling on those headphones they're wearing, but they will absolutely be able to hear the support and feel the support that they are getting from a crowd of this volume. A French crowd cheering for their European brethren and for that French player of Mowgli.
That's all right.
Faze certainly haven't been sleeping in these last few rounds, I can tell you that much.
Oh, they're not. I mean, to be fair, Cyber kind of gave that one to Secret. He peeked ATM door, got one tap anti-spawn peek. There was a round that was starting off 5v4 favoring Secret.
I don't really get what the plan was, to be honest, from Faze Clan, going for essentially a round with almost no plant denial.
I mean, they wanted to change things up, right? Faze is not going to play the same bomb site the exact same way twice. So this time, they're still playing Plant Denial, the Echo, the Smoke, but then Cyber, Mossy roaming, thought he had a free spawn peak. There was a drone from the side of Secret. He gets punished. All you really need here in Bank, it's kind of very old school style Siege still. If you take down one of the 2 or 3 important operators, you can win the round. Had Savage died on the Monty, this plant isn't possible. You can die from the garage soft wall angle all the way back deep in the bomb site. Had Doom died on the Deimos, that late round with the Deimos striker, much more complicated. So if you just kill the right operator, go 1 for 1, you make defense so much more winnable. So Cyber taking those high-risk plays can really pay off. This time it didn't, but it sure will in the future.
The Team Secret are doing exactly what you said Faze did in map 1. You don't play the Montaigne for the first 3 rounds, and then as soon as that ban comes through, presumably on something that's not the Montaigne, you go and you jump straight onto it. In this case, like you said, Capitao was banned on out because Team Secret picked it so much. The Monty arguably is a more impactful operator, especially for those basement attacks.
Yeah, I really much think for Secret here, it was just about getting a little stabilized around and feel less chaotic in the server. Mind you, Secret's playstyle could be seen as very chaotic, sporadic, but in their own mind, that is just how they play the game, and they're used to it. Good value from the Twitch drone, the bandit batteries, the Goyo canisters, just peeling back the layer step by step. This bandit trick, that's that new win condition where now they want to deny that reachable wall, giving Secret a new problem to solve. They have 4 frag grenades and EMP, so I'll say they have the perfect tools to counter it, but they have to execute it correctly for this to work.
Nades are going to be hard to land though. Out goes the EMP. And this is when the grenade comes through.
The freeze.
So, okay, the freeze.
That should clear the bandits though.
Handy.
Oh, it misses actually. He
Finds
gets
one of them. Souls is going to be able to juggle this quite easily,
he can
I
for
think.
free.
No more nades and no more EMPs left. Faze should have this wall locked up.
Okay, so plan A is kind of cooked here for Secret, and they just spent so much utility for it, right? 3 frag grenades, 2 EMPs, and some X-Kairos. Mind you, even both Twitch drones. So plan B now has to be top square, where you walk up the lobby staircase, but there's all the crossfires looking towards you. And to make matters worse, there is no shield on the side of Secret. There is no switch they can flip and say 3, 2, 1, jump in the buildings. They have to hit their shots and force a gunfight somewhere else, but it's going to be a disadvantageous gunfight for Secret.
I think Secret can do it though. They ban the Izami, which makes stock a lot more vulnerable. Faze can't create that maze and fortress. But it comes down to Secret getting aggressive, and for Doom down below to cause some chaos on these defenders on the bomb side. Noah works perfectly in tandem with Doom to cut down Vidiking from the windows, and a big entry from Mowgli opens up the bomb side for Secret.
He forced his way in. He's cut the bomb side in half, looking for more, but Handy finds Noah elsewhere.
Oh, good reply, Faze come to life, and Mowgli now feels the pressure. The diffuser is down inside of stock, and it comes down to Doom to go and recollect that. He might have to focus up on taking some fights first, though, as he spots Souls for a brief moment. He gets time, and KDS shuts him out. Mowgli will fall, and Faze, out of nowhere, they disrupt the Secret attack, and they fight back again.
Small things. If the diffuser case was somewhere else on the map, you can force a plant and make Faze walk towards you. You hold those angles. Instead, it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse. You gotta go deep in the building once more into unknown territory, pick up the case, walk back towards the bomb site, into those crossfires, then go for a plant, so it's too risky. Secret instead, they look for those kills. But Faze, they play their corners perfectly. And despite what was actually a really good start after wonky use of utility, Faze, they hold on, strong as ever. That is like the 4th wallbang for KDS.
Team Secret needs some of that energy that the crowd is doing their best to deliver right now. 4-1 down on the attacking side. We saw exactly what happened when they lost the first half of Consulate, 2-4. And it was a really miserable end to the map. They were dominated. They ended up salvaging 2 rounds, but 7-4 in a grand final?
Yeah.
That's not good enough. We can make some excuses for Consulate. That was Faze's map pick. Of all the 9 in the pool, Secret didn't even get a ban. Faze took us there. This is where Team Secret wanted to play before they picked any other map.
And they're on attack. It should be a very comfortable position to be in, but the way Faze are playing, they're making it so difficult. There's a yellow beam available. Wallbang misses. It's a bit of a dance back and forth. He's gonna prone the ground. Cyber, he's so good in these positions, but Doom is on 1 HP. Cyber injured. You look how Doom is peeling back, saying, guys, I cannot confirm it. I'm worried about that hatch. Good thinking from Doom. Are they gonna bait it though?
Wow, they are. They're gonna commit to the fight. Vidiking gets aggressive. Handy is there as well.
Good read.
Look at the play from Faze. They get aggressive. They will get Cyber back up again. They spot the drone as well to boot. Team Secret need to take advantage of the gaps that has created from Faze, but they've been too slow.
Gonna miss the drone. They want to get inside the building, but like you said, they cannot take advantage of this bit of pressure because they're all so far away. Had they been closer to the bomb site, maybe a rush was possible, but they were not ready for that play. Faze so quickly to make that decision. That's why they get away with it.
There's info on site for Secret.
They had the intel.
It's just unfortunate. If they had more conviction, if they had more confidence, they could have gone for it when the opportunity, when the gap was there. But instead, now they fight 5v5, 1 player on both sides, low on HP, as Noah begins to get to work on the floor. We need support from Adrian on the horizontal angle. Finish us what was left of Cyber, but another player waits in the wings. It's Handy. He's been quiet here on Bank, and he's finally taken down by Secrets. Doom low HP, but he can still land a big punch. Adrian second for the round, puts Faze in the backseat.
Typical active as well. The little hero Souls is playing from Doom, finally injured on that 1 HP, but here's Vidiking. He has a gap, he has a flank.
Can he find another one? Adrian's dealt so much damage this round. Vidiking knows exactly where he is, and he has an escape route. Doom still on the floor. Savage is just around the corner. He needs to win this fight. Vidiking will fall on back again. June finally back on his feet. Secret have the numbers, but Faze have the HP.
There's still 50 seconds as well. They know Vidiking is off the bomb site, but June goes down.
No!
Top as well, Souls. He locks down the bomb site.
Adrian must step up. Caught between a rock and a hard place, but he finds the first. He's found 3 kills this round. He needs to make it a quartet.
That's the case.
As he starts to plan the diffuser, Vidiking has been a savior for Faze, but can Adrian get a second round on the board for Secret? He's got the long angle and he spots out Vidiking for a brief moment. 1 HP. Adrian's in the 1v1. The flashbang goes out. Vidiking is trapped. And the crowd roars for Adrian. Team Secret have found a lifeline.
You saw the decision making there. He looked towards the hatch. Could I play a post plan safely from above? That little bit of mental pressure. He didn't want the 50-50 gunfight. This is Secret slowly adapting their playstyle to play a bit more safe.
We have some insight from Laxing, one of our analysts. What have you got to say, Lax?
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful round from Adrian to be able to bring that back, but they have to replicate what Faze is doing on their defensive pass. They need to play those trades. Their intuition of knowing what gaps are exposed to be able to play off that once Faze tried to take it, they need to react fast and quick. That's why Faze had such a successful defense, is what you were seeing. Secret could never gain a man advantage. Faze was always ready, adaptive, understanding where they can play off each other, how they can rotate back to one another. That's exactly where Secret needs to find their success on this defensive half, is to be able to play that trade game, and once it gets into that latter half, they have that man advantage.
And I think going into this, there is one operator in particular that Secret have to worry about. And we saw how lethal that operator was indirectly on Consulate. It's gonna be the Monty. Because if you give Monty to FaZe Clan, they can walk in and not give them those free 1v1s and crossfires. Once you can kind of break apart the bomb side. Secret, you said it, James, they bought themselves a lifeline. They're back in the game, only 2 rounds behind. But they need to start strong on the defensive half and have the correct read off the rip. It's no time for adapting and learning from failing. It's about to adapt ahead of FaZe Clan and start winning before you start losing.
Secret might have bought themselves a lifeline, but it cost all their life savings. They need to lock in now on defense, and you're right, that Monty would be deadly, but Secret have gone and banned it out.
And the Grim to follow as well. So the Monty, excellent at gaining map control, execute, and arguably roam clear. But in the Grim, it's all about the bomb site itself, denying you to push in and information.
But what is Vidiking gonna play instead? He has so many operators to choose from.
Flexible. He knows he can play the glass, he knows he can play the Ying. Honestly, I think Vidiking, he's got at least 1 blitz round in him for tonight, but not so far. It's gonna start off with the Ying. You can be with the Candelas like he is right now, or Smokes later on. So he's still gonna be a supportive operator. So it's very important that Vidiking, who has the case, stays alive for the entirety of this round. He is needed for bombs that execute. So we're looking towards Souls, Handy, KDS, as the entries get in the building, gain that map control first. In Secret, they have picked one area of the map that they care about here. They have an extended roam solely in open area. So that's the first battle. You need to roam clear open area. That's where the active defenders are playing from. Secret then have 2 choices. They can fight to the death, or they can fall back, let's say at 1 minute 20 seconds when they've killed a certain amount of drones. There is these small criteria that in their mind, when they achieve one of those criteria, that's time for fallback.
Mowgli has so many keeper barriers in pocket he could use in the late round, but Noah is caught off guard. That's the Fenrir. No more changing which dread mines are active. Savage needs to try and escape with his life. Somehow he dodges the bullets, but he will not escape. FaZe locked down open area and finally finish off Savage. Numbers advantage for FaZe, and they can pick their team captain straight back up again.
Yeah, they can. They cannot confirm Cyber. So Laxing said our Secret have to, get numbers advantage, shut down FaZe Clan. That does not happen here whatsoever. And in this position, it's still technically playable though, right? You got the Tashanga, who can solely lock down the bomb side. You have a C4 and Warden, who heavily counters Vidiking's Ying. But you need to hit a shot. And Doom is looking for this flank, but it's highly risky. If he flanks and dies, you surely will lose the round. By sticking around by the bomb site, you have a low chance, but a chance at winning.
In a late round, that shotgun from Souls is going to be so dangerous in close quarters if he drops straight down one of these hatches. Vidiking looks to go pivot. Is he going to go for one of the rear hatches?
They might split the attack right now. Lobby hatch is open behind him, but he's going to go for execute first. So where he goes should show us the execute. He wants to drop the cases. Okay, so Vidiking will sacrifice himself backside most likely, cause a distraction, then they attack the frontal side. Risky for Faze, but it might just pay off. They're attacking from every single angle at once.
First Candela goes out. Mowgli is under the pump and he's caught. Cyber finishes him off. And he goes deep in the bomb side and Cyber has double up. Faze are flawless. A resounding statement in their opening attack of the half. And the Brazilians, their firepower cannot be matched.
Faze are so good at giving Vidiking space in the server to just make that call. You see him right now talking for the upcoming round as well, what operators he wants, where they're going to be going. He stood in a corner of tellers, looking at the floor, just speaking to his teammates, saying, guys, we have two options here. We can go for a default 5-man server take, you know, on the hatches, whatever, but we lose to a C4, we lose to Shanka, and we're just going to lose the utility. Or we can overwhelm the bomb side. I'm going to drop the bag. I'm just going to, hey, look at me, hey, look at me. Two players together, drop elevator, Souls, diffuser in server. If they look at us, you plant. If they deny the plant, we backstep. There's no way to lose it unless Secret hit every shot in the world, and they didn't. Not a single one. It's a flawless round victory for Faze.
The Europeans getting picked apart. It's not pretty. If you're a Secret fan, it is devastating. Cyber knows exactly how to go deep in moments like that. There aren't a lot of Faze fans in the crowd, but there's just enough for Brazil to have the energy that we expect from their fans. Oh, a very vocal minority.
All right, let's go back 3 minutes into the past. Vidiking is good for one blitz round here tonight. The following round, he's picking up the blitz. They combine that with the glass. 4 smoke grenades in pocket. They are cooking a pocket one-off strat for this attack. Now, when you're seeing this top 4 defense, and I see a blitz, there's only one play in my mind that comes back to me. It's an old G2 rush, where Blitz will rush into janitor door and again play that distraction game. Because if you clear janitors, that opens up the plant inside of CEO. Now, I'm not saying they're guaranteed going to do it, but that is the usual case here for the Blitz operator. So in 60 seconds into the future from now, we have to watch again where Vidiking will go. Him and Glass of Souls, they're getting the ones doing all the action by the bomb side.
The Faze will need to be careful because Team Secret, they've got the Azami and the castle, and they've opened up a lot of extra lines of sight on the objective.
So that's the first step. Peel back the layers. Once they're exposed, then you go fighting. If that goes out, does not find the X-Kairos. So you see Secret are falling back. Note right now, Faze are giving all these run-backs towards Team Secret because they don't want to risk dying before they execute. They need all their guns alive for the 5v5. There is almost no plant denial. There's a singular element of impact grenades, no C4, no smoke, no Tashanga. This Glass and this Blitz can definitely get a job done.
And so the Glass, much swatch over the bomb side as Vidiking forces that plant down.
No C4.
There is no response. Every player alive in the server, and Faze open the equation. They get the plant down, and they dominate Secret for a second round in a row.
My God.
Doom has no hope in hell. As he is targeted, he is cornered, and he is hunted down. Faze Clan are a force to be reckoned with. 6-2 for the second time in the series. Secret have been completely shut out of the game.
They planted right-hand side off the breach, so even if they were to die, they can see it from the skylight on the roof. There's no way to lose that round. The second the plant goes down, they saw the 5 defenders. They recognize they have no way to stop a plant, so let's just plant. It's literally going to be that easy. And the crazy thing is, Vidiking called this strat, picked those operators before the prep phase even started. It was the second they won the round on basement. All right, guys, pick this, pick that. The only attacker repicked 2 operators. They called it before they saw it. That's prep work. They knew what they're going to be up against, and they countered it without even seeing it.
And they're so adaptable mid-rounds.
How do you win this post plan?
It's impossible.
Give Souls a 5v or 1v5, he'll probably still win it.
Brazil is used to seeing their teams dominant, but not this dominant. Faze kicked off their Six Invitational so strongly. But let's not forget what happened against G2 at the end of the group stage. The only match that Faze has lost in the entire tournament was one that essentially didn't matter. They were 7-0'd by G2 and then eventually lost the series. Faze have not found themselves in an elimination match up until this point. until today. Team Secret, they were the Grim Reapers of the lower bracket. 5 elimination games, they survived. And yet it looks like at their final hurdle, they may just lie down without a fight. They need to fire up.
Once again, whenever you're watching Vidiking, watch the player cam in the middle bottom of your screen. He's looking at his teammate in real life, looking away from his own monitor, just talking to him. Screen peeking, okay, you're seeing that, let's do this. He breaches the wall and then looks back at his teammate. Vidiking is barely playing the game in the server. He's playing the game from outside. Again, just making the shots happen. Rotating his teammates correctly. The value of a good, solid IGL. Yet he's on 6 kills and 4 losses. He's been getting in the action too. That is the craziest, the scariest version of this guy. Because Vidiking can often go, let's say, 0-5, and Faze are destroying their opponent. They're destroying their opponent, and Vidiking is also getting kills.
Vidiking is living rent-free in Secret's heads at the moment.
He's reading like a book.
The way he has predicted every one of these rounds, his calls have always led to Secret running from behind. Doom holds on upstairs. He's got the Wamai to try and protect himself from projectiles. And now he's being tracked by the Deimos, but that means he knows where Cyber is as well.
Yeah, what they need here from Faze is one grenade to move Doom from that corner, or Noah rather, and then catch him from the window repels. But the thing is, the grenade's not in the right location, none left from Cyber, and Souls is way too far away to make any sort of assistance happen. So they make a call, they break the cancel barricade, they apply so much pressure onto Noah. He doesn't know where this attack is coming from.
As always, Faze so hard to predict. Savage does find the opening kill. Handy's looking for a response.
Oh, the flick!
What a flick from Handy! He looks for a second one tucked away in the corner. He knows exactly where Savage is, and one bullet will put him down. But Handy is low HP himself. Team Secret, they fall back. They don't want to over-contest.
That's it. Reset the round. I think Faze are pretty happy with this because with Handy being so low on health, he is afraid of that one stray bullet. So instead, they go back to execute, right? Break the floor, drop the hatch.
It's too dangerous. A very unusual mistake from Vidiking. Straight into Mowgli's waiting arms. But the job's not done yet for Secret. Souls has been in control.
Not like this.
Another kill for Faze. Mowgli and Savage on the edge of their seats.
Oh, he catches him.
Savage holds down the fort on the bomb site. He must stand tall now. 2 kills to find, and Faze have no diffuser.
10 seconds.
Souls has to make his way forward. But he goes down to 1 HP. Oh, but Handy secures the kill. And the reigning world champions have set the stage for a clean sweep in the grand final.
It can't be. It shouldn't be. Regardless of what side you're on, Secret or Faze Clan, we need this grand final. We need to see Secret fight in them and, push back against Faze. They were so strong in the lower bracket. They ran the gauntlet with so much confidence. They take out Falcons, denying them at grand finals on home soil, to fall 0-2 in maps, to not even fighting back on either of them. This third map, they have to play at their absolute highest level, and even if they do, that's only matching Faze.
7-4 wasn't good enough on the first map. 7-2 is a damn embarrassment. Secret need to fire up on map 3 after this.
Zil would joke about how strong is Faze Clan's bank. Now we see it, but also Secret commit a lot of mistakes that you paid really close attention to. What were them?
Então, eu acho que eles estão sentindo um pouco da pressão de estar jogando a final do Invi e estão repetindo bastante coisa, então ainda tá fácil a leitura, eu acho que é isso.
They're feeling the pressure of being in the main stage of the Six Invitational. They're also being very repetitive, and we can easily read them.
Well, Secret's bank might be strong. It seems that here, Faze's bank is stronger. They end this incredible run of Secret. 17 games in a row they've won. Now they fall short just here. And I want to talk about one round in particular, because there is round 8 is showing us a big difference in regards of the class that we're seeing from both these teams.
I think it's a perfect example to show how stale Secret have been during that matchup. I mean, it was a great victory for FaZe. And if you look at that round 8, it's a classic execute. They breach the wall, the Blitz will send the smokes. There is the Lion scan, he goes for the plant. Do you see any reaction from Secret? No one is moving. No one is moving. The plant goes down, and when they choose to move, it's all done. The diffuser has been planted. Everyone is holding the cover. There is no chance for them. A flawless round, and before that, Blacks, another flawless round.
Yeah, I mean, the round prior, what we saw is they used all 3 minutes. They got the 2 picks in the early round, then they were understanding of what they needed to do. And they understood, 1, go down blue, 1, drop site hatch, the other go down main stairs. Candela's being thrown into vault while another player pushes from elevator. And it really just goes to show how well they have an understanding where they can switch that tempo, how they're going to constrict the site, and why Secret can't replicate any bit of success from any previous series that they've had thus far at Invite.
Now that take we just saw and we highlighted in round 8 isn't something crazy, I feel like. We've seen it many times before. Faze just executed so flawlessly, and it seems like Secret might be crumbling under the pressure.
We are watching the weight of this pressure crush Secret, and they are not trusting each other. They're not trusting the strategy. They're making decisions that are costing them rounds, while FaZe sit back and wait for the rounds to fall into their lap. And we see it all throughout the series, but on round 5, where Mowgli goes for an aggressive play, thinking he has a positional advantage. He gets the first pick. He's calling for his teammates to help, but at this point, Secret is too far away. They can't assist. They try their best to get there, but the trap is already set. FaZe have Handy watching over the CEO window, Cyber assisting, KDS holding for stock windows, Souls in assistance to help both sides. And it's set. Even though Secret try to be able to come to help, at this point it's too late. They can't catch up with Mowgli. Noah goes to jump into the window. He is taken down by Handy. Over on stock side, we see Savage try to come in to help Mowgli, but KDS is there to take him down, and they don't get aggressive. FaZe fall back again to hold crossfires. They're watching over by Long Desk. Souls is watching lobby again because they understand that Mowgli is going to push. He's calling for his teammates to help, but they can't get there fast enough. And as Mowgli becomes the last player alive, he realizes that everybody has fallen behind him. And now we know that FaZe are in the driver's seat. FaZe is waiting for map 3, and so are we. So we'll go back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Fox. And I want to look forward to map 3 as well. I feel like we need anything that could give Secret some hope on this map. What do we feel like we need to see from Secret going into Fortress?
I mean, the reality of Fortress is it's heavily defender-sided, and they will start in defense, so that is already a good sign. I'm trying to find some optimism.
I was about to say, you're a little bit of copium there.
I'm trying to find some optimism here. The second thing I will say is, at this point, back against the wall, you have nothing to prove. If they need to throw away the strats, throw away the strats.
You have to.
Just play like a ranked team. At this point, anything to reset and disrupt the machine of FaZe. Because, like you said before, right now, there is nothing to stop them. They play methodically, perfect, step by step. There is not a single gap to exploit. One way to do that is just to play disruptive. Play in a weird way. Play weird operators, play rank, have fun on the stage. Whatever it takes, something new needs to happen.
No, I mean, you have nothing to lose at this point. There's nothing that you need to prove that you already haven't proved. The fact that you're here, the fact you're battling the current world champions here already speaks a lot into their play. But I think at best, if things aren't working, strats aren't working, go on the unorthodox. Play a very disruptive style of Siege. As you're saying, bring different operators that you're not used to seeing. Bring in Caveira. Try to get in their head. Go for those aggressive plays very early on. But again, Secret needs to find that momentum. The crowd needs to hype them up. They need to play off that, because if they can't get it done here, all their hopes and dreams are ending.
like the good old bathtub shot we keep seeing on Fortress, so people hide the operators inside the bathtub. We kind of need to see that, right? Because what Fox was saying as well, it seems like Secret at the moment aren't trusting each other, and that to me is quite concerning because they seem like an actual team. They seem like they have fun with each other, and we're seeing nothing of that on stage right now.
Yeah, I don't see that emotion at all. I feel like these guys are missing it. I think that they need help a little bit from the crowd. Paris, pour Secret, un peu d'énergie, s'il vous plaît. They need something. They need some hope, and it needs to come from the crowd, from the coach, Twister, and from the rest of the players.
I mean, I've said this, when you're in these moments when it seems like all odds are against you, one player has to come alive. One player has to have that round that everyone can get that momentum, build off of it, and carry it into the round after next, until it's the map one, then carry that momentum into the next game. But again, it starts off one single round that instills hope.
One thing around, hope is a dangerous thing as well. Can Secret bounce back in this matchup? We'll send it to Ian on stage.
Thank you very much. And look, I'm on stage with a very unique point of view right now.
Ian, are you vlogging? We're working, we're on stage.
I'm kind of vlogging right now. Paris, how are you doing? You good? Tout le monde? Not great, I don't think, because look, FaZe Clan are one map away from potentially ending this grand final. But we need the Secret fans to blow the roof off this place right now.
Oui, absolutely. Paris, on a besoin de vous. Secret a besoin de vous. Ian va lancer le drone et j'ai besoin de toute votre énergie. Go!
Paris, it's map 3. Are you ready?
Hey, for Team Secrets, 0-2 down in the grand final is not where they expected to be.
No, it's not.
But for FaZe Clan, they are just one map from doing what's never been done before. To go back-to-back, win 2 SIs, same organization, exact same roster. Hey, Pengu, they'd even be one-upping you.
They would be. And that's where this is bittersweet, because I feel like it's about time that someone with certainty overtakes that legacy. But also, mind you, FaZe Clan were a single round away for this being a three-peat. Something that not even we did back in our heyday.
That's exactly right. Back in Sao Paulo, their hearts were broken.
They were.
They had every chance before them. They had 5 championship points over Furia, and yet they could not get it done. Come a year later, and it was a beautiful chance for Handy to then do back to what his brother did to him. Now FaZe find themselves 2 maps up in this series.
But it's not over yet.
It's never over.
There is still some belief here in the crowd, but it has to start with Secret showing up. What better map than Fortress? A map that there is no defined meta. There's no Vidiking with 10 years of experience playing for so goddamn long, so many goddamn times. No chance where FaZe Clan, they don't have a good record on it. It's a brand new map. Anything can happen here.
It doesn't get much better than this. A Six Invitational grand final. The opportunity for a team to make history. After all, that's what we're here for. Fortress is the battleground. It could start here for Secret, or it could end here for FaZe Clan. The Kings must defend their crown here at the Six Invitational in Paris.
The big thing for me here is what side of the strategical book will Secret start on? Is it gonna be the good old stable, we're gonna swing before they execute, we're not gonna allow them anywhere near the bomb side? Or will it be, okay, we're down 0-2, let's start playing a bit more calculated, a bit smarter, a bit safer in the server? It's such a hard question to answer if you're a player from Secret though. When your back's against the wall, are you gonna choke? Are you gonna lash out? And with Fortress still being so undefined, there's so much up in the air, right? There's a very high chance we'll see something that we've not seen just yet. An operator pick, a bomb set execute, a way into the building. Secret is still smiling for now. I think they've had that classic talk when you're down 0-2. Guys, we got nothing to lose.
It's
We're
all
here
on
to
them.
play.
It is all on them. I have a confession to make. Last night, into the early hours of the morning, I was playing table tennis with Joom from Team Secret.
So you're the reason why they're losing.
No, Joom told me every single match, he has played here at the tournament, especially through that lower bracket. He's been playing table tennis until the early hours of the morning beforehand, and he's pretty good, I got to add. And I was playing doubles with him. We were playing against the Aussie casters, and we were down like, what, 6-something? We were down pretty bad, right?
Okay.
Not too dissimilar to where Secret find themselves right now. And I made some offhanded remark, and June put me out and said, no.
5 seconds.
Round by round, point by point. That's all that matters. That's a winner's mentality.
So did you come back?
And we did come back.
Oh.
We did eventually lose the series, but it went to a third.
So can Secret fight one map at a time? Because just getting one on the board, avoiding that awful 0-3, that also counts as something. And when you're playing in a big stage like this, with a big crowd supporting you, you want to play for as long as possible, win or lose.
How good is the Team Secret mental? How good is the Faze mental? We know that they want to choke occasionally when they have everything before them. Fortress is a beautiful place to kick off this third and potentially final map. Team Secret on the defensive side. And our studio alluded to the fact that that may be an advantage for them. You're not so convinced.
I think this map will definitely favor towards attack the longer we see it in play. I think there are so many ways to pick it apart, much like Clubhouse, where once you have your step 1, step 2, and 3, and follow through those, there are so few ways to win as a defender, so few win conditions to utilize. Faze, they want that step 1 to be very easy. We saw that exterior breach on the small box that just appeared. They banned the Kaid and the Bandit. That means no wall deny against those Selma charges. Mute jammers don't stop those anymore. That means they can put more focus towards both the bombs that execute later on and more upon the road clear, not having to deal with those Electro Bros operators.
Entry opportunity, handy. Needs to commit to the fight, but he's feeling the pressure even through the smoke. Wow, ballsy, does he go for it? The water will contest and the glass will go down. Secret cannot restabilize. Faze have gone big in this opening. They found just about every single kill. June, big headshot. But he has to find every one of them. Andy low HP as June makes his way forward. The bomb site is being flooded with angry Brazilians as the Blackbeard spotted. June worried about his back. He wipes off the head of Vita King. Looks for another. But Handy and KDS together will clutch up big time for Faze. Team Secret are given no quarter.
I saw the players from Faze smile right when that first round booted up. And I was thinking, they're feeling confident about this going 3-0. No, they were thinking, we're gonna do something that we're not known to do. We're gonna play extremely quickly in the server. It was literally a Selma charge, walk up a staircase, drop down with the glass, and just work that bomb site rotate immediately. That was a rotate made by Team Secret in a soft wall, and FaZe Clan, uncharacteristically, they will just more or less rush the bomb site. Clearly catching Secret off guard, rather, because they're not used to it. This is FaZe changing the pace 3 maps deep into a very one-sided grand finals. That's scary.
It's terrifying. Team Secret, don't dwell too much on the problems of that first round. They move bomb sites.
Yeah, as you should, I think. Just to kind of reset the mental and get the creative juices flowing, as we say. What operators we play, guys? Okay, what strategy? Because there's so much openness still, right? Now, this map, I think it works very similar to, like I said, Clubhouse in some ways and Chalet and others. There's, generally speaking, 2 primary attacks on every bomb side for the vast majority of those rounds. Of course, it's going to be a one-off niches pocket strats. You're going to have a direct attack. We just saw that on the other bomb side. Or you can have the roam clear. And it's funny because it works in opposition. A direct attack here would be attacking where Mowgli is right now, right here. Vending machine, exterior breach, and the mirror window. And if you want to do an overtake with the roam clear, you actually just start the round where the last one finished over in office and bathrooms. So almost every single team we see is very much one or the other. The middle of the building and the verticality have not really been fully explored just yet. So it's a little bit linear, but not in a bad way.
What?
But June falls Cyber way too early in the round. That's the roam clear right now, and FaZe actually doing both things at once, going for the overtake, that's what Cyber is, while still applying pressure by the bomb side with the other players. June was just going up lobby stairs.
Was he roaming or was he flanking?
Well, that's a good question, but either way, he is dead. Flanking too early, roaming too far apart from his teammates. And you see FaZe cutting the map in half right now, suffocating Secret from so many different positions and denying them information. There's no Valkyries, there's no Echo, there's not even any trap operators besides the Vidya who's dead. So Secret have no idea where people are or what they're up against.
It's clear to see who holds the advantage, not just in the series, but in the round as well. The pressure continues to mount. Handy needs to be shut down. It's up to Noah to finish him off, but he does. But he can't get back to side safely. A Kiva barrier goes out, and he looks to retreat downstairs, away from his team.
They're giving up the first layer, that meeting wall, so they fall back, reinforce the locker. Now they're playing by the bombs. That's all they have to work with. Remind you, there's one problem right now. Noah is stuck a floor beneath the bomb site, below that central staircase. And walking up the stairs, that's going to make a lot of sound. Maybe if Adrian swings together with him, they can make a play possible. On the other side, Faze Clan, they're just setting up. They're breaching the walls by the bomb site, they're getting Assad caught off the rotations, and when they find a gap here, they can either force a plant by running deep into the bomb site with those flashbangs, or simply cut it off and just wait for them to swing.
Plenty of time on the clock here for Faze, and a big entry from KDS! He goes big for a double! Noah has everything to do! He starts it with one, but Souls looks to confirm that plant. He needs to find the seconds! But Vita King shuts him out of it, and Faze Clan continue dominating!
You can definitely tell in the side of Secret, the confidence is no longer there. They're swinging in the 1v4s, and they get a kill or two, but it's too late. You've already lost the round. They keep losing early engagement. They're not there to support each other. Faze are picking them apart one by one. June was technically flanking, walking up that lobby stairs, but they are waiting for him, watching. Then they're hiding by the bomb site in various corners, but KDS, they allow him to swing inside the breach. Isolating one by ones again, instead of forcing the fight 2v1 outside. It feels like Secret, they need someone in the serve to step and say, guys, I'm gonna take control, follow my lead, let's play together.
For the youngest team in the tournament, we need somebody to turn to for leadership for Team Secret. But this is the first grand final of a Six Invitational, or a major for that matter, for all of these young players.
Yeah.
The most experienced is Mowgli, and he's only 23 years old.
Now,
Who does the buck stop with on Team
Twister is
Secret?
sitting behind them, right? He can call one tag timeout when they need him the very most. And Twister right now is giving his players so much attention on, you can figure it out on your own. You don't need me just yet. But we're only 1 or 2 rounds away from Twister having to step in and try and figure it out with the boys. But once you call that tag timeout, there's no more help from Twister. So he wants to hold on to it for as long as humanly possible, but he's gonna call it before this map is over. I guarantee that.
Last year, Faze Clan struggled in the first map against Falcons in the grand final. They ended up winning the series 3-1, but they will push deep. We haven't seen Secret do the same yet.
So Mowgli is fishing downstairs. A clear call has been made, right? Play the trap operators, the Thorn and the Ella. It gives you information in very specific areas where you put down that utility. Then they're playing Doom on the Solace, who can also do the same thing. Look where people are joining from. Look where the push is coming, because they recognize Faze Clan, they push with intel. They push with the drones. So Doom with the communication right can say, guys, this area is clear, but watch over there instead. Then when they have that information, they can make a decisive play.
Oh, wow.
Doom, if you drop here, it's dangerous. There's a player waiting for you right around the corner. He has a drone. Faze, they see so much off the map.
The information in abundance for Faze. They know that patience is a virtue that continues to hit them a payday. And Savage finds one. Mowgli looks to try and help out, but he's caught off guard by KDS. Faze restabilize immediately after losing the opening engagement. Vita King on the verge of finding one.
Big.
But Adrian, SI debutant, rips his head clean off.
So important that Smoke stays alive and plant the dial later on. 2 Razor Blooms in pocket of Savage. Gotta toss those down right now and figure out, okay guys, if they walk in this door, you hear the Razor Bloom. That's again information. So they're gonna play 3 people by the bomb site playing together. Doom looking for a late round flank either upstairs or downstairs. Because he's the Solace, he can see exactly which one is going to be clear. And he has a good read. Cyber with a flashbang, trying to force that jump down and they 2v1 him. But the thing is, Doom never dropped. He has the better read.
But I think Faze is suspicious of his position.
Oh, they know.
They know exactly where he is. The drone comes through and confirms it. Doom, how does he get out of this? Or does he just look to
2v1.
waste time? Cyber coming up from one side, Handy behind him. Handy spots him first and strikes true. But meanwhile, Savage has torn away another layer. It's KDS with Diffuser in hand that will fall on the bomb site.
It is. But here comes the Smoke Babes. Stall out one angle and hold the other. Work together 3v2.
Oh,
2v2 all of a sudden.
A big entry from Handy. He had a nuclear Consulate.
He's right
Will
there.
he check the corner? No! He finds Noah! He brings them back into the conversation. Adrian cannot find a damn thing! Handy has been the savior of Faze. Tonight, he decided to go big, and Faze Clan continue to roll Secret over. 3 rounds in a row on the final map.
And they're stuck in corners. In that 3v2, they're all picking one corner, watching nothing basically. They're scared in the server. Not wanting to fight, not wanting to take that risk. Instead getting swung 2v1. Faze doing such a good job at isolating time and time. And here it comes, Twister, tag timeout.
Is more to just play more of these late rounds out of resources, or you guys want to bring more intel and actually bring the game onto them? Because you guys are getting the opening picks over there, even once you guys are making the play. Savage got the guy outside of the breach, right? And then we got to like another kill over there as well. I think like this is the way that we have to recover the confidence, you know? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, fuck it, because otherwise we'll be sitting on site, just waiting for them to play on us, and it's not good, you know? Like if you guys want to play, just make sure that we have resources for that, and go for it. I trust you guys, and you guys should trust yourselves as well. Okay?
Yeah, looking good, guys. If we can adopt more info now, maybe. Like, playing solis, maybe Jum.
Let's fucking go. Let's go. Come on.
So, there it is from Twister. He took the tag timeout. That was his 60 seconds of help to the boys, and it was very much a case of, guys, we need to start fighting back and playing the game. Otherwise, we're gonna die in the bomb site in those corners. Exactly what happened. You mentioned playing information. That can be your Echo, your Valkyrie, your Sodas, etc. But the most important thing is fighting back and not just bleeding out slowly and having an embarrassing into a round where you don't get anything done. And he said, we played, we tried, and worst case, it's good enough, because it's better than dying with no fight in us. But how do you actually gain that confidence, right? It comes from somebody. Again, we're talking about being delusional. We can fight back, we're better, don't worry about it, guys. But it's very important that someone can keep saying that as a player in the server after this tag timeout and keep echoing what Twister was saying.
And for me, it comes down to 2 players on Team Secret. It comes down to their in-game leader and their captain, Savage.
Yeah.
He needs to be the one to step up. And it also comes down to the one who's playing in front of his home crowd. Mowgli has played more Six Invitationals, more majors than anyone else on his team. He's been here time and time again, and he knows what it's like to have a heartbreaking end to a tournament. It happened far too often in the Wolves days.
Yes, it did. Every single time, in fact.
But Mowgli is not just the most experienced player on the team, he's also the most aggressive, the most fiery, and the most emotional.
But the most punished, right? And as we say, emotional. We saw him early Consulate. He's dominating Faze, making plays, having the correct read. And Faze go, nah, you don't know what you're doing, kid, sit down. And then Moke doesn't find a single kill for, what, 5 rounds or something like that? And they completely counter him. Now in the 3rd game, on Forge's 1st map, Mowgli is 0-3. He doesn't know how to take these fights against Faze because not one guy he's fighting the whole goddamn team. There's 4 drones watching you, red pinging you, 2 people shooting you, a flash being tossed on out. Faze Clan are taking these fights with more than just guns. And it's why these gunfights have been so one-sided. Here's a 50-50 though. Handy low on health, good swing from Doom, and Noah finds KDS as well.
Big response here from Team Secret. They needed a breath of fresh air as they look to snuff Faze out of this round. Wow, that's an angle, a hell of a lot of damage, and yeah, a very new map. I didn't even know that that floor was soft.
It didn't look soft on my screen, but hey.
Credit to Cyber, he's done his homework. The Savage peels on back, reinforcing back over that wall into the objective and fortifying the 5 versus 3 that Secret have garnered for themselves.
There's one thing that's scary for me here, and I like to see that they're playing aggro in the hallway of 90 right now. Doom and Savage together. We cannot have them playing corners in the 5v3. They need to pick an area and hold the crossfires and keep forcing those 2v1s using Toxic Babes, Elements, and Valkyrie cameras. If you give too much space for Faze Clan, you're giving them a way back into this round. But Doom and Savage, who are playing together, are both low on health. So they have to be very careful. One stray bullet will injure one of these 2 players.
Never count out Faze. It could be a 2v5, it could be a 1v5, and I still wouldn't count out Faze.
Setting up sequential breach.
No team has had the level of dominance and consistency of this roster. 3v5 is not an easy position to be in though, as the fire extinguisher will keep Faze at bay for another moment. The air jab's nice though, I'm not sure it's been heard, and Noah's actually gonna get caught off guard! No. They find 2 picks, and Faze have unlocked the gates. Team Secret are back on the ropes again.
It's off the air jabs, off the flash grenade and the grenade itself. But here we go. It's a player ratting in the bathtub. That could make the difference. This is Mowgli.
Risky business for Mowgli.
It's his moment.
His position. This is your moment,
1, 2.
And the crowd will roar for the Frenchman. Cyber has everything for him to do, but June just needs to survive. Mowgli was gifted an opportunity, and he will not back down.
The timer being low enough for the rat play to work, but how that started from a 5v3 into a 3v3, an air jab, a flashbang, and a grenade completely turned the tide in favor of Faze. Had they cleared that one corner, had Mowgli not been there, that's a Faze round victory. That's how small the margins are right now for a Secret dub, and they need many more of them. Now, the deck spoke about the map being defender favored. I don't personally believe so, even if the stats right now imply it. I genuinely do believe as teams get better and better at attacking this, and they do that very quickly, this will flip. There's a very real chance here that Secret, come side swap, can make a real map out of Fortress. And with how Faze are attacking, I mean, you see how difficult it is in the server for Secret players. When to fight, when to fall back. There are so many small mini decisions constantly happening. The crowd gives some more love to their favorite team. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse. But it's not always enough just to have the crowd. You have to, again, as I keep saying, you gotta have that one thing in the server echoing the same things. Play together, play in the room, let's fight, let's mess them up, let's give them something. Don't just fall back and give the map space for free. Remember what Twister said. Keep echoing it round by round and build that confidence round by round.
Secret are a fiery team, and their youthfulness is their strength, but it can also be their biggest weakness. We need them alive, we need them firing up, we need their energy. This is not a team that's gonna win on strategy, this is a team that will win by ego-peaking their opponents. It's hard to do when you're going up against a team like Faze. Cyber makes his way forward, AK in hand. He has no fear of the Keeper barrier. As he looks for rotation holes, a spray through the soft wall. No one there, ready to receive.
Secret appealing back a little bit early. If you look at the timer, 1 minute 55, and I said the central area of the map, not all that common, but Handy finds himself on that central staircase. Takes out the barbed wire, cuts the map in half now, cutting off one rotation back towards the bomb site. Has to worry about his own flank, of course. A Faze clan very quickly getting a ton of different map control. So if it comes down to a 5-5 by the bomb side, it's gonna be a scary time for Secret. They need a kill. Doom goes hunting down below, but Handy has a perfect read on his location. The call comes out for verification.
This is gonna give up Doom's position. No two ways about it, he has to fall back. Handy will take out the camera, bleed a little bit more information away from the Europeans. Handy's entire job at the moment is just to keep an eye on Doom down below, and he's doing it just fine.
That's it, they're trading 1-for-1, but Noah Samak is in the action. Assists Doom, takes down Handy. Noma Dogabi, but he can get C4 as well. There's some life to this team of Secret.
A big Nitro as well, doesn't get shot, doesn't get blown. Cyber throwing flashbangs to the perfect ingredient, but Mowgli's the warden. He can look to re-peek, but Cyber finds him regardless.
They got the mirror window.
Job's not done. There's a mirror window staring Cyber in the face. Souls though drops down below.
Hello.
45 seconds, he'll have to go and rejoin his teammate, but a big lock-up from June. They know exactly where Souls is, down below. The gas keeps him at bay. It's gonna be a second round here for Secret. Souls has nowhere to go, no choices, and just 30 seconds to play.
What can you do with your Souls? You wait for them to come to you because they want that kill, Savage! A big swing from the captain, a big round for the team, and everyone playing together, fighting. The big moment in that one is when Doom is in danger downstairs. Just 1v1ing Handy off sound cues, but Noah steps up and supports his teammate at 2v1. that enables a C4 from Doom shortly after taking down Vidiking. These small victories turn to big victories. 2-3, still in favor of Faze, but this could be a tied half in 3 minutes' time.
Every comeback starts with 1 round. Secret now have 2. And you're right, the half is still up for grabs.
Very much so.
Moving into the second, like you said, attack can bear fruit for good teams, good Fortress teams.
Ooh.
But it comes down to who adopts the new maps, who puts their creative brains to work.
No, we love Twister. Love the hammer too. Also, I didn't really see this till now, but the cloth has been removed, the hammer revealed.
I don't know what's more tempting for any prospective champion here at SI, to raise the hammer or to don the cloth like a cape. You feel like Superman, especially if Faze are to fly through this 3-0. A result we haven't seen for many, many years. Last year, of course, it was a 3-1. The year before that, a 5-mapper. It's been a very long time since we saw a 3-map grand final at the Six Invitational. Faze Clan have been so dominant today. They're even on track to have the most dominant Six Invitational grand final of all time if they can put Secret away here on Fortress. But there's absolutely no question the Europeans are going to get everything they've got.
You have to. And as I said, they've hit that point now where backs against the wall, we're here to play, nothing else matters, just give it our all. There's nothing to worry about if you're Secret. Faze Clan are supposed to win this hammer to begin with. Secret are underdogs, they came into this thing, they won't make the grand finals, but they did. They want to beat Faze Clan, and currently they aren't, but if they start, that small bit of hope, it starts to grow in the back of their minds, and Faze start doubting themselves because they have faced the grand final before where they should have won but didn't. This could feel similar. This round for Faze Clan will be very important for the mental side of that here for Fortress. Vikings on the blitz, looking to get active. I was wrong earlier when I said he's good for 1 blitz round tonight. He's good for 2
He'll
blitz
commit
rounds
to
tonight.
it. He also spots Doom on the retreat. The roam game is being flushed away. Amazing damage though from Doom with that SMG-11. Half of Vidiking's HP is ripped away.
We see how much more dynamically Secret are playing. They're right on their heels, right behind them, looking for that flank play. See the Ram Boogie drone. There's so much noise in the server. Where did this player go?
There he is. Cyber will fall. Immediately replied through the wall from Souls. As the blitz continues to terrorize the top floor. Faze have gotten to work. Cyber might have gone down, but he's already activated those boogie drones. He's already enabled the vertical game for Faze to put the pressure down below onto Secret.
Careful, Savage, with the fallback. They're watching those, they're cutting things off. In the window, but against the DMR. Doesn't want it. Souls, he finds one, but they get shot down.
Noah springs to life, traded by Handy.
There's the swing.
Deep in the bomb site, another will fall. Adrian and Savage look to lock up the bomb site as KDS needs to recover the case. 1v2, DMR in hand, and every tool he needs to get the job done. 2 smokes to work with. There's also 2 gas for Adrian.
Yep. They're gonna flip those Fenrir mines to new locations. Now they can play together and play the timer 25 seconds. KDS has to go for a plant of force a gunfight. They can simply just keep peeling back and surrender bomb site control.
Can he bait one fight out with his smoke grenades? He doesn't even use them. He sneaks between the 2 players. But Savage has got his number! 3 rounds in a row! The half is done and Secret have brought it back!
Stark contrast of a difference there from the first time they went downstairs to that final round. No more hiding in corners, waiting for Faze to execute. No more peeling back the layers. It was about hunting down your opponent. Savage, Doom, top floor, go 1-for-1, fall back towards the bomb site, and then 3-2-1 swing together. Utilize numbers advantage, utilize good timing and tempo. Faze Clan go on to defense, and I guess we'll have to see, is this going to be an attacker or defender-sided Fortress? Secret go on to what can be the more difficult side, mentally speaking, of attack, but they do so on a 3-round win streak with a ton of confidence to boot.
That's exactly right. It's not just about what side we're playing, it's about who holds the momentum. And Secret finally believe that it's possible. The crowd finally believes that there's a way back into it. Only one time in history have we seen a comeback from 0-2 in a Six Invitational Grand Final.
And it's a challenging one at that.
8 years on, is the dream possible? Or is it just that, a dream for Secret and for Europe?
Attackers have located a bomb. 5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers ejected initiative to use the bomb.
FaZe Clan have opted for the multi-ban. Something I was a bit critical of going way back to the beginning on Consulate. Blackbeard, in my mind, is the biggest spearhead for Secret, and they brought it in this very first round. They target banned the Deimos. But again, they're leaving up a very important operator, and June will be on that. Secret themselves almost followed the same footsteps of FaZe. They ban out the Bandit because wall denial, and then the mirror windows because those mirror windows will stop a push very quickly and force you onto something like the Ash or the Verticality, the Kali, and it's really slowing down those takes.
FaZe love their mirror.
Yeah, they do. They love their setups, creating big obstacles, big problems.
But they also love that Azami, and we've seen so much of it in this series. Cyber will be donning that very powerful operator now, but it's Savage who's the first in the building for Secret. He gets aggressive with the Dokkaebi. SMG 12 in hand. He's mounting the pressure on FaZe.
Oh, June! They can't get the wall reinforced. There's a big gap also by the bomb side. That means FaZe, they lose a layer. And they lose all the map control, but the side itself immediately.
Look at the way the Brazilians quickly try and retrieve, but KDS has been spotted! June goes nuclear on the Blackbeard, and he's hungry for more as well. An opportunity from Mowgli, but threading the needle. Cyber brings one back as the Frenchman hits the floor.
They can go for a plant here, but they're waiting out the gas, resetting the round. Adrenaline too high right now. So in 10 seconds time, give the case maybe to June and Blackbeard, escort that case in, go for a plant and just play for cover. They know FaZe Clan are eager for a fight and lashing out. They're constantly peeking all these various angles. Secret are resetting. Oh, he gets shot to keep that, but a good trade happens. No!
Immediately Handy fights back. And it's Savage. 1v2 opportunity. This isn't just a deficit. This is a chance to prove himself. SMG 12 in hand, and he knows exactly where Vidiking is. He EMPs the bulletproof camera and sneaks around on the backside. But I think Vidiking has the read, and this crossfire is so potent. The FaZe Clan Handy doesn't need to peek. Savage might be able to go for a plant. He fakes it, but immediately finds one! A reply from Vidiking. And the crowd is silenced in Paris as FaZe regain the lead.
But it shows what Secret are capable of. The fast entry, the counterplay, but then they don't get that full reset. Again, they're baiting out the Toxic Babes, playing passively the hallway, and then they're gonna start walking in again, but then it all fell apart. There's a player in Horror's door, that's a 1v1, he lost it. June walking into side, got flanked, lost that gunfight as well. Back to a 2v2, it falls apart so quickly, but look at how it started. Right when Souls started reinforcing the wall to get the first, June swings the hallway for a second, and then I think they pulled the trigger a little bit too early. Mind you, they're walking into Ela mines. 3 of the 4 deaths was to an Ela Grisma debuff into a lost gunfight. You could just play for plant. Sometimes Secret have to think about that planting is a possibility and not just going for kills.
Championships are won and lost in these core moments. We have some insight from one of our analysts. Laxing, what have you got to say?
Yeah, Pangu, I think you said it best right there. I mean, that round should have been in their favor. I mean, June was doing so good at getting those 2 picks. They had the man advantage. It's Mowgli over-aggressing. There was no reason for it, because if you think about it, if he holds that angle on that door, no one's able to swing from it. June's able to take that control. They need to realize in these moments, not just them, but Savage. He's the IGL. He understands the win condition. He knows what needs to happen in those moments. Everyone needs to pause. They need to hit a reset, and then we start seeing that momentum shift, and they can build on it and get these rounds into their favor.
Thank you so much, Laxing. We've said it ourselves too. Savage has really been the name that we talk so much about, right? As the RGL. Same story for Vidiking on the side of FaZe. The amount of value and impact you can have as a player in the server when you have the respect of your teammates. It is game defining. Vidiking sits very comfortably on the Clash at this moment, where he once more can take his own brain out of the 1v1 gunfights and onto the bigger picture. The chessboard, the moving pieces, the back and forthness. C4 very much missed, but he hears a player lingering below. perhaps 2.
Oh, Simon's being hunted, but he finds the first kill and is hungry for more. The Blackbeard mounts his attack. It's a bait, and Doom locks in the kill. Restabilizing. Secret need more.
Get those phones hacked. Get a bit of information. Wherever Viking is on the clash, Savage cannot go into that direction. That electrification of the shield will keep bashing his shield away, making Savage vulnerable. So it's really gonna be about where Viking is. He's actually going on the offense by the looks of it, walking down the hallways, looking for the roamers, saying, oh guys, it might be a horizontal take beneath us. They're not really upstairs right now. Secret are rotating. They're back upstairs after hacking the cameras down below with that opening pick. Playing close together is going to be vital for them. Again, take it step by step. Breach the walls, get by the bomb site, and I think very important if a Secret late round, they need to have a backstabber. Someone has to apply pressure, not just from the front, but everybody else. And that's probably going to have to be Doom and Dokkaebi.
And even more so, they're going to need that backstab because of the clash available. But Noah catches off. And out of position Handy. And looks for a little bit more. The breach on the wall. Immediately, Souls is spotted on out. Mobley goes for a repeat. Big headshot. A second will not follow as Noah finds one. KDS on 1 HP. Doom and Noah need to mount this attack. And they do. Secret will battle until Faze tear it out of their hands.
A very important round victory for Secret. You can argue they should have won the last one as well. This could have been a 5-3, but instead we're dead even on 4-4. Every end round clutch, every final kill, a sigh of relief from Team Secret. And for FaZe Clan, this is just the very beginning of the Grand Finals because they can afford to lose a map, they can afford to throw around. They've already gotten so far ahead of their opponent. But there is that small glimpse back to the past when they should have won the hammer against WCM/Furia roster and didn't. And when you start throwing some of these rounds and feel like it's slipping away, there could be that small bit of doubt. Secret need to maintain the pressure and not allow FaZe too much breathing room.
Because FaZe keep getting the first kill. They keep
doing it.
That bloody little moment where Secret thinks they have the advantage. They corner Cyber, they hunt him down, and yet he still gets away with 1 kill.
That's it.
The man that many people believe should be in this grand final. Secret took Shaiko's spot against FaZe, and now they must prove that it was worth it. That Europe sent their best contender into the grand final.
Might have sent their very best, but is the best enough up against Brazil? Up against one of the most consistent teams the world has ever seen in Rainbow Six Siege. FaZe have always been around, even way before this roster. The organization has carried a very large brand and a very large presence inside of our esports ecosystem. Even back in my day, the first core formed, the Astro, the cameraman, you know? Now we have the newer era of FaZe, but they are as stronger than ever.
They raised a major trophy in 2021 in Gävle, Sweden. They've been to countless grand finals. 3 Six Invitational grand finals in a row! And Cyber has the ego to challenge Adrian outside the building. He was on camera, for goodness sake, and he still finds his man. It triggers Secret to spring into action. They need to recollect that diffuser, and they need to find ground on the top floor. And Savage does just that.
Finds the first one, has to wait for that toxic barrier to disappear. Then he can march on forward together with his teammates. What we call almost recharging. Savage good for a second. Somehow, out of nowhere, they find the right pick. Cyber, Smoke, gone. Soulless as well. So on the bomb side, you have some elusive Banshees, you got some Goyo Fire, but there's going to be so much pressure from above. The verticality can be opened up by the DMRs. The Grim Beast as well, getting that information. FaZe Clan are going to feel the need to lash out someone on the map. That's where Blackbeard comes into play. You cannot lash out against a shield operator.
We called upon Secret's leader, Savage, to step up, and he has done that. You said it, he's on the Blackbeard. It's the secret ingredient that they need to take the fight to FaZe and take the lead on Fortress.
Down Savage goes. He has to lead the charge. He has that final frag grenade spent on a simple Banshee. a bit worried about the Goyo fires if they're all by the bomb side. They see one player, but it's a bait and a switch. He's moving on purpose. It's player 2 there, he's close right. Bait them in, go for the kills together.
When does the swing come from handy here? Tucked away in the corner, Vidiking is taken down. Both the remaining defenders are locked in medbay, and Savage is locking down the plants. Tooth and nail! They claw their way back into this grand final!
All it took was side swap. A bit of confidence, going to the attack, and Secret looked as strong as they have so far. They're mounting round after round. Final operator bans. Blackbeard has to be banned from Faze. If you do not ban the Blackbeard, you are blatantly trolling. Thank God they did. And I think Asami is a very respectable counter ban towards Cyber 2.
But I have to admit, what do we do? Faze now have their tactical timeout.
Eu preciso que vocês conseguem peitar um pouco mais ali a parte da queda para ver se os caras vão fazer fundamento de blitz. Toma muito cuidado com esses pulos de refri, essas paradas assim. Então, cadê? Pega o Souls, vem você trazer a Arune, pega um Lesion, pega uma trap diferente ali pro KD manter aquele Ward pra caso for play de Bass indo, fechou? Tá. No bomb do Beliche, vamos fazer aquela do Rojo Tubarão. Só toma cuidado se tiver tipo um Blitz dando L, uma parada assim, splitando, esse negócio assim.
Tem cozinha, tubarão?
Cara, da cozinha a gente pode fazer a mesma, só que em vez de ser o seu smoke lá em cima, você tem que pegar o Ward.
Pô, fazer o que ele quer ficar lá, tá?
Muito...
Não tem a Dami?
Bora.
Para. Cadê ele?
I don't speak Portuguese, but I recognize one word.
Okay.
Blitz.
Ah!
We know that the Blackbeard was banned. We know that the Monty is banned.
Yeah.
What's the one shield that Secret have left in their arsenal?
Well, it's not diffused as a James, so it's gonna be that Blitz operator. Just kind of paying mind and attention to it. The thing is, when you start worrying about what your enemy team is doing more than yourself, you can end up over-analyzing. Because what happens if Secret don't actually bring that Blitz, and you're preparing for it, playing trap operators, right? The leash is very strong, the Captain can be good. You can play the Thorn, the Ella, the Fenrir, the Melusi, the Smoke, etc. What if no shield is brought? Now you're weakening yourself at the expectation of that shield. It's a bit of a risk. But with that being said, it's a very logical conclusion to expect the Blitz to be brought into action, because that Blackbeard injury was quite literally how they won 2 of the 3 rounds. Now they almost won all 3.
Two more rounds, and we're heading to a 4th map. That's all it takes. And it's the last thing that should be in their heads right now.
Yeah.
One round at a time.
One round by round.
Problem solving. We've talked about it. Blackbeard was the heart and soul of those attacks for Secret. What do they do without it?
They go shieldless. They play more util, more information. Again, it's all about those opening engagements. The Grim Bees can be quite good for own clear at clearing out some of those corners, seeing if they fall back, if they get spotted by it. But the issue is getting in the build, that first bit of foothold of map control. So you walk in, relying on the drones more than ever. So now we're gonna see players like Mowgli, who's normally on entry duty, getting active on the floors, droning his teammates in instead, letting them do the heavy lifting. Drone finds a bit of damage onto KDS on the ward, and they've fallen back and get up that bathroom wall. Step 1 accomplished from Secret's attack. Now step 2, open up the bomb site wall itself in bathroom. Actually, they did reinforce the wall, is there what's sitting there? So now they have 2 openings. Step 3 is where Secret failed before. It's execute. They did not get into a plant position, they took the fight instead, and last time they lost those fights.
Oh, Vidiking managed to get away just in the nick of time. Mowgli also almost found his gap with the flashbangs, but his self-flash kept him at bay, and now Faze have repositioned.
This whole store is scary, James. Last time Adrian died here before they execute and they lost in the round. He cannot afford to die.
He's trying to bait out the shoulder peaks. It's Cyber on the other side. Adrian heads straight through the Grismont mine, will slow him down for a brief moment, but the Bees are enabling him to take this ground.
The Bees are bossing, but there are no more Bees after these disappear. That means Adrian is very vulnerable. He has to hold on. It's almost like Office and Clubhouse. It's the backbone of both bomb sides, cutting all the rotations. The second Adrian dies, this attacking win rate goes down the drain.
Vidiking's found Doom. As the logic bomb rings out, Secret have no choices but to go deep. The Glue Mines keep them at bay. A swing on the Souls! The Capcan trap is calamitous for Team Secrets. Savage is shut down. 1 HP as Cyber and Handy have nothing to do but sit and wait. It's up to the man who has stepped up on Fortress for Secret to take matters into his own hands. He sees ahead for a brief moment, but Cyber will round the corner. 5 rounds for Faze. They match Team Secret and inch closer and closer to the hammer.
Heartbreaking Capcan traps to get those kills. They were in the hallway next to meeting where Secret had control for a good while, but because there was an opening into bathroom, they didn't feel they were safe enough to walk in and actually check that door for a Capcan trap. So Mowgli backs into it and dies because he jumped in the window instead of entering the door initially. Again, the lack of a shield, not granting safe passage in towards those crossfires, means they're lacking presence in the server, something they haven't had issue with in the past because they did have the Blackbeard. So now you gotta think, the Blitz or the Fuse Shield, whatever, has to come into action because that is gonna be the solution. Mowgli, send them home. Well, you need more than just Mowgli. You need the whole team of Secret to work together. Look at this. Wants to go away, stay safe, boom, Capcan trap. Was Goo-Mind already, they lost horse control shortly after. This execute has been unwinnable for Secret both times they tried. When you look at Faze's rounds, both on attack and defense, I feel like there are so few areas where you can be critical and go, that could be better, that was a mistake, that was a blunder. It is such a hard team to force errors against. Usually, a team can be undisciplined, or they are impatient, or they don't have like super big strategical depth. They don't play a plethora of different operators of flexibility. Faze feels like they are the jack of all trades, master of none, but at a really high level. Because they do so many things so well, and don't just excel in one particular area. There was a time where I was thinking Faze, bit of a multi-crutch during that shield meta. A lot of teams with multi-crutches back then, to be fair. And I was a bit worried, can they bounce back when the shield meta goes away or the multi-ban comes through? Reloaded. They very much have proven that they don't need the multi to be an excellent team.
But Faze always fight them as soon as Secret seem to have that advantage. Faze always fight back. They tear it down to a 3v3, a 2v2, and they lash out again. Doom tries to hack as much as he can, but he misses that second dread mine. Noah up in the building, aggressive, 5-5-2 in hand, looks for his first.
Savage was hovering the Blitz for a second, but went to Thatcher instead, so this could be very bomb site execute oriented, right? You got the EMPs. Oh my, he ran into the door, Mowgli! He looked the wrong way!
A mistake that may cost Secret the rounds, and far more if it goes further for Faze. Another kill, and an opportunity granted to Noah to prove his worth at his SI debut.
The only problem is that original execute with 5 players required is gone into the... Oh my god, it keeps getting worse here, just falling apart out of nowhere.
One by one they fall. Savage has 3 to find, and there's no chance. Handy to silence Secrets. Faze Clan are just 1 round away from making history.
Winning a grand final of any caliber, whether it be a Pro League, a Major, an SI, technically not the most difficult thing in the world. All you gotta be is good for one. The difficulty, the biggest challenge of all, is to win multiple tournaments in a year. Win a back-to-back SI. Because when you win the first one, that's gonna be in one version of the game, one meta. You go to the second, the game has changed drastically since then. Everybody is watching you because you're the best team in the goddamn world. You know everything better than the rest. So everyone's studying you more than everybody. Then you also have Faze Clan flying under the radar. We've had the Falcon storyline, MAD in Munich, Furious Dynasty. We have not mentioned Faze, despite them being the most consistent team for so many years, so many times. They're fighting for a back-to-back World Championship. Only one team done that before. And we keep referencing this. Had they won one more round 2 years ago, tonight they would fight for a three-peat, which nobody has ever gotten close to achieving.
5 seconds remaining.
Eras of dynasties have risen and fallen. Legends have claimed one championship here and one there. It is another thing entirely to dominate. FaZe clan are on the verge of greatness that we never see. And all they need is one more round.
The pressure's up. Cyber already feeling that same pressure. Look at this, they've misdroned him. They've opened up the wall. The drone doubles back, it sees him. He's gonna fall on back and try and deny a bit of time. But here comes the Blitz, looking for him. He has to go for the run.
Good impact, and Cyber may have just bought himself enough time to get out of dodge. Needed damage as he retreats, but Secret have been kept at bay.
Cyber once more. He's been unleashed. There are two modes of Cyber, playing with the team, playing the lone wolf, deep on the roam game. The bomb site fortified by crossfires, playing in medbay, playing by those bomb site doors, fearing a bomb site rush because Secret might not go for a full roam clear.
Souls has seen an opportunity, but he's taken very low. Doom finds one, and a chance at overtime looms for Team Secret. Cyber thinks he has an opportunity. He's so confident, he's so elusive. Since he was spotted at the start of the round, they still have not been able to take him down.
It's a conscious choice. FaZe, they have flipped that switch of changing tempo. Play slow, play util, play plant denial. This one is playing for map control for as long as humanly possible. Last look at goes out. That means Secret are much weaker at finding those players' locations. We once again look towards Savage on the Blitz and Doom as the lurker. Here comes Cyber right around the corner.
Doom v Cyber. The young gun to take on the man who has won everything there is to win. But he reveals his position, and as he retreats down the hatch, Doom misses his chance. He might be able to catch him. Drop on the drop shots! Doom has opened up the round for Team Secrets.
No planting in this room. There's a BP in front of him. Also a ward. He's afraid of these smoke grenades that work against him actually as the Blitz player.
Right now, Savage cannot afford to make a mistake on the Blitz.
No.
FaZe still have control up above. It's Souls.
Hold your
As
nerve.
Adidas looks to lash out. He finds one. Mowgli needs to step up big for his team right now.
Injured.
Another kill. Another one on the floor.
Two down.
The Souls with 1 HP. Mowgli finds both of the kills that his country needs for him to stay alive here in Paris.
The case on the ground.
Souls needs to go upstairs. Where is the diffuser? It needs to be recollected. Noah looks for a chance to plant. But is there any information for Souls? He has no idea where the plant is going down. And now he finds himself with the impossible task of retaking in a 1v3.
Secret just waiting for that drop. Locking down the hallways, locking down the hatches. Secret keep fighting back.
3 kills for the Frenchman. Secrets are not to be silenced. Overtime is calling, and Secret have risen to the occasion.
And there's a stat line now that has technically been broken. We spoke about the most dominant 3-0s at SI specifically. If Secret would lose 0-3, no overtimes, this would have been the most one-sided SI finals ever. But by going at least into OT on one map, right here, right now, they're tied. So they're not fighting to be the worst.
They can do better, they can go deep. Let's not forget, we're in a Six Invitational Grand Final. You think we're gonna bring the heat? We're gonna give you infinite overtime.
Right.
We will be here as long as we need on Fortress until we find a winner.
Give it to me.
Until FaZe raise the hammer or Secret push us to a 4th.
Inject the infinite overtime straight into my veins. It's been a while since 2019 Coastline,
How many
T2 and
rounds did you
Empire.
play again,
I honestly couldn't tell you.
I believe off the top of my head it was 12-10 final scoreline.
22 rounds.
After the very first unlimited overtime grand final matchup, which that was, you completely ran over Empire for the rest of the series.
That's it. When you start having these very long maps, you get drained in a different way, having to problem solve in a completely new way as well. Mind you, you don't really get any practice in this world of infinite overtime at all. So when you're faced with it in a SI Grand Final, you're learning on the go. You can start starving FaZe Clan, taking off a long series. Secret, they have the crowd buff, they got that energy, but Handy, he started things off well for FaZe. Adrian on the scoreboard, a bit weak here on Fortress, 3-11, but more importantly, he's playing the Grim. He's been an instrumental operator. They'll have to work without him.
And for a player to go down outside the building in a crucial round like this, Secret can't dwell on that. They have to focus up. It's still so winnable here. They lock in. We get a whole jump out. An aggressive one.
Right on the corner.
Handy has made this grand final his own. He's been the MVP for Faze, hands down.
I have to agree with you on that one. Him and Vidiking, honestly. Brain and LeBron. Mowgli has information, but can they act upon it? These elements are waiting for them.
He lands a shot into Vidiking's foot as he runs past. They're just trying to bait it. They're trying to give themselves a chance in. He throws a smoke. It obfuscates the situation. Noah looks to go deep. He's been one of the top fraggers here for Secret, and he's had a big impact. Big opening from Savage with the glass, but Mowgli has hit the deck. Vidiking looks to try and hold on here and miss the smoke, but Noah finds him. Faze, hold your horses. Secret are coming for ya.
Back to the numbers though, with Souls being injured, the plan is not possible. And mind you, Secret has lost his attack every single time. They have to figure it out right now. Souls cannot be retrieved, confirmed now by Savage. They popped the first LMI as well. Maybe, just maybe, a plan could be possible. A single C4 from Kiddish could stop it, but other than that, it's an even 3-3.
But can Faze sit back and relax? They don't have to overextend.
No, they don't.
KDS is in a pivotal position, and Handy has got his back inside of Horse.
There's one more smoke grenade from Savage. That can literally win you the round. When that smoke comes out, there's gonna be a C4 response before that. Noah gets swamped by Cyber, but wins the gunfight.
Undisciplined from the old guard. The young gunner takes him down. KDS in the pivotal position, the Nitro cell, but it doesn't take the kill. Oh, but he finds the shots! Two big ones for KDS and Handy. They team up together, and Joom is so far removed from his team. He needs to have the moment of his career to keep Secret alive. He looks for the first one, but Handy's got his back. Another round on the board for Faze, and another opportunity to put this game to bed.
It's the third time Secret attacked the bomb site, and in 3 different ways. All of those times, the round falls apart when it's looking so good. This time, it wasn't the Horse player dying, it wasn't the plant not being attempted, it's Joom on the roof. A 10-second sprint from his teammates in the middle of the execute. I mean, surely you wait 5-10 seconds, get Joom into a strong position, have 2 people covering the planter, and then win the round.
Disconnect that we never see from Team Secret.
It's that pressure. I mean, they were looking so synchronized the last couple of rounds, and now they go back to choking, if you will. Was he planting in the middle of the door? Okay, that's the bigger problem, because they're not covering the hallway, and they know they weren't covering because there's one person, and that's the glass. Demon meeting. That's 2 people making 2 errors, but it's the team overall. The lack of communication, the lack of synchronization that ends up making Secret start down around.
And if Joom had been covering that doorway, that round would have looked very different. We'd be looking at a map point for Secret and not a championship point for Faze.
10 seconds left.
I cannot not even say that they're on the verge of greatness, because we've seen Faze be great. We've seen them be the best in history.
Yeah. They have done practically everything except going back-to-back.
And there's only one team that ever did it, and they didn't do it with the same 5 players.
Nope.
Faze has not made a roster
Not the
change
same organization.
in 3 years. And I don't expect they will anytime soon. It's a chance for Faze to finish what they started.
Also, speak of motivation, right? We saw Bolo's MVP award video where he said, I raised the hammer, and what's next? Raising one more? That's really right. You achieved the highest level. Motivation is hard to come by when you achieved your lifelong dream as a player. Yet Faze, as you said, no roster change for 3 years, and still the motivation to keep grinding, keep pushing, and keep innovating as a team. Having a really solid foundational system. And despite being the team that most people look at and speak of, they still find themselves at the very top. That is the most impressive thing. Consistency, longevity over so many years. No team is doing that. Furia were great for 1 year. They're the best for a full year.
Faze
keep doing things. But Secret this time, they shut them down. Handy is in the grave.
Savage lives up to his name, and he will get back to site safely. Beautiful tech on the brand new map. Secret have brought the battle back.
Disgusting C4. I thought that might just not reach. All what I know.
Savage has got an arm. Joom is lucky to be alive. A Adrian's got the SMG-11, he brings it to the fight, and he sits him back down.
Important they play together. Adrian, Joom, very low on HP. They cannot afford to reinforce this wall. It's too risky. So they have these deep lines of sight against the DMRs waiting. Secret can play the corners and play together. Faze have to walk into the bomb site before Secret has to force anything.
It's a patience game from Team Secret. Big Nitro Cell, but it doesn't quite land on its mark.
A little bit too eager if you ask me, because these shots connect from Cyber. He will take a player down with him, that's for damn sure.
Is there a flank? Is the player going all the way upstairs? It is indeed. Joom is looking for a chance to stab Faze in the back. But will he be quick enough? Will they be watching? Souls is looking the complete wrong direction. Joom is just moments away from the flank of his career. Big kill for Joom. Cyber's the last one standing. The German refuses to let this one die. The dream is still alive for Secrets. 2 more rounds of overtime.
We keep going.
We're gonna keep going until this is bloody well done with.
Again.
That's what I'm telling you.
And again and again.
Secret will not let this go by without throwing everything they've got at it.
And again and again. Joom, as an individual, had an upbringing very much in Tier 2. He was found in FPL Face It back in the day, getting rank 1, grinding games. Shortly after that, played on teams. Team up with Fabian, actually, for a short moment on Delta Project. And then went on into pro play, heroic, etc.
He started amateur tournaments. He was 15 years old.
He did. He started very early and from humble beginnings. And for a long time, he's been like the sole German player in Tier 1 active play. So when Secret, they made the main stage in Munich and bombed out in the very first matchup, the crowd, that moment for Europe, right? It fades. And I met Joom's mother in Munich, spoke to her, and I saw her in the crowd here as well. Family support is something that I personally have the most amount of respect for, because this is a career that's risky, it's dangerous, and you're walking on your own with little to no guidance, and you're a very young person when you start. Normally less than 18, like you said, he was 15 years of age in Tier 2, and his family is backing him, both in Germany and here in France.
And you look at Joom now, 22 years of age. He's won $250,000 playing this game in prize money alone. And now he's vying for the biggest title that we can offer in Rainbow Six Siege.
Mind you, for Secret to win, this is going to be a very long night. They are down in 2 maps right now and are still fighting here in infinite overtime. You need to win 2 rounds for this to work.
Oh, Cyber careful. Didn't actually manage to deal any damage, but he did receive a bit of live fire from Joom. 15 kills, man. Joom and Noah have really exceeded expectations here. Credit to Noah as well. I mean, for the longest time, he was memed on in the EML.
He was
dropped from so many different teams, and here he is on the world stage after becoming an EWC champion. He sets his sights on something even harder than that. And Mowgli with the long angle, with the hollow sight no less, looks to contest. The Glaz brought to the table again, and Savage, who's been so good for Secret, needs to lead the charge for his roster.
I like this switch up. For a while, it was the shield operators. Now we're seeing a couple of glass picks, but these one-mind discs will be a problem. Same with the Rooney Gates, denying those smoke grenades. He pushes in. Mowgli! Impact 40 was clear, but it wasn't Cyber hiding in the stall. Soul sticks down Adrian. This round is falling apart once again.
Savage finds one. He looks for a second.
Seems safe.
The Glaz comes to life. And Secret can breathe a sigh of relief as Savage brings them back into the conversation.
But it's still difficult. One smoke grenade, a couple of Grim Bees, and there's some flashbangs. That's all you have to work with. Faze roll by the bomb side. Big question, do you go 3 people together and push in as a team? Do you spread out, attacking 3 different areas and a backstabber?
Savage is baiting the Deimos, and Handy finds him, immediately traded back by Noah. It's the 2 top fraggers from Secret who look to put this away. Finicking and Souls, the perfect accurate operators for the situation. The DMR strikes true. Noah, this is the moment for him to step up into the shoes that he knows he can do for Secret. Souls detected, But can Noah isolate this fight?
the sprint.
Not with Vita King watching in from behind. Vita King, the job's not done yet. He took his headset off.
Wait, they're hugging.
It's infinite overtime.
They do realize
Sit
that
back down.
guys, we're still.
The job is
They
not
thought
done
they won.
yet.
They thought they won the whole thing.
The championship is not over. It will not be that easy for FaZe.
Mind you, like I said, you have almost no experience from any players in the world when it comes to infinite overtime. You have to win by a round score of 2. So they need to win 9-7. You cannot win 8-7. We keep going. They have one more round at minimum. But imagine this moment, James. The energy that just released from FaZe. Oh my God, we won the back-to-back hammer.
This massive dopamine rush, thinking that they just won the championship.
And they didn't.
And it's not done? That's got to mess with your momentum.
That is gonna mess, because right there, when you get that victory moment in your head, so much leaves you. All the stress, the burden, the worries.
What are they doing?
And the coach realizes, guys.
Says, guys, sit back down, it's not over.
But you see it. That's gonna throw them a curveball mentally.
Lock the hell in, boys. You should know better than this. Last year, the first map that they played against Falcons went to a 9-7 scoreline. They should know better.
You lose track. You simply lose track. You're so locked in on the present moment. Mind you, when you're a Siege Pro player, you're living 3 minutes at a time.
Well, FaZe have made no friends in the crowd here in Paris with that reaction. The disrespect. I know it wasn't intentional. But Secret, I don't know if they're aware. Of course, the two teams are facing away from each other on the stage. But the crowd certainly were upset with what FaZe just did. Secret have the full capability to push this deeper. They now sit back on the defensive side.
I'm reloading. So FaZe Clan, of course, gonna have a little bit less time to work with in the prep phase, losing those valuable seconds. But they actually get KDS onto the Blackbeard. Something we've not seen much of so far, and Soul's taking the game, not Vita King. This means that they got a bit of roam clear, bit of execute. They can deal with the aggression of Secret in various ways. We keep going back to opening kill being so important. And it's funny because the opening kill technically hasn't mattered all that much. We keep seeing 3v3 and 2v2s being the most important area of the round. And it feels like every time Secret they get there, they'll be in a 3v3, someone dies 2 seconds before they execute. Now they're 2v3. So if Secret can get to the late round stage and then not bottle it, I think that's going to be their biggest weakness. The early game has been decent from them.
Barrier deployed.
Secret are using obs blockers to restrict the information. A very rare sight at any level of play. A lot of damage. Onto Adrian, the nade won't finish him off. It will force him back further. The keeper barrier keeps FaZe at bay for another moment.
Tough situation. Adrian low on health. Wants to stick around for as long as possible. The pressure might just be too much.
When does KDS hit the go button on the Blackbeard?
He's trying to help Savage, who's on this window position.
And Vita King, if Mowgli is the first to fall in front of his home crowd, what does that mean for Team Secret? FaZe are so close, they can taste it. They have every advantage.
Not like this, guys.
And all they have to do is sit back and wait for Secret to make a mistake.
Adrian's still holding on. The round started with him. It might just end there as well.
Low HP, and Adrian cannot find the kill onto this Blackbeard. He did get the injure on the hand. He's still not finished off. FaZe are getting closer and closer, but time is ticking away.
There's a laser on that horse door with no HP really cleared right now, so that means he could have a bit of intel to work with. But the net is closing. They're in the hallways. They're by the breach, looking for a backstab. FaZe on the countdown, attack from everywhere once again.
Big Nitro, but KDS survives it. He looks to get aggressive now, but he's going to walk into a crossfire. They know exactly where these Secret players are. He manages to dodge the doorway.
Oh, hold up.
Bit of team fire. Souls lights him up a little bit more, but Cyber finds his gap. Another one! And Jerm is left in a 1v3 to save the tournament, to save Team Secrets. He can't find many, but he finds the first two. Vita King
10 seconds.
To give FaZe everything they've been searching for years. It's Jerm! Can save a championship.
Doom's mother watching in the crowd. Her son might just have made the play of his career so far, denying FaZe the championship. Mind you, That was the round where they stood up before thinking, we won. They sit back down, they play out the round. It comes down to a 3v1. That should be it. That should be wraps. And Doom finds the perfect spot between the rotate and the reinforced wall. The fact that Blackbeard died shortly before was everything. It meant every gunfight he took could be a pre-fire headshot going for that fight. Had the BB been there and he sees you, they're all gonna come for you 3v1.
And Mowgli has had such a rough match so far. He is such a mental player, and he has fed opening kills over and over again. Thank God for Secret that they have Doom. He doesn't care what the scoreline is.
Breathe.
He doesn't care how many players he must take down to get there. He will continue battling until it's over. And it is far, far from over.
You know, no matter what happens here, Twister is gonna be so proud of his boys. He has the biggest smile. He's down 0-2 in maps. They're technically in the gutter, but they are writing the story themselves on how they're winning these rounds and how hard they're fighting. Because we're worried that Secret would go out without a fight, but they have chosen to fight back.
FaZe Clan was so certain that the hammer was theirs, that they got out of their chairs to go and raise it. But Secret, they don't care at all. They don't care if it's a 1v3, a 1v5. They don't care if they're 0-6 down. They will never give it up.
15 kills, 16, ends on 19 here for Doom. One bullet difference, teams. One more bullet connects, they lose the round.
Cinema.
And he cannot believe it.
And he's barely raising his voice.
I mean, that right there, you're holding your breath.
That is German machined precision and efficiency if I have ever seen it.
The precise cut. Now after that, perhaps Doom is thankful for a very brief tech pause there, because there is so much adrenaline going through your body when that play happens. And the worst part is, maybe the best part in some ways, you have to keep playing, but you're shaken. You're fueled by adrenaline. 8-8, and I'll have to reiterate, you need to win leading by 2 rounds.
It's first to 10 now.
It's first to 10 now. Getting 9 does not make you a winner. If you go 9-9, then it's first to 11.
You talk about the adrenaline hit of Doom winning that clutch. What about the adrenaline hit of FaZe thinking it was over?
That's it. I mean, that's the biggest mental boom there is.
I
cannot speak to that because I've never done that. What does that do to a player? I can imagine the worst of things. Because like I said, the second you win, everything leaves your body, the worries, the stress, the oh my god, we did it, and you unfocus. Because mind you, the level of focus and discipline that's happening when you're playing in this level of a match, it's something else. You'll never have experienced this unless you've played some sort of high-level sport or esport or something of that kind in your life.
$3 million on the line. That is the prize pool of the Six Invitational. And a pretty good payday. If you FaZe, you think you've already won it.
You fight all year long to hopefully qualify just to be top 20. Then you fight all week long in Phase 1 into Phase 2 in hopes of making the grand stage. And then you hope, you dream of making the grand finals. Here comes the push.
Noah sees his gap, Mowgli just too late. And Noah on the rear side doesn't find his angle. But look at this, poised up on top of the perch. Cyber looks to fight back. Souls has been taken a little bit down on damage, but not killed as of yet. An impact goes out, and Handy elsewhere has found Adrian. Secret cannot break into this room. The diffuser has been locked in.
That's the Heartbreacher. They're missing Heart Destruction. They need to remove these angles by breaching the bathroom walls into meeting, but the ace being dead, they literally cannot do it. They rush the bombs out instead.
They look to get aggressive, but they
Big
don't have the diffuser. They have to go for kills, and so Doom is the first one in the building for Team Secret, and Noah finds the opener!
Corner.
They go big on the bomb side, but Finneking tucked into the corner. He needs to hold on. Handy's coming in to support, and KDS has found one. Doom needs to have a massive moment and protect Mowgli, who holds down the forts. 1v4 for Mowgli in front of the French crowds. As the E1D will roar on out. Lock his opposition in place. But the crossfire is enough for Faze to grasp yet another championship points.
They had no other option. The second Adrian dies on the ace and they can't disrupt the crossfires by breaching that bathroom walls into meeting, the round is done. So they go for plan B, a fast side execute combined with the line was honestly really good, but they could not find and take down Vidiking. They could not secure the majority of the bomb side. The Goyo fire gets popped, the roamers come back downstairs, and then the round is over. Adrian, a name we haven't said much of here in Fortress, statistically having a hard one. I think he's 6 and whatever else, scoreline, 6-14, I'm not entirely sure. He is, let me look, 5 and 14. 20
years of age.
I know, and I'm not saying this is dog on him, but he's playing a very important operator of the ace. And he dies without getting the primary destruction done. You can also argue, why is Adrian the player on the backstab cutoff when he's the only harbinger in the server? I think this is just a small miscommunication again. They probably thought somebody had can openers, somebody had secondary heart destruction or something like that, but they didn't. And they realized too little too late. It's that, or they just risked everything on that meeting push.
Adrian's first Six Invitational Grand Final is proving to be a challenge. It's proving to be asking of him so much more than anything he's ever had set before him.
5 seconds to
And
go.
for some players on Team Secret, that's a challenge that they're ready for. Look at Noah, 18 kills. Look at what Joom did, staring down the barrel of defeat.
He's on 19 himself, I believe, from Joom last we saw before the reho, so... I mean, Handy dropped the 20 bomb already.
We can't forget the MVP of this grand final so far.
Hey, you're a
is
proclaimed
Handy.
MVP, okay? That's all you.
Look, you can't deny the numbers.
I'm taking Vidiking on bank. That guy was a menace, calling the shots, perfect predictions, but sure, you take the scoreline, I'll take the mastermind.
Let's have a look at what Vidiking can cook up on the Blitz this round. There are a few counters for the Blitz in tow, but Handy is gonna again finish off Mowgli. What's 9 plus 10, Nick?
21.
21 kills for Handy. Mowgli finished off, and I believe another player was in his position looking for a little bit more.
This is secret though, right? This feels like Consulate. They lash out thinking, aha, we haven't seen this one in a while, but Faze are always locked in. What's their opponent's playstyle? They go for those risky plays. Let's watch the windows. If you made a stat on the least spawn peak team in history, I think Faze make it, but Joom, he jumps out, he strikes back. Savage still chokes his one. Cyber low on health though, not the end of the world, but Secret again. That mid-round is slowly falling apart. It's Adrian, Joom, and Noah who has to technically clutch up from here on out.
I've released the boogie. I'm done.
Faze slow and steady, prepare. The bomb site down below in kitchen, waiting. Noah on the bomb site with keeper barriers ready to deploy. But medbay's already been cleared. This is a pivotal position. This clears out both of the bomb sites in one.
It's the
Faze
heart.
everything that they need right now.
I mean, time could be a thing, right? Goyo fire, Toxic Babes, low health from Cyber, jumps out in the final tick of damage before the injure and kill confirmed. But that means a medbay retake in theory possible. I don't think Secret have the balls to go for that aggressive play right now. What happened just a couple of rounds ago, right? They're playing stalking corners, not lashing out. Now Faze are setting up to get intel on one player, looking for a second. Then they're gonna get everybody in the right positions, use the 4 Candelas, use the flashbangs from KDS, and push together.
Angle from above.
That's Ying.
Finds the vertical kill. They suddenly have more to think about as they jump back in the building. Adrian has to have a big impact with the gas, and he keeps one of the players at bay. 3 inside of medbay as Faze look to get aggressive. They need to find an opening onto the bomb site. They know exactly where Noah's been playing, and KDS looks to go deep. Can't pre-fire.
Good
flashbang goes out, but Noah goes deep and finds a kill. Adrian deploys his last gas babe and holds down a big kill. Of overtime. Team Secrets. They keep staring down defeat. They stare death in the face and they say not today.
We go again and again and again and again and again. Faze will usually take the first round in OT, but then Secret, they show up and it's another 3v4 masterclass. There was one operator for Faze that was more scary than the rest. A full health souls on the Ying, 4 Candelas. 4 Candelas in pocket to obliterate the bomb site. dies to the verticality of Doom. He once more is in the right spot at the right time to save his team. Secret will go back on the attack. Faze on defense.
And it's been 6 defense round wins in a row since we hit overtime. Every single round won by defense. Secret have a chance to break the streak after yet another clutch moment and another 3K from Doom.
Poor Doom's mother, I gotta say. If you think it's hard being a player, try being a spectator close to one of these people. Whether it be a coach, support cast like analyst, your parents, your close friends. Because you're so invested emotionally and you have no control of what's happening in the server. At least if you're Doom, you're saying, guys, I'm about to make another play.
Doom has 22 kills right now to 10 deaths. He's even beaten out Handy, who still sits on 21. It's been a gift for Secret to be here in this grand final, but one that they have earned, one that they have consistently put themselves back into the fight for. Adrian takes a lot of damage at the start of this round. Faze keep getting aggressive early in the round, and it seems to always be Adrian who's the victim.
Adrian and Mowgli first to fall. Again, Fortress, as we keep saying, it's a very new map. Those drone holes, the jump outs, the small angles, you don't see every single scrim. They can easily punish you. Now, Secret, they're doing something new. I was gonna say risk assessment changes in overtime, but we're so deep in overtime, I'm not sure that's the case anymore. A Blitz and a Ying. The only thing in my mind missing would be a Lion, but you want hard destruction. You want Twitch to clear out the trap operators to enable Savage in, and you want the info denial here from Adrian. Here comes the Canelas, and so into the push.
Who is it? It's Warden on the other side, the perfect operator, but it does bait him away for a brief moment. Are they watching the angle? Doom finds the first kill. The Nitro Cell. Doom is the hero of Secret today, as they look to finally break this defensive streak. Doom goes massive! Savage has found his opening on the Blitz, and Secret now have everything they need to finally find their own map point. But Handy, he's in the corner, and he's snuck behind enemy lines. He finds one. Now he just has to deny the plan, and Cyber has looked to try and fight back for Faze. The plant goes down. Savage and Noah to clutch up, as Cyber and Handy get back around it. They see the Blitz, already low HP, but they might not know it. Good flash from Savage. Can he go deep for the kill? Cyber finally caught out by Noah to 1v1. As Handy gets onto the plant, he sticks it halfway done. Noah has to commit to the buttons! Handy goes! Secret cannot stop clutching up. First it was Doom, and now it is the young Swede at his first Six Invitational.
We have turned to utter madness. Secret are not winning the rounds clean, but they are winning them excitedly.
And for the first time in this series, Secret are 1 round away from winning a map.
They broke the streak of defense as well with this, right? There was, 6 rounds of defense, just 1. They could not lose. It's been their paradise. Now they will go back there themselves. This play from Doom, getting opening pick, goes in the balcony, and then hip fires the Warden. Hits the headshot. And then Secret, they do what they've been doing really well in a bad way. They really struggle in the mid to late round, and things kind of fall apart. And then Noah, who is losing his damn mind from the pressure, cannot stop laughing.
Somebody give this man a hug. But maybe wait until a few more rounds when we're going into map number 4.
How much more? How much more?
How deep can we go?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Faze, they'll have the strat book, they'll have the levels, they'll have the variety. But Secret refuse to die. Genuinely, they are refusing to end here in Fortress.
It has been 16 rounds since Faze last won an attack. We played 19 rounds of Siege. Okay. 16 rounds ago, Faze won their last attack round. Secret, all they need to do is what they have done time and time again and lock in a defense.
Starts off well, KDS on a lot of fire. Secret back at applying the early pressure. Mowgli feeling it. I think they've made the shot right, guys. Let's go crazy. That's how we're winning, is by clutching, by making those hero plays. So let's do that hero play together. Make it a team effort.
Adrian has finally had his moment. He's finally proved himself on Secret in this grand final. Vidikin goes deep. And he immediately gets pulled out of the blitz.
He's solo dropped against the Warden and the smoke.
It's good night to the blitz, and Faze are sent reeling.
That's the case. That's the pushing power. Here comes Solsto on the glass, has to make a play himself.
Flashbang comes out, but there's nothing to do for it. There's no way for them to flush Adrian out of this position without a grenade. No verticality able to be utilized, but Noah finally shot out of it. Nitro Cell doesn't find what he's looking for, though, and the gap's been found by Faze. But Adrian finds one. He knows he's being hunted from down below, but he can also sit back safe. Doom wants to find an aggressive peek on KDS. The Ash is looking hot and holding down that position. Mowgli has the read, has the position, and Doom and him team up together. Aggressive Nitro Cell, but Mowgli is caught on his aggressive play. Faze have read Secret like a book.
It's honestly a great play from Secret. Sound cover with the C4, but Handy just reads it too well, like you said. Adrian now, they want to clear out KDS on the exterior breach. It could be an important block, but he swings and misses. KDS takes him down. Doom once again, last man standing, 1v3. He's been here before.
He's done it once and he can do it again. Step one. Cyber is down. KDS is low HP and he knows exactly where he is.
One more has the case. Has the case, top blue to his right.
The best player of each team go head to head.
Times can one player be the defining factor? How many times can one man step up when it matters the most? And how many times can you win a 1v3 to go into OT, stay in OT, and win in OT?
One of the greatest moments we've seen from an individual player. Staring down elimination points, staring down a map points. And he will do it every single time. 1v3s, Doom is your man. Every day of the week. And Team Secret have pushed us to a fourth map. This series has legs. Let's see how fast it can run on the next map.
It's all down to this, Delta team. Put Phobos down. Copy that.
Team 2, respond. We've got rats. Secure the ship. I'm gonna enjoy killing you.
Game over, Phobos. Mission accomplished, Delta team. Rainbow may be closing, but no one else could have done this. We stopped the Carries Legion. What comes next is out of our hands.
Global safety concerns continue to rise following a recent string of terrorist attacks on central intelligence facilities. So far, no government agency has been able to provide a...
Must be bad if you're calling me.
Alley's already on its way. We need you, Bishop.
grand final. We deserved it. Thank you for that. Woo! You needed so much strength to just keep the game going. I want to know, how was the communication in this last and key rounds?
I mean, we knew we needed to fight, and we were just fighting the entire time. We always kept going with the motivation. Obviously, we had individuals going crazy. Joom got 2 clutches in the end that really helped us push through. So, I mean, just a crazy game. Just an insane game.
Faze Clan was so close to win the SI again, but the game is not over yet. What do you think was the key factors that led you to now play border?
I think the key factor to play border right now is maintaining focus on the round, because we are playing like very good in the beginning of the round, and then we let them kill everyone. So I think this is the main problem for us.
Secret stay alive inside this matchup with a savior, a lifeline that is called Joom.
And you know what? Joom rhymes with doom, and let me tell you, he was the unsung hero. He was the beacon of hope for Secret in that series. Clutch after clutch, round after round, his individual prowess shined time and time again. And Leo, you cannot teach the split-second decision-making like that.
No one can teach you how to play like this. This is generational talent before our eyes. Look at this first 1v3, round 16. It's match point. Secret is about to lose. He's in a 1v3. He takes the first one. He gets the first one. After once he isolates the pick, gets the second one, and gets the third. That's the beauty of Joom, and he continues like this. And this time he's the one on match point. This time he's the one that can take it back. And he wins the 1v3
again,
for them to be back.
Again, it's that split-second decision-making. This is just something you cannot teach to a player. That is something that you just naturally have. And just looking at him, he can't even believe it in this moment. But time and time again, he continues to replicate it. And this kid is on fire.
And being able to do that in front of his mom as well, obviously a huge thing for him inside of this grand final. And when it got to that second 1v3, I think everybody inside this arena knew deep down inside he is going to win that 1v3. He's going to send Secret to yet another map here and keep them alive in the matchup.
The Joom train has no brakes, and if we look at his EPS, 27 kills, 11 deaths. What a player. You needed hope. You said it best, Anne, just before the match began. You said they need a little hope. Well, that hope, it started with Joom, and then it continued with everyone else. I want to mention Savage, who was the first one as the IGL to bring everyone back. The attacks, that's the tough part of Fortress. He bring it with a shield, with Blackbird. He was the one leading the team. Noah as well, dropping multiple double digits. The three of them, the core of that roster, they made everything possible.
No, they were absolutely phenomenal. I do really want to highlight Savage, because I said in that early round, Savage needs to be able to facilitate these rounds. He needs to be able to rally the troops. He needs to be making these calls that is going to win them these rounds. And then you have players like Noah that can piggyback off, or they get the kills that are needed. And then you have the man who was going to close it out, which was Joom, time and time again. And now because of the hope, and we talked about it, that is a very scary thing. Once it's instilled, it manifests and turns into something phenomenal.
It is what we heard Noah talk about in the interview, right? We have some individuals popping off. The emotions are running high, and I think belief will be a thing that might be able to pull them through. We're going into this fourth map now. There's definitely still possibilities on either side. Secret did show a lot of improvement on this map. That was a Faze pick, and we're now going to Secret's pick.
We're going to Border, which is a map that is heavily about momentum, heavily about gunfights, about trusting yourself, about belief in your teammates that they can pull amazing rounds. What better way to transition from this map to the other? They have the momentum with them. As a reminder, I don't know if anyone noticed, Faze stood up. They thought they had won at some point. They had to sit back down and lose the map. The disbelief is on their side. The pressure is on their side. That's it. Secret has the momentum now. We have a real final on the way.
No, absolutely. And again, even for the side of Faze, again, they've been here. They know what it's like. And when you look at the triumphs that they had to go through, even in the SI that they lost, they had it all in front of them. And then it would lead to them losing that entire series, lead to them losing out SI. They have to dig deep now. They had to fight tooth and nail each and every single one of those rounds. And those last two rounds really puts the pressure on them to play a perfect game of Siege, better than what we saw on Fortress.
Speaking for Faze, if they want to close out this series here, there is one player they might be able to rely on, but he needs to step it up once again, as he's been doing.
I mean, Handy is in here for a BO5 record at this point. I mean, so many kills already. If we look at his stats throughout the map, it was actually completely insane. And right now, wow, that is the total amount of kills throughout the last 3 maps. 44 kills. The BO5 kill record stands tall at 65. All he needs is 21 kills and 22 to go a step higher and break the kill record of a BO5, Lax?
I mean, I'm just at a loss for words right now. 44 and 26. I mean, he is so strong. I know we highlighted Joom, but Handy, I mean, you have to give him a hand at this point with the way that he was playing. If he can keep that same level of ferocity and tenacity going into this border, it's going to be very scary because we know how aggressive, how gunfight-oriented this map and how heavily Faze enjoys those types of moments. But again, if Handy can keep that going, it's going to be a barn burner, man.
I want to know, do we see a map 5 here? Yes or no? We got to keep it short.
I mean, at this point, we have to
deserved.
see a map 5. It's deserved. We're in for a grand final, and let's go.
Hey, I mean, reverse sweeps are not impossible. They are rare, and especially inside of a Six Invitational Grand Final. But it is possible with Secret absolutely fueled up.
Paris, we have a grand final on our hands.
Paris, la finale continue.
All right, listen up. We're gonna get serious for a moment here. Remember, these players work their entire lives for moments like this. $1 million on the line. We cannot have anybody giving players signals from the crowd. We need to make sure that this grand final maintains its integrity. If you are caught giving signals, you will get kicked out of the Adidas Arena. Just making sure that you're all aware of that.
Excusez-moi, on va être sérieux pendant 2 secondes. Cette finale, les joueurs ici, ils jouent toute leur vie pour cette opportunité. Donc c'est extrêmement important, je vous le dis. Pas de signaux, rien pour aider les joueurs. Ils sont focalisés pour le jeu. Si on voit quelqu'un jouer un petit jeu de côté, vous serez jeté dehors, escorté par la sécurité. On est extrêmement sérieux. OK?
All right, serious business out the way. We got a map 4 in our hands.
Ian, can we do it?
Okay. Ole, 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 ole.
Jume, Jume.
Okay, before we get into map 4, we got one question. Who's taking it? Team Secret!
Or is it Faze Clan? Or maybe it's Team Secret!
Or is it Faze Clan? Okay, all right. Paris, together now. Faites du bruit!
For a brief moment, we wondered, would this be the most dominant Six Invitational Grand Final of all time? And now our question has finally been answered. No, it will not. In fact, we have a game on our hands. FaZe Clan looked utterly dominant until Team Secret stood up, and it's mostly thanks to one man, one machine, who brought into this game another level of quality that we have not seen from an individual in such a long time.
Joom had the game of his career just there in Fortress, being the sole reason why we're even going to board in the first place. The momentum has shifted. The fan favorite as well. Team Secret wins the online vote. I cannot believe that we saw what we did on Fortress. What will it be on border, James?
A tie-breaking match between Brazil and Europe. An opportunity to go back-to-back for FaZe. If not, Secret push us the distance! They say miracles happen in the city of love. And I've already seen 2 today from Team Secrets. Could we see the first 0-2 SI final comeback since 2018?
The craziest thing is where that all started as well, right? Yes, the Joom clutch. But FaZe thinking they had actually won. They stood up, headsets off, the coach came and said, guys, we're still playing. They felt the rush of victory, only to met by defeat many rounds later in infinite overtime.
I think that happened when the scoreline read 8-7 and the final game ended up 11 rounds for Secret, 9 for FaZe Clan. Team Secret have shown that it doesn't matter what the scoreline is. Doesn't matter how dominant Faze look. It doesn't even matter if Faze are in a 3 versus 1, because Joom won 2 of them. For a long time, people have talked about this up-and-coming German player, and he's had a few showings. He's played on Heroic. He's now played on Team Secret for a time. He's been to a few majors. Hell, this team even raised the trophy in Riyadh in EWC last year. But many people wonder, what does it really mean to start a new generation of Siege? In a time where Brazil has been so dominant, a Brazilian roster like Furia that is 5 players who can show up big, where no individual stands out. A team like Faze, where it is all about the team play, rallying behind Vidiking and his leadership. What does it mean when one player stands up and leads the charge for Europe?
It's that hope. When hope is lost on your side, it has to come from someone else. It can be a motivational speech backstage. It can be a call in the server. It can be a clutch from a player. Looking at these player cams though, I'm seeing some head scratches from Faze, looking a bit down. I'm seeing laughter from Team Secret. The crowd, of course, getting active as always, bringing out their lights, chanting for Team Secret. Now momentum being so vastly changed now, it begs the question, does Faze have the mental side of this to bring it back? Because the loss they just suffered could be the biggest of all later tonight.
Well, we've already seen Faze lose 2 championship points today. In Sao Paulo 2 years ago, they lost 5 in a row. No team, off the top of my head, has fumbled more championship points than these 5 Brazilians on the stage today. And that confidence in Secret's ability to step up to the next level is what has set them forth for a 4th map. Both eyes of these coaches behind the players on the hammer as we listen to what the coaches had to say before this map started.
Have more games, or you're gonna secure that second hammer. What do you do to not let them overthink about that?
A gente vai basicamente jogar o nosso jogo, sem se preocupar se é o último mapa ou não, e vamos com tudo aí pra cima.
We're gonna do our thing. We do not care if it's the last map or not. We play map by map, round by round. We're good. Now this is such an important moment for Secret. You just gained your confidence back. How do you help them to keep this momentum?
I think right now, we found our pace inside of the game, and it was very, very important for us getting there a little bit late. But after so many close rounds, so many clutches, so many situations like this, I think right now we just needed to reset a little bit and use this momentum into our favor. We know Border is a good map for us. Right now we just go and try to put our game as we were supposed to in the beginning of the match.
So a big reset there from the side of Secret. Faze don't seem too bothered, but does that coach input tell the whole story? Not many players have played a deep infinite overtime match. Thankfully, I have, and I can tell you, it feels like that can define the entire grand finals. For me, it was the first game of a BO5, and that defined the entire outcome. Winning that, we give the team a 3-0. That was just how it was gonna be. That's what happened for us. But going up 2 maps for Faze, going into that deep game of Fortress now, it completely resets the story of this grand final. It has shifted momentum, it has changed the energy, and Faze, who has spent so much to get to where they are, have lost so much from all those rounds. And they look a little bit down.
And just like that Penta EG grand final way back in 2018, Team Secret now go into the 4th map on their map pick. For you guys, it was winning Cafe, what you never expected on map 3, that gave you what you needed to come back on the final 2. I believe it was Bank as map 4. You might remember better than me, way back in the day. Yeah. And then Coastline, of course, to close. Yeah. For Team Secret, Fortress was never where they expected to win this. FaZe Clan picks that map knowing that they were good on the newest map in the pool, that they are one of the early adopters, the innovators of new strategies and new maps. But Team Secret pushed them so deep deeper than we've ever seen Secret push Faze before.
And then we go to border with the new gain confidence of Secret, which was just saying, this is a very strong map for us, this is where we want to be. Now we can play our original game plan with confidence. That sets us up very nicely for that 5th and final map should we go there at Clubhouse. That brings everything we've seen tonight. The teamwork, the coordination, the executes, the roam clear, all those fundamentals into one map. That's Clubhouse.
And border is just such a good battlefront for Team Secret. Let's not forget that yesterday, in that matchup that they never expected to win, that everyone in the crowd cheered against them for, against Falcons, Team Secret took that map. They won 7-5 on border. Rewind another day, what was the one map that FaZe lost to Falcons on?
Oh no.
It was border.
Oh no.
That's exactly right.
Oh no.
So if we do a little bit of equivalence here, FaZe lost to Falcons on border, Secret beat Falcons on border. I think it's pretty evident that Secret should be favored here on the 4th map. And it all started in one moment at the end of the 15th round on Fortress, when FaZe thought they had just won the championship. 8-7, forgetting about infinite overtime, they got out of their seats and started to celebrate as if they had just done what they have been dreaming for the last 2 years.
But no music started playing. It was in fact not over just yet. And once they realized, the energy shifted. We're finally back in the server. We're booting up FaZe on defense, Secret on the attack, Damo, Scrim, Asami, Smoke. When we see these smoke bans, we know what's gonna happen. It's once again about Secret on the attack, controlling tempo and pace. They can go for fast executes. They can go for direct plants. They can utilize operators like the rework factory, the 9 C4s, etc. and force FaZe's hand. This map of border, it's very small. You can very quickly find yourself in a calm 5v5 to a bomb post plant.
FaZe chose to start on the defensive side, but this is the second most attacker-sided map in the pool at the current time. Team Secret have a chance to have a flying start here on the absolute chaotic battleground that is border. And guess what? They've also looked to bring the Montaigne here from Savage, who, can I just say, on the Blackbeard on Fortress, reached new heights, even for an IGL as esteemed as Savage.
I like this setup from FaZe Clan though. They got Util in the Mirror and the Clash to counter shields and the fast pushes. They got Goyo canisters for the bomb site rush, but then they bring Cyber on the Oryx. Now, if they're anticipating a shield operator, especially Monty, this is the #1 counter in the Oryx. Late round flank possibility, also very real. So Secret, if they don't know about the Oryx right now, have to play it safe, they have to play it smart.
And so they start to set up. What do they see? The Twitch is a perfect operator to clear out a lot of this utility. The Denari's lasers, the Vulcan's canisters. On the flip side, FaZe have plenty of counters of their own. Watch out for the Oryx. If you're Doom or Savage, the 2 shields very vulnerable to that dash. The Cyber's down below and he sees one of the shields. Doesn't want to take a 2v1. He doesn't know if Savage has backup.
He always does. That's the whole thing, right?
Sorry, that was Doom.
It was actually Doom, yeah, this time. Savage on the Monty instead, upstairs in the east. So Secret working 2 angles, downstairs and above. Applying pressure around the map, much like on Fortress. Triple wall open for a line of sight, forcing back the players step by step. But that mirror window is next. Mowgli has to rotate over. There's no protection for this mirror window, unfortunately, so it gets popped immediately. Bit of a shame if you ask me.
Secret really struggle against that mirror. A lot of the time we've talked about how they need to be bringing more Ash, and they've done so here when it matters the most. And they spot this cheeky little Denari.
Whoa.
Wow. The lasers activate. And by this point, I believe Noah's already used his Twitch drone, so he won't be able to target KDS.
There's one in break room actually right now, looking for it. He's playing by Banana, a hard position to clear. But right now it's just Noah holding him at bay while they work that off his portion. Look at this clash, it's such a frustrating operator with the shield.
It does enable Doom to get a little bit of distance. KDS will take him down. And Savage, meanwhile, the other shield looks to try and get aggressive in office, but he's about to be met with souls on the clash as well. What kind of a response does Secret have to deal with this immovable object?
They have nobody on the archives window, they can't cut the rotation, so FaZe are fighting back, even numbers.
Another one to fall, it's Adrian who cannot make his way inside. Fountain is a fortress, but Noah's flick might bring it back. Double kill for Noah, but him and Savage are the last ones left for Secret, and still souls. with that clash, can continue to keep this Monty at bay.
Could go for a revive here for Savage. Should be maybe, oh, actually he's inside the building, not savable whatsoever right now. So Noah has to be the hero, work out Savage's information. With Souls in the clash, they'll have equal information on both sides.
This is so dangerous if they go for a revive here.
They're gonna do it.
They're gonna do it, the coverage from Noah. Oh, and the clash doesn't see
Could
it
they
happen.
plant Archive Store maybe?
Is there a world where the plan could go down? Vidiking is inside Archives right now. He's right next to the breach. He needs to get aggressive. He looks to try and find the feet of the Monty, but none of the shots land. Adrian is so low HP. Savage tries to take the fight. Adrian teams up together.
Planting default.
Noah on the other side, and the plan starts to begin. Souls activates his gadgets. But the clash needs to go big. He finds the first one. Savage will
The Deagle Whip.
Two of the DMR and the revolver to shut the door on Faze. Secret continue their fortress form here on border.
The clutching continues. It is not a clean game. It is not a clean round, but it is a round victory nonetheless. Noah, the flick onto the banana player in CCTV, the 2K follow-up by Beaver Door, and step by step, Secret, they are problem solving that round. I mean, look at this. That's how it started. The frame flick and the follow-up. The coverage here is everything. Has no more time, almost out of bullets, has to sprint into action.
Every single round that Secret find on this attacking side is more damage. It's gonna really front Furia in the second half.
I mean, the mental side of Faze has to be questioned at this point. They're losing all these rounds that are theirs for the taking. They're winning, and yet the score does not increase.
No team has been more consistent in the history of Rainbow Six Siege, and yet no team has fumbled more championships opportunities than Faze. Remember, all the way back, it was round 3 on Fortress, the last time Faze won an attacking round. They're on defense now, but if Secret really mount a strong case in this first half, and the mental boom is in effect, I don't think Faze will have much success in the second half at all.
They're forcing the clash right now. I think they want it to be target banned, con that third option, and then they have a second operator in mind to force them. So Faze are playing a long game here on border. Technically maybe showing a weaker strategy to get stronger later on. But here comes Souls in the front, just being annoying to deal with. There's no real counter operators, right? Kind of Nomad here on the doors, but if Souls just doesn't walk into them, it won't make a damn difference. There's no Capital, there is no Kali. And it feels like you have to work around Souls if you're Secret. Where he is, you go somewhere else. Especially if you're Savage, because that electrification messes with the shields.
It's a big rotation though, and it puts KDS under the pump. He's holding on in CCTV as they breach the break room wall. That restricts the support that the rest of Secret can give to him, but it also opens up the avenue for Souls to use that taser in the long range. Savage is feeling a lot of pressure between that taser and between the Malusi Banshee, but he gets away from the guard break just in time. KDS flicks onto the Montaigne amidst the crossfire. Souls has come to support, and Vidiking as well. Secret are bleeding out. And while they find one kill, it is not enough to take control.
This time they lose the Monty. That was the wing condition last time around. It wasn't able to plan the revive and the push for intel.
Oh my god.
Punished vertically by Cyber downstairs in custom stock, leaving just 2 players upstairs trying to work together.
This clash has been such a headache. It enables the aggression from the rest of Faze. Vidiking bites off a little bit more than he can chew. And Mowgli begins his campaign in this 1 versus 4, now a 1v3. He saw Joom do it twice on Fortress. Can he himself stand up when he's facing down a clash on the other side with no util to deal with it?
That's exactly the problem. Souls could 1v1 him for a while here up top floor. Mowgli has to respect the bait game. Is there a person behind him? We know, no, there is not. They're both playing downstairs. So he ignores the clash. I guess they feel that perhaps it is actually free for the taking.
Tries to bait him, he's gonna go for 1 kill. He's caught between 2, and Handy will handily shut him down. Faze recomposed, but from the look on Vidiking's face, we know exactly where Faze's mental is at now.
I do feel like Secret right now, they're playing a very linear attack, and I'm not too big of a fan of it. I would like them to get that more backstab-oriented gameplay. Right there, for example, 2 rounds in a row, they're pushing into CCTV and E-stairs. Never at one point do we see a player flanking Armory side, going Archives window, going sandwich repel, or anything like that. So the Clash goes where the push is coming from and denies so many people at once. So we want to see more split pressure, more split theory, if you will. I think Faze, as I said, they're going to keep forcing this Clash. They wanted to get banned away, genuinely. And the thing is, I'm sure Secret know of this, but there's nothing they can do just yet. They're hiding the Bandit as well. Bandit tricking for the mirror window in case of the Ashe counter is very smart, because very recently, guys, Ashe breaches now gets destroyed by electrified walls.
We've come full circle on that, haven't we?
We've come full circle. Originally it was like that, then they changed it when Sophia was released, more or less, and then now again they do get destroyed. So Bandit / Kaid counters the Ashe for the mirror windows. But there's no Ashe.
There is no Ashe this time around. I'm not sure if perhaps they even hit the mirror successfully. I mentioned earlier, Secret have struggled against mirror, except for that round before when they brought the Ashe to the table. I'll tell you what they're not struggling with. It's dealing with all of the things that the Twitch can handily do away with. Vulcan canisters, Denari's lasers, even popping the gas pipe as well. Now, there are a stack of Vulcan canisters inside of Archives to prevent a potential rush or even a late plan as well from Faze. No Barb on the main stairs, though, by the way.
Just the lasers at the very tippity top. Now, Secret are changing the pace here. They're clearing util first, taking the fights later. And without that shield, this could be a more spread out attack, not playing around just the Monty, for example.
Nice gotten 6 onto that shield at 90, by the way.
There's the rotate, triple wall. So they have E-stairs control. Now they're working triple, and they've completely struggled any attack towards CCTV. But you're right, the juggle right now denies them that exact breach. So hiding the Bandit for that very reason.
Oh no.
And mitigating with a great swing, takes down Savage, looking the wrong direction.
That's the one operator that Secret needed to deal with the Clash in the late round gone. Yep. Goodbye, Capital, and goodbye to Noah. The Twitch is completely obliterated by a nuclear C4 tossed outside the break room. Mowgli needs to have a miracle here, and I don't think he's going to be given the opportunity.
Not sure about these attacks. They have almost no T from Secret, especially this one. They have never pushed that go button. Almost no pressure, no foothold in the server. There's a swing punished by Doom. Kidius getting a little overzealous. That means they get CCTV control with this kill.
Reaction times of a god, but here comes Souls, and the Clash is going to pretty handily just shut Doom out of it. And with Mowgli taking control of 90, it does give a little bit more mobility to Doom. What's going on here, though, for Adrian at the top of the stairs? He looks to try and find a gap against Vidiking. Souls has gone down, but amidst the chaos, it's only Mowgli left, and he will fall as well. A second defense has been claimed by the Brazilians. They are well on their way to putting pressure back on Secret.
For Operator Benz here, the Clash has to go. Even though Faze are clearly baiting it by overforcing it, it has been a huge problem for the side of Secret.
Is it really a bait if it's working?
Well, that's the issue, right? When the bait is so good, it's actually not a bait. Monty Bandit responds. I was actually a bit curious. I think if you're anticipating that Clash ban yourself, it's very wise to ban the Monty as the biggest counter has now been removed. It's an even trade, but mind you, Faze were expecting this. They were setting it up, baiting them. Here comes the real strat shortly after. Now they can use as operators like the Mirror every single round, maybe the Solace. Also, one thing for Secret. I need to see them utilize Archives window top floor. It cuts off the top floor in half from the window into Fountain, into Beepers, into Armory. And they keep allowing Faze to rotate back and forth for free. They need to cut the map in half somewhere. And it's gotta be Archives balcony. It's gotta start happening from this round forward.
Well, for the first time, we are seeing Faze go and take the Teller's bomb site, Teller's bathroom, and the aggressive mirror window. No Bandit this time to protect the mirrors, but of course it still just adds another layer, another item on the checklist for Faze to deal with, and this is classic Border. The bomb site is down Teller's bathroom, and Faze are trying to play as much of the map as possible. The mirror enables that, because you can just have one player sit on a mirror window, burn a lot of time, and often retreat down one of these hatches, or staircases, or hallways, even after his mirror has been destroyed.
Secret have a choice to make. Again, split theory or old school start push. Together or spread around the building. I would like to see them spread out a bit more. They got Savage on the Blitz, they got Bodhi on the Nomad to lock down areas once they take them in control.
Oh, Ashe, though, to deal with the mirrors, just the Twitch.
So, I mean, technically Savage could maybe walk up with a smoke grenade and punch the mirror window, but again, it adds a layer of risk all of a sudden, because what if he gets forward? What if he gets shot in his toes? June wants an entry downstairs inside a jail room, gets denied. Has to go elsewhere.
Very ambitious from Cyber. Big nitro cell, but baited out very well by Secret. Out comes the ace. Now that's another way to counter one of these mirror windows. KDS will hold on to his position for as long as he can. Tempted to really slow down Secret and then peel back the layers and reinforce Fountain.
Mind you, normally players on defense, they have somebody in break room that could shoot that summon charge off the mirror. But Faze don't want to give Secret any isolated gunfights where you cannot fall back safely. Handy with the SPG-11. The most egregious swing ever.
But he will be caught on the retreat from outside break room. Noah has enabled that long angle thanks to the ace Selma detonating on the door. So it's an even trade, and if I'm Secret, I'll happily take that. Handy is down, no more Solus to worry about.
It does open up a bit of mobility, right? That Arcus window, like I spoke about, but it lost that map control, so it won't matter. KDS wants to play that middle line, kill a couple of drones, apply pressure, then fall back. But there's so much time here from the side of Secret. 1 minute 20. They have all the map space they need. They gotta be worried about the flank, of course, because this could be a huge gap. They have players waiting, looking forward.
The damage done, but Sol's able to fall back. No, he's not. He's cut off by Mowgli. Insane reaction times from Secret, great communication, and now they have a chance to lock in to Teller's bomb site.
There are two options here. Go down east stairs and breach the wall in towards the bomb site. Let's go for a plan. Or we go down bathroom, hatch drop, or bomb site window. Hatch drop is by far the easiest. They do the vert, they lock down the angles, Mowgli goes bomb site window to cut the bomb site in half. This means there is no plant denial possible. Faze has to push in and retake while that 7-second planter begins.
Verticality from June available as well while Noah dies. There's still a good chance here for the plant to go down here from Savage, and June from the vertical angle takes down Cyber. Vidiking's going for a big flank, and he will catch June on the refrag, but the plant has been confirmed. Savage is caught off guard, but he does manage to just stay alive and retreat back. But now with top floor control for both defenders, it's hard for them to get back into it, especially with Mowgli. Outside on the balcony, he can cut them down, but can Vidiking ninja it? He holds down! But Mowgli is there, waiting for him all along. Secret are back in the game again.
Very smart played post plant. Mowgli was on that bomb site window, and then the second they call this, guys, I'm 75% done with the plant. He stops covering, starts sprinting upstairs, because the thing is here, if the call is one flank in main stairs, one flank in east stairs, they're gonna get top floor control, they're gonna take down Doom. That's fine, but they have to drop downstairs again, leaving that hatch open. That's when Mowgli jumps back into action and retakes the ground for free. So really good use of the rotations and the verticality, being one step ahead, recognizing no C4 from Faze, no plant denial. This swing though, ridiculous.
Ridiculous, but on brand for Handy, who has been so confident today. Vidiking heard the player above him, didn't have time. The ninja defuse was never possible, not with Mowgli a few steps away from the hatch up above. It was a great post plant from Secret. They had a great plan from the get-go. They played it perfectly in the mid-rounds.
10 seconds left.
I'm liking what I'm seeing on this attacking half.
Yeah, honestly, that might be one of the best mid-round rounds for Secret in a while. Because on Fortress, the mid-round was difficult. I mean, in the first two maps, everything
they were just clutching.
Yeah, exactly. It was all about late-round clutches. It really has been a story of Secret struggling, and clutching up, rather than being successful, and clean sweeping them. So the fact that they're getting better and better at the weaknesses really could shape up this border map. Yeah, good luck hacking those screws.
Ironically, the Brava is spotting a lot of the util that the Twitch needs to deal with, and the Twitch is seeing a lot of util the Brava needs to deal with. Really, priority needs to come from Jim to go back and get that bulletproof camera that was denied. If he moves too far away with the drone, it won't successfully happen. But it turns out Noah doesn't need to get on his drone because he's busy finding kills and souls. Only on the breadstick, by the way. Goes down, first frag for Faze.
I'm not really sure about swinging 90 deep into east stairs. You know they're gonna be there. They shot the default cam a while ago. We're 50 seconds into the round. You have to respect the fact that it's the first place attackers take usually. And the big thing is Faze, they don't play deep in the map with those isolated players. They don't hold east stairs ever like most teams do, so there's the punishment for it. Now Secret get the early lead. If they can play this clean into the mid round and keep building upon that, this could be their best round yet in the attack.
KDS has played this corner in CCTV 1,000 times. Secret know exactly where he is. Cyber though, he's snuck through, he's coming in supporting. He's protected from east stairs thanks to that shield. He is vulnerable, he wants to go for an aggressive run out. Surely they'll hear him, they spotted him on the drone. Now they know there are two in CCTV.
I mean, if he just moves a little bit too much, they have the cross. I think right now, if Secret can start applying pressure elsewhere on the map, they can force that movement. Soul's already swung. That's the one free, but there might be a second one lingering. He jumps in, looking to his right.
Oh my god, straight into the crossfire. Noah finds one! Triple kill for Noah! The Young Guns together make Secret fly. Handy is in a 1v4. He'll find the first, but Jim going down is not enough for Faze. Back in the lead once again for Team Secret.
Momentum officially switched. Confidence gained. Faze struggling more and more. Secret doing better and better, but still only one round between these two. It's 3-2 favoring Secrets. I'm starting to feel a bit worried here, James. I'm starting to feel a little bit worried for Faze.
And I think the look on Secret's faces is so telling. A little smile behind those eyes from Savage. A little bit of humor behind Mowgli's smirk. That's when I get worried if you're Faze Clan. Faze are not known to be an emotional team, but the numbers don't lie. They fumbled more championship points than anybody.
We worked a Faze game earlier this tournament quite a while ago. And I was like, you know, Faze are very low energy, and I was watching Vidiking's player game, he wasn't talking a lot, and I was going on like, if this is the Faze we're gonna see this tournament, they will struggle. But honestly, since that very day, many days ago, I've seen the current Faze clan. They're in great form, playing high-level Siege. But right now on the player cams, right here in Border, I'm seeing Faze that are having one bad game here and there. Having one bad game in the grand finals, that will change everything. They had a 7-4 into a 7-2 victory, Consulate Bank, unbeatable. But Fortress has shook them to their core.
Faze clearly read this map veto well. They baited Team Secret into picking Bank, and then they dominated them. But the rest of this map veto has not gone their way. Joom, he was spotted as he made his way through lobby. He wants to try and take the fight onto that player in waiting. Meanwhile, Secret look to try and focus up on CCTV, as they so often do, and KDS is once again playing that Hell in a Cell position near the monitors.
Yes, but Cyber's in break room now, establishing a crossfire. That's the big difference from before. They're holding the first extended areas between E stairs and break room. They've never done that in the past. Oh, Joom goes down.
I can't believe Cyber found that spot on Joom. Savage, though, might be able to support. Soul's in a very vulnerable position now. His wall is opened up and the angle exposed. The confirmation might be challenging here for Savage, especially with Cyber up above, continuing to deal a lot of damage. Adrian eventually shuts him down. Souls will just be able to scout for info before finally Adrian finishes him off. More than half the round to go, but only 6 players left alive in the server.
Plenty of time. 2 people above. KDS in security room, still alive now, and Handy goes down on the bomb site, or sorry, right beneath the bomb site rather.
Where on earth did you pull that out from, Adrian? KDS is once again still locked in CCTV,
that's it.
But Secret don't need to hunt him.
He's not sure where the attack is coming from. He's so worried about that exterior door, but there's nobody there. There has never been anybody there.
Oh, he still doesn't know if he can get a successful run out. And he's going to rotate back to site. They're going to know about it because he was detected. Now, he does still have a mirror window on Armory, so he's favored if they try and take from CCTV. But Secret, they have so much mobility, they could go for an Archives take.
Also, they have 1 spare Selma, and that can actually change the attack. The thing is, Katie is now sprinting straight back in. I think they know about it.
Noah's got an inkling. He's got a feeling. And Savage has found him from the break door. Patience from Secret pays off, and Vidiking on the verge of losing the half, has to restabilize. He finds Adrian, Savage, and Noah together have to dot all their I's, cross all their P's. Savage lives up to the name again. And for the first time in this series, Team Secret have won the half.
FaZe Clan seeking out individual gunfights and hero plays. That is not a part of their strat book. They are a team where every person works together. Like I said, the jack of all trades, the master of none. But right now, it's individual people scattered, looking to be the hero, looking to win the round by themselves. That is not the FaZe way. Frustration, getting suffocated out in the server. FaZe, you are indeed choking. Now, side swap. Faze goes on the attack. That is usually what controls the tempo in the server. But Faze are not known as a fast-paced team. Border is a fast-paced map. And this is where Twister said in the coach interviews before the game started, we feel very good about Border here in Team Secret. We're not too worried about it.
2 wallbangs for Adrian with the 417 DMR that round, by the way. Savage fan club down there. You got a secret, do ya? Well, technically Faze is still ahead in the map count, but...
Oh, let's not get all negative here, okay? Secret are winning. They're up 4-2. They just won the first half, like you said.
I can tell you exactly the way that Secret are winning right now, and we've said it so many times. It's all up here, mate. It's all in the mines. Faze thought they'd done it, thought that it was job done. Pack it up, throw down the headset, pick up your mouse and keyboard, and march towards that hammer. But no, it wasn't. It was far from over, and Secret are proving that. Now into the second half, Faze. I got a stat for you. Ready for this?
All right.
It has been 23 rounds since Faze last won an attack.
23 rounds.
23 rounds.
All right, boys, strap in right now. Get locked, get ready. Faze have banned the smoke and the Asami to weaken both the bomb site and the extended halls on East Stairs and CCTV. That means the very early stage of the rounds is easier with the Asami, and the late round with the bomb site itself, of course, more weak due to no smoke. Secret, they gotta ban the Muncie every single map from here on out. It's gonna happen on Clubhouse as well if we go there. Then they ban the Ying, those power operators. Vidiking played it so well on Bank, and Souls played it a handful of times also on Fortress. So we've gotten to a point where you're just target banning your opponent's specific playstyle that's been working for them in this specific series, rather than the overarching tournament.
Faze, they love to play these attacks slowly. They love to check everything. They love to peel away the layers of defense, and then 3, 2, 1, go. You have no idea where they're coming from. It's usually everywhere at once.
It feels like the Brazilian aggression when they have to go with the European tactics for the longest time. Brazilian team that play different than the rest of the region, yet still dominate domestically so frequently. June playing East Stairs, mind you, no Asami. Magnets in pocket, Blackbeard waiting for him with that grenade.
Good impact.
South, Savage finds handy elsewhere on the map. Second shot outside East Stairs, takes down the Blackbeard.
Faze, my friends, what are you doing? Let's not forget, you have championship points on Fortress, and now you're getting manhandled on Border. Savage continues to lash out again. Souls has found 1 kill in this whole map of Border. One by one, they get aggressive. You'll find the first one. Only bites off a little bit more than he can chew, but Savage, that doesn't discourage him. Not one bit. Noah's peeking him from the other side. Souls is just waiting. He knows he's being embarrassed right now. Out comes the pistol. He's on the verge of being peeked as well. Noah on the other side! Savage finds every last one of them! 4 kills for the in-game leader and Team Secret. They're running it back. 2 more rounds, and Border is in the bag.
Not the way you want to start off the first attack for Faze. Like I said, not known to be the fast-paced aggressor, even here on Border. Baby Shark, Rookie of the Year? Maybe. Just maybe. Him and Stump in the running.
Wow.
Nice Kavera play.
Nice Cav play, right? Tell you what.
That's how Handy died? He sprinted into the mirror window?
Not too dissimilar to what happened from Mowgli a couple of rounds ago as well.
What?
I tell you what though, Savage found his form on Fortress and has continued to brutalize his opponents on Border.
Who got drawing, dude? What? Is the evil Doom face.
All right, I know you guys in the arena can't hear me, but we need to start having these messages to Faze be in Portuguese, because that's when you're going to hear a reaction.
Yeah, that's it.
Doom with his serial killer smile is hungry for a few more kills. He was looking to break records on map 1. Speaking of records, Handy across the series is actually very close to breaking the best of 5 kill record. He has a long way to go, and he hasn't shown up here.
He's had a few good rounds, but again, it's all Faze have acquired so far. 2-5 is a score. Faze Clan kind of going back to the IQ, looking for the information, the traps, etc., mapping out the landscape. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to gunfights. It's going to come down to those pushes where you say 3, 2, 1, work together. The Lion gives you a nice little countdown. It boosts your team's confidence on the attack, but also gives the defenders an idea of what's about to come, the push. Dokkaebi, Lion, Blackbeard working together across the map globally. Here comes that first charge.
In they go, Savage finds the first one. Faze need to try and refrag it out, but they manage to retreat just enough to keep most of their players alive for Secret. However, Savage has been traded back eventually. Cyber, with the 5-5-2 in hand, looks for a target. One in Armory, one in CCTV. He might be given a fight. Takes a lot of damage from Noah, but no repeak. Second player looking to support. Joom downstairs doesn't have a Nitro cell. He needs to take the fight with the P10 Roni, but it's not a good weapon for it, and now they know where he is. Handy's found one, but Adrian for the double! The Warden is immovable as can be. Inside of Armory, he's got the diffuser, and he holds onto it, but hold the phone, because Adrian's gonna have to find a 4K here, Pengu.
Yes.
He's snuck through all the way up into Archives, and he's left the diffuser, a lure, a bait. Will Faze take it?
Handy's playing a 90 though. Blackbeard can walk in and bait this crossfire.
Oh, finds the Blackbeard and the kill! Handy needs to clutch up big, and he's got no diffuser, he's got no friends, he's got no hope! And the C4 will surely confirm that first kill. Now it's a game of bait and switch. Handy going from Fountain into Archives through the wall! Adrian always knows through the wall, he knows how to fight them! But Handy refuses to let that one go by. He has fought far too hard in this series to give Secret another map points.
Nice try from Adrian, and I think the nerves got to him there in the end. Could have played by the beer, Thor. Can't get flashbanged. It's a bug with no nade. Faze called a tech timeout despite getting that round.
Se agora, se ele consegue de patrão, fechou? Vamos colocar alguém naquele rapaz da sinal ali, fica peitando a C4 ali, tacando o dele lá pra cima, comendo o corredor PC padrãozinho, a gente pode até comer de Blackbeard no PC com o som de rapel, tá ligado? O Célio perde de 4 pro bomb, pra ver se consegue depois matar o cara do bomb, às vezes até varar esse water que vai estar lá jogando.
Mas aí, por que eu faço? Pra pegar esse, Por que eu faço isso no bomb lá de baixo, no banheiro?
Tipo, vamos concentrar as peças mais no PC, fechou?
Mas o Green ele vai fazer rapel, rapel na porta do PC? Fazer o Green aí, você tá falando?
Não, eu quero o Green no arsenal.
Rapel arsenal, tá.
Isso.
Bora.
Bora, guys.
Mano, só vamos jogar
cabeça, guys. Bora.
Alright, we are awaiting a translation from Maria, but until then, honestly, probably a good time for a tag timeout. Just because in case, you know, this doesn't go well, the coaches input before they face that match, but before things go too far away from them. Waiting for Maria, hopefully, to get us the inside scoop.
My question is, how does this round become winnable here for Secret?
I mean, that's how Adrian just completely popped off.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he even found the kill on the Blackbeard. KDS, an unusual mistake from him. It's very common when you get knocked back by a knife as a shield, a good shield player knows exactly how to turn to keep that shield in front of you.
Faze is not your typical shield team, and when they are, it's Vidiking playing Monty. It's the same for Furia as well. They're not really these really high-level shield players. The difference is Faze did actually adopt the shield meta and played well in it due to Vidiking. But it's not the aggressive shields, it's the passive utility shields. Furia never adopted it at all, and that's why they've struggled so much since that meta switch. Furia excelled in one version of the game and then had a hard time after. Faze, the whole point of their consistency is that they play well throughout all those different metas. Yeah. But you are right. Without Vidiking on the shield operator, it is a bit lackluster. That's why now he's the one playing the BB.
Look, I don't disagree with you, but I think the problems for Faze, unlike Furia, aren't at all about meta. They're not all about playstyle. There's clearly something wrong with the Faze mental. 2 rounds trailing behind, with one last chance to lock it in, or else we go a 5th map. This is the Faze we need to see. The Faze that showed up in Boston, not the Faze that fell a year prior, 5 championship points in a row. Not the Faze that fumbled on Fortress, the Faze that has dominated here in Paris.
That clutch again from Cyber was so important, right? Getting a bit more back, mentally speaking. Vidiking nearsighted by the Finra mine, but it's in the window sink. It's destroyed immediately. Look at this. Noah, 1 point of health.
Oh, he's
Nate
dead.
gets tossed out, holding the ankle. He's proning past.
Oh my
He
God!
gets a kill. He'll die, but it's worth it. He took down the Blackbeard.
You take that trade every single day of the week. Vidiking is down. You said Vida is the win condition for Faze on that shield. An aggressive run out as well from Savage, but it's suppressed. Cyber needs to win this fight on Doom. Bit of damage.
Oh, so much
no
recall.
kill confirms. And Doom continues to hold on to that bomb site, prevent the rush from Faze.
No, thank God that grip is coming back to Twitch very soon, guys. Next season, am I right? Vert grip, F2 playable, but right now, Cyber, wish he had that DMR instead. Handy low on health, Cyber goes down to beneath. Inside of Telos Archives.
Not like this, not again. Not when Faze target Doom on the bomb site. Not when they figure out that this is their win condition, storming the site because they can't win the fight elsewhere. Handy drops down below. He looks to put some horizontal pressure back onto Secret. But let's be honest, all of the pressure is on Faze's shoulders right now. Handy low HP. I don't think he knows where Adrian is. He should hear him in a brief moment. The bait comes from elsewhere. Doom is just baiting Handy to move forward. Adrian should surely be able to trade it. He does. But it's a 1-for-1. Secret still leading by 1 player, but Souls and KDS have every reason to bring this back. And Soul supports that. The Frenchman, Mowgli, has struggled so much. But the young rookie for Secret has another massive round. It's Souls up in a 1v2 with no diffuser to speak of and 2 players to find. He's played so many Six Invitationals before, but can he hack it when it matters most? A good flash and a good shot, but not good enough. The defending champions have left the door ajar. And Secret are about to rip it off its hinges.
A big smile from Adrian, redeeming that failed 1v1 clutch with a huge 3K on this, the mute no less, going for those swings, challenging back. He might have struggled a bit on Fortress, but he has found his footing here on Border. He has been the difference maker in a couple of rounds. The fact that we might very well see a 5th map, it seems so unlikely only a few hours ago, looking at Consulate, looking at Bank.
Not long ago, we were talking about the most dominant SI Grand Final in history. We were building up the expectation of Faze, building a new dynasty, one to match the greats, the Furia W7M, the Penta G2 of old. The most consistent roster of all time, and there's only one kind of consistency I'm seeing right now. It is that Faze consistently cannot close out championships.
So going from being compared, like you said, to the greats, how about being compared to EG, bottling a couple of grand finals, top white stairs incident that happened in Milan, yeah? That turned into a comeback for Empire. They take that final. The 2-0 up, EG Pentagon Finals 2018. The comeback happens, you lose. EG had a great history in this game, but also had so many shortcomings where they were just not good enough, just by a small margin.
Let's not forget there was a time when EG were considered maybe the best, but definitely, without a question, the second best team in the world. And you remember how that team died? A very slow and painful death, where Canadian finally decided to move on to greener pastures. They tried to pick up all these players that had beaten them from other teams, and eventually that roster dissipated into nothing. There was no continuation. Canadian continued his legacy on other teams like Space Station and Dark Zero. Faze surely cannot meet the same fate.
No roster change for 3 years. 3 SI Grand Finals in a row. What should have been a victory, what was a victory, and then right here, standing up before the game was over, thinking they had won, only to realize it was all a dream. They are living in a nightmare currently, down 3-6. They're on the attacking side of Border. They have to make the first play. They need to find the open and kill. Vidiking back on the blitz, but Doom is on the clash, looking to stop him.
A lot of damage on a Doom. He's got to be careful with this shield. He does get away for another moment. Up comes the blitz. Vidiking's going deep. He's going to try and make it big, and he finds one. Good trade on the Mowgli, but Mowgli had already done damage. Can he go big for a second? The trade comes through from Adrian, and Handy is there to respond. Savage and Doom try and hold down the bomb site, but Faze are lapping it up. And they finally break the streak. Silence in the crowd. as Team Secrets fumble when map point is in their hands.
Hey.
And a tactical timeout called by Twister for Team Secret. It seems, I think we might be seeing 5 games. I have a good feeling about this grand final, Pengu.
I do as well. I mean, that's Faze giving some fight back, right? With the confidence, the decisiveness.
Looks like the tactical timeout.
I think he called it and said, no, next round perhaps.
Or maybe he said maybe it was too late to be called.
Also
possible. We can only speculate, but regardless, Team Secret will not have their tactical timeout. The game will continue.
So let's see, can they do it out Twister? Mind you, he called it on Fortress very early, down 0-3, but whatever he said, it made that comeback also possible.
Let's not forget, the real comeback on Fortress didn't happen until the second half. It didn't happen until FaZe had match points, until they were up 6-5. And it took Team Secret to stave off a championship point, which they did. And then they did it again. They did it over and over until they pushed us to a 4th. And they will do it over and over again until they push us to Clubhouse.
I got confirmation. It was Twister himself canceling out the tag timeout, saying, you know what, I changed my mind. Nothing was locked in just yet. So they keep playing. He said, I don't want to give FaZe that same advantage because right now, Secret are up 6-4. They still technically have most of that momentum. And if you pull that break right now, you're giving FaZe a lifeline, which they themselves have already spent. That's why he changed his mind most likely. Vidiking old tech drops down, takes a little bit of damage.
Haven't
on the balcony.
Haven't seen that for years.
It avoids you either rappelling up, getting stuck in animation, or climbing the ladder with the same story. So he's on the balcony that I said Secret had to utilize themselves. Now it's FaZe doing that very same thing. FaZe Clan last round, they were quick in the building, but look at the difference in lineup. They got IQ, they got the Kali, they got a striker. This is about utility and clearing things step by step. FaZe Clan are changing the pace from fast to slow, fast to slow. 3 people CCTV balcony looking for a play.
Noah's in KDS's favorite spot. Trying to contest with the Scorpion, which is not known for its long-range engagements. He's about to have 3 people coming his way. Another nade goes through. He sees 1 cross, he sees a 2nd cross. Does he have support from the Warden? Deep in the bomb site, a nade goes out, but Noah is still allowed to survive. Adrian, the Warden at half wall will fall, and now Noah is left all alone. He's finding players, fighting him one by one, but he detonates the fire extinguisher, gives him enough cover, but not enough to protect his teammate. Doom will fall on the bomb site, or rather on Armory. Bomb site's down below. So FaZe still have a lot of things to clear. Finally, Cyber gets rid of Noah, but not before KDS will fall to a Nitro cell. The game is still alive for Secret, fighting 1 player in deficit.
So many angles there for Noah to handle. He did his very best, but could not find a kill in the end, but stayed alive for a damn long time. Moked downstairs. Savage spent that C4 just seconds ago. They cannot fish for a kill. So FaZe are being allowed to set up for their execute. A fight happens. Souls low on health. Cyber low as well. Reloading. This feels like those late round Secret clutches, and FaZe know that feeling too. They need to lock this one in. Take it step by step. No one can swing alone. They drop down the hatch. They start planting.
But if Savage can isolate this fight, it's so on for the retake. But Vidiking finds both of them! Another round for FaZe. 1 more, and overtime will be on the cards. Team Secret have 1 last chance to get it done in regulation.
You see how close this is though. If you connect those shots onto Vidiking and you're holding the cross, you destroy him. Now actually, first, Secret tag timeout.
You guys play aggressive on this break room with a C4. You play aggressive on Army, just jiggle Army, and if you see that he's there and he's holding you, I can swing him for you right here, okay?
Can you try to rotate a little bit more default gadgets for example, more barbed wire instead of the traps or anything? And even though what you're doing with the traps is actually really good. They are trying to waste it, and then you're just getting one in your pocket and just put it later. Yeah. I think that's it, guys. They are playing for the first minute of the round. They win or lose in the first minute of the round. So let's make sure that we react properly to that as well.
Last round, they got so lucky, guys. Okay, they got so lucky. He's so lucky. Like,
these last rounds, man.
These past rounds. Let's go.
Guys, it's first minute of reaction. Let's not second guess, okay?
Yeah. Let's go.
Where do you want to go here? We go back. Actually, we go Army again. We just go Army. We go to default there.
Last round, they got so lucky. It's not meant as disrespect. It's a way to explain that they should have won that round and did the exact same thing again. They would get a different result. Twister put it in simple terms. FaZe are playing for the first 60 seconds of the round. They are playing for the opening kill, for early advantage, to then keep building that pressure and keep building that 1 by 1. So Secret, they can match it. First 60 seconds, do or die.
With that tactical timeout, that is the conversation of a team that believes.
Definitely. I mean, if Savage hits this shot bottom in to begin with, I think the round is just over. The guy's planning out the corner, no coverage for the guy upstairs watching Archives hatch. So one gunfight changes everything.
And as much as Faze don't want to admit it, there's one thing in the back of their minds right now, and it's that we have to win this round, because if we don't win this round, we've just been reverse swept 2 maps in a row, and we go down to a best of 1 on Clubhouse. And there is no question of whose mental will be shot.
Faze might be the better team. Faze might have more experience. Faze might have won a grand final at SI before. But if your mental is shot, or your enemy just dancing around you in the server, there's nothing you can do.
The Siege Gods don't care about your accolades. They don't care what your name is. They don't care how many kills you've had in your career or how many times you've been to a Six Invitational. They care who wins today, right now.
But this is the thing, right? Faze, they know to change things up here in Border. They started slow, then they went fast. Those first 60 seconds, well, they're gone in 10. And in Secret, they invested so much into the early stage here, right? Goo mines set up on the entries. Same thing with the Griswold mines. So the thing is, that utility stays alive forever until cleared or activated. Secret will be okay. But they're lacking those DMRs that we've seen before, like the Aruni, like the Kai TCSG, like the Goyu TCSG. So they're strong in close quarters by the bomb site maybe. But what happens when Faze start executing from outside the building, right? CC window, break room door. How do you fight back against that SG-11?
Here come the Grim's Bees, and Cyber takes advantage. Mowgli yet again, the first to fall for Secret. How does this keep happening? The Frenchman was meant to have the crowd buff, but it seems like the pressure is getting to him. Faze restabilized, they have the advantage, and Secret are too afraid to lash out.
This is the issue, right? Using utility in a gunfight, it's so unfair for Secret. The bomb side, not very strong on Border. You gotta play around the building, playing CCTV, playing East stairs, like Doom is, like Noah is right here. But the pressure is too much. The Green Beast comes out, he falls on back, has spare reinforcements. Savage goes for a swing though, but gets traded back.
And the Demon's been shut down. Doom has been very quiet on Border, a far cry from what he brought to Secret on Fortress. It's up to Savage to fill those big shoes. SMG-11's already been netted him 1 kill, and as Faze start to circle, CCTV is theirs for the taking.
Faze are in the building, 45 seconds, 1 final C4 here from Adrian. He has to go big, cannot afford to die.
He almost has his chance, but Souls with the DMR, it rings true, and Savage now has to do the impossible. A lick of damage onto him, but he finds nothing. Faze, fight back. They don't care that it's map point for their opposition. They don't care that they fumbled Fortress, because they know that they have got what it takes to go back-to-back. Overtime begins on Border.
The depth for Faze really showed. Again, they started playing really fast, early stage. Twister calls a tech time out and says, guys, they play for first 60 seconds. Right after, they switch the tempo again. They play the Capital, they play the Grim, they use utility, they get early man pick, and then slowly take them apart. At the end of the day, Secret were swinging, desperate for a kill, because they knew the bomb site was not strong enough to stop that bomb site push. Now it's OT, the sides stay the same. Secret defense, Faze on the attack. But which version of Faze is gonna show up? Are they gonna go for the fast bomb site rush? Are they gonna go for a slow, steady choke out? Secret have to adapt on the fly right now. That's the biggest thing for me. Communicate together. Are they pressuring these stairs? No. Okay. How many people are CCTV? 4? Okay, expect the grenades, the Grims, everything. And then work around it. I generally think an operator like a Jaeger or a Mine could do wonders here for Secret to help fortify one particular spot in the map, like CCTV when Noah plays every single round. Because he's getting help from his teammates like Armory Breach, Break Room Door with gunfights, sure, but Noah is juking and dancing with grenades and Grim Beast every single round, and you can't keep escaping, you can't keep winning that fight.
It's time to target up on Doom. He's playing in a very dangerous position in waiting room. He gets detected for a brief moment at the Lion scan. This is a very fickle way to try and hold on to East Stairs. He's with the shotgun. He's
Okay.
double shotgun? Did I see that correctly?
I'm gonna assume that's intentional, but I'm not gonna lie to you, James. Double shotgun on border is usually never intentional.
There's just about no reason to play double shotgun. If you've got the primary, you just may as well bring something for longer range in the secondary, even if it's just a measly little pistol. Drew may have made a critical mistake, and it could well cost him his life. He's now gonna have to play this perfectly.
Has to get creative. I mean, you're playing East Stairs. If they come into your area, you're great for a fight, but if you're swinging them first outside the building, you're not gonna win at all. Deimos downstairs, so this is Faceman switching up. They did util last time with Capital Fire. Now they're going verticality, probably thinking there could be a Mario Jaeger, for example. It's a different way for Noah to deal with. A different problem that he's not faced before.
Noah is the epicenter of this defense. Wow. What? Fully flash! He finds KDS's head regardless. Goodbye to the Nomad. We need a big impact from Cyber below.
And they can't track him. He's playing the Vigil, right?
There's
the
nothing
one
to be
guy in
done.
CCTV cannot get tracked by the Deimos. All 5 members red ping, by the way. Full info from the Deimos of Cyber, yet no tracks, no value so far. Fully blinded, held the angle, timed it to perfection, confirms that kill, and he's staying alive in CCTV.
Verticality from Cyber will try to come through despite him not being able to get the track. He forces Adrian back. But still, Adrian and Noah, 2 young guns, hold this crossfire as Adrian now gets targeted by that Deimos, and there is a sneak up the East Stairs from Handy on the other side.
There's a Togepi call. That's gonna give people that slight sense of, guys, something's happening. Final line charge. There's a backstab successful for Handy.
Savage
goes down.
He was spotted in break room, and that's meant to be Noah's teammate. Can he hold on? Cyber from down below takes him out. Time is ticking away, 45 seconds, and Faze finally have an advantage.
Noah does not want to fall back towards that bomb site. He plays his life once more. Maybe should have fallen back, who knows. 35 seconds. Again, Doom double shotgun here could literally be a problem. He cannot take most of the fights in this map right now.
How on earth does Doom get into the battle? He's
downstairs in bathroom.
He can try and go into workshop. He must go for a flank here. He has to find
this might
Cyber.
work.
This is the only way that he wins it. He needs to fight Cyber. He doesn't get the damage. 1 HP and Cyber will survive, but meanwhile on site, Mowgli's found his double. It's up to him and Adrian now to put the pieces together. Handy, who's been so good on the rest of this series, has to step up. The Grim Beast. He spots the player! Mowgli for 3! One more chance!
We saw Twister walk over to Noah, just a little pat on the chest. I think Noah feels that pressure to perform inside of CCTV, and he did so well. But when he died, probably was like, oh, you know, frustration. He did his job. He got a 1-for-1 trade, stayed live for way too long. It was a huge problem for Faze to deal with. It is the most important spot on the strat, is playing CCTV. Noah has done a phenomenal job, but Mowgli was the one to clutch in the end. Secret will now go into the attack for the first time in a while. Side swap has occurred.
We get to see Mowgli's POV, a collateral double. They didn't know his position, Handy certainly did, and Mowgli won it regardless. We need more from one of the most notorious fraggers in the game, from the MVP of EWC, when Secret raised their first trophy. Mowgli had one of the most unbelievable 4K clutch moments at that tournament, and today he's been far too quiet in the server. It's been the young guns who have stepped it up.
I will say, honestly, it's been a team effort for all. I mean, individual people are popping off time and time again, and different people. But when Secret are playing their highest level, it's everyone working together. Like that round, Noah is the one in the middle playing CCTV, but Adrian supports him from Amory. Doom supported him from East there, saying, hey, this is clear. Savage played break room. It's all about the link. Once that link is broken, that's when Secret are weaker. It's the same logic here on the attacking side. When Savage goes in with the Blackbeard, there's always a gun behind him. If the gun behind Savage dies, the link is broken, now they're much weaker. So they're stronger together in that pack. They got the IQ, looking for any of those cameras that could be brought out, but there are none. They see the sentry lurking on that balcony. What they do not see is a player in the East there is slowly creeping up of souls. So if you don't jump in that window, it will be met with a crossfire. The thing is, Savage is still on the roof, just droning, checking for things. They're not ready to go just yet. They cannot go in the building just yet.
Is this a big rotation? It looks like it is indeed.
They might just hit Archive's door here. They got the planter on Archive's window, and Blackbeard coming to that CC door with Doom. This could just be them flipping the attack, 3 people Archives, while they distract on break room door. But it's a little bit telegraphed, right? A lot of time when nothing is happening on the server. Instead, they attack east.
It's going to be a big aggressive push onto Ease, but the Blackbeard gets knocked back. Savage is an awkward spot, he can't take the fight, and Vidiking will shut him down. Mowgli finds one for Secret, but they're going to need a lot more than that. They need to take down Vidiking, and KDS has his back. Mowgli has to have a big round, just like he did 1 round prior. There's good info for him, but he loses the fight. Secret have lost their chance. 4v2 for FaZe now, as Noah and Adrian are left with so much to do and so little to work with.
Just a half a second mistime, their right line scan. If you just wait for a moment longer, you get that red ping or he stops moving. Instead, the swing came out before the line charge. Savage did not go for the gadget of the Blackbeard. No gun behind him, meant he was in that 1v1, the 50-50, and he lost it. The Secret did not play it close enough together. Now they're holding angles, they're fishing. 2 people, main stairs, both low on health, being held by Noah. Adrian working on his own inside of Archives. Has to force the first move. Gets out the drone, has to check where this player is. Andy has a breach, can actually walk through it if he wants to.
Noah needs to make the first move. He needs to have a big impact onto the bottom of the main stairs. Finds one, looks to bait out the second peak, but KDS will win his fight. Adrian in a 1v3. He's seen Doom do it twice now. Can he fill that position for his team? Can he do what they need? As finally the breach will detonate. No more. Tuberel and Vidiking from behind, from way downtown. And we are back even again. Overtime will continue.
If I see another FaZe stand up before this game is actually over, please no.
I think they've learned their lesson after Fortress.
They might just take an extra second and wait for the coach this time to celebrate with them. Again, 2 rounds. Or we can go into the 5th map of Clubhouse, or FaZe will do the back-to-back.
They're so close, but I sure hope they can't taste it, because as you said, they've gotten a little bit ahead of themselves once before, and we can't afford to have FaZe jorked, their mental corrupted by false visions of victory. Secret had such a lead here. It was a 6-3, and now FaZe have brought it back to 7 rounds apiece. It's been 4 map points that Secret have failed to close out. It's starting to look a little bit like Fortress in reverse.
Mind you, local time here, 11:20 p.m. If we go to a 5th map, or deep in OT,
this is a 1 a.m. finish.
We're getting closer and closer to midnight. The players had a long day before this game started. They've had a hell of a long game inside the server. There comes a point where it's about simply staying awake in the server and operating at a slightly higher level than your opponents.
At what point is June playing table tennis into the early hours of the morning actually good practice to stay up to play this grand final?
He's energetic. He's been fighting, but Doom has been a bit more quiet than Fortress. Mind you, no single player can be the star every single time. It is a team game in the end. They will take turns carrying that burden. For FaZe Clan, I feel like it is a story of it's rarely about the star player and much more about every single unit. It's a well-oiled machine.
Ironically, the one map where it felt like FaZe had 1 star player was the one where they didn't really need to, and that was Handy popping up and popping off.
He must be close to kill record at this point, right? 15 kills in this one.
Oh, wow. Scan this, Cyber!
I'm scared.
Unbelievable nuke from Doom. Big C4, and that's the power of the Valkyrie at large. And thanks as well to the Mute Jammers for protecting his teammates from the Dokkaebi effect so they could get on that camera and call out for him to make that play.
Mind you, Doom is the only player by the bomb site. If he falls, the round might as well. So Doom has to just now stay alive, not even going cams. Guns up, no one can push the side. These other 4 people work the area above. But FaZe Clan, if they have the correct read, go for a rush, this could end very quickly.
Good air jab, good angle from Handy. Doom has to make sure not to pop up his head too early, but Adrian has locked down Vidiking upstairs. Faze keep poking, but they're not finding any success whatsoever.
Well, now they know.
Finally, Joom gets spotted, but they know exactly where Handy is. One nade goes out. Joom can continue fighting it, and he tries to make a play. But unfortunately for Joom, the nade will catch him. There's a way back into it here for Faze, as KDS is so close to that bomb site with Diffuser in pocket, but the vertical angles will lock him out of it. And Noah has finished off Souls. Handy has to get active. Good read! And my 3K certainly makes it look possible now for Faze.
Tracker as well. There's Adrian upstairs on the verticality. Savage has to be the difference maker instead, because that vertical angle does not favor Adrian from above.
Savage is low HP. He needs to make his way forward.
They can plant.
KDS has to look for it sooner or later. 35 seconds. Don't give Secret a chance to reposition, but they are making their way forward. Savage so low. And they got the... Where on earth did Adrian pull that from? It's a 1v2 for Handy. He'll need to hit the 20 bomb just to keep his team in the round. Savage and Adrian cannot afford to be split here. They have to be synced up like clockwork. 12 seconds. Spray, but no bullet will connect. Handy's got 7 seconds to play. Out comes the gun.
If one bullet connects that wall bang, it's an injure or kill confirm. Yet Savage, he juked every single one of them.
1 HP in a dream. The dream that has stayed alive through thick and thin for Secret. Through 6 games in the lower bracket to get here to the grand final.
He continues.
Through 0-2 down in the biggest match of these players' careers.
The only ever reverse sweep since 2018 at the grand stage of SI. One more round for Secret. Will take us to that 5th map and continue that comeback. Faze can take us deeper into OT. Handy. The 3K to save the round. This right here, this shotgun on the corner. Had the guy planting and the guy covering swap positions, that's a post plant. But the guy planting wanted the better, safe position behind the chassis.
It is safer from other angles.
Wasn't the safest angle from upstairs.
Kill record 62, 3 kills away from breaking history. Handy has been through so much. Years and years of experience. And it all started such a long time ago, back in 2020 at the age of 17. Playing on some amateur roster with none other than his twin brother Nade, and other eventual greats like Fantasy and Resets. And it led him to this moment. From fumbling in Sao Paulo and walking hand in hand with his brother on the stage after losing from a 6-1 lead. He then did the same thing in reverse in Boston when he raised the first hammer, and now he will break every record he needs to get back to that hammer again.
The 3 kills can happen here on border, win or lose. But if Faze, they do end up losing, then Clubhouse will guarantee it surely. Handy will never go quietly into a map. He had a slow start here in border, but he's warmed up into it, leading the kill tally for his team. No one on the Twitch popping every goal he can as a known man inside that B-bomb site of ventilation. I see a blitz, I see a Thatcher, James. There is a real possibility of EMPing the Solace, of watching for those C4s and popping off. They've banned the smoke, they've banned the Clash, they've banned the Asami. They're shutting down both the plant denial and the coverage. If Faze are not careful, if they step too far away from that bomb site, there might just be a gap.
Is this the way back into it for Team Secret?
He's looking for it.
The Thatcher is prepared, looking for any information, any Valkyrie cameras, any traps that the Twitch didn't see earlier.
Mind you, Blitz has the shield on his back right now. That way Solus cannot track him. He's running pistol in hand. They're gonna smoke, they're gonna cover, and they're gonna go.
But the Blitz is going elsewhere. Joom is the first to fall. He was the one planting. Cyber somehow managed to catch him all the way inside a server. Handy has an inkling, but he doesn't know that the plan is in fact not going down. Savage goes deep for one, but he's traded on back again, facing control of the round. But the nerves are getting to them. Secret just need to win from this position and send us to Clubhouse.
Oh, they did not get the Thatcher EMP off, so therefore the plant was stopped. Savage, the only person deep in the bomb side, killed shortly after. It's a full round reset There's a one-strike kind of strategy, and now it's time for plan C. You gotta go for kills, you gotta go deep, you gotta make the gun skill work its magic. All attackers on their own, some above, some below. And look at Handy, waiting around the corner by half wall.
Noah, you've tried to get to SI for years. It's time to make it count! On the biggest of stages, he will not disappoint. 3 more needed for Secret. 20 seconds to play. How do they get back into position to find that diffuser? The tuber comes out and the bomb is frozen in place. Might even be able to find a gap here. Mowgli, bit of damage, but he can't find it.
10 seconds.
KDS is in position, needs to reload. 10 seconds and time is bleeding away for Team Secrets. Souls and KDS together push us deeper and deeper into this map.
Every one of these late rounds, a hero shows up for both teams. KDS took down the person running into side with diffuser in hand. Drop shot, pistol whips the second player outside main door. You can see the pressure there. They had a yellow ping on KDS in the hallway. Mowgli tried to go for the wall bang, but misses slightly. He was aiming crouch level. KDS was prone level. Therefore, it does not connect. And we will keep going deeper and deeper into OT.
It seems like there's no end to what Secret and Faze can achieve.
Yet it could end at any moment's notice.
There is
Joom died before the smoke popped, by the way. Slight mistiming.
Tragic for Joom. He tried to play it a little bit off pace. But Faze are not to be fooled so easily, and so we go deeper into infinite overtime. First to 10 rounds, and Joom's mum can hardly take it.
How much more can a heart take? It has been a grueling, I was gonna say a couple hours, James, but many hours into this grand final. And it's starting to wear and tear upon all of us. But Secret and Faze, the ones in the server, they're the ones that has to impact the least. They need to maintain their level. Mind you, if Secret become victorious here, we go to Clubhouse, which is all about being calculated and precise, but it could end up a scrappy map due to the long distance of this series.
It is only the beginning for Secret if they can finish Border here. And Andy still sits on 18 kills. He's still on 62 across the formats we played, just shy of that 65 kill record in a best of 5. Secret move back onto defense. Faze. Their attacks have been pretty scary, we can't deny it. In regulation, both teams won their attacking splits 4 rounds to 2. And so Faze now have a chance to get one leg up and find yet another championship point.
Go again, and again and again, and probably again and again. We'll continue to do so until we find a winner off this map. What once looked like the fastest grand final at SI ever is shaping up to take its damn time to find a winner. A slow one as the sides change. Faze do not want to make any mistakes, and they have the Brava. They have so much utility. They have so many tools here in their toolbox to utilize to clear Noah, who has been the player for Secret in this spot of Banana.
It's a difficult spot for Noah to play. Amidst the rubble! How does he see the head? Secret have toyed with Faze again. Faze will bite back. Adrian's gone down, and he was the savior just a few rounds ago for Secret. But Faze, I mean, they haven't really achieved much yet. They found a kill.
Yeah.
But CCTV is still locked up by Mowgli and Noah.
They found the wrong kill. That's the exact same thing, right? Yes, they've gotten something, but no map control with it. Make sure that we don't over-focus, though. It's only Noah now kind of holding on to the spot. Mowgli
Noah's allowed to escape.
Up the hatch. He's alive. But side is vulnerable.
And it looks like Andy may be going for an impossible
just go for
plant.
it.
The smokes go out, the fire as well. Andy looks to try and plant. The Savage.
No denial.
Solus is dead, and Vina King and Cyber turn it up to 11. Mowgli can stand up, but he can do nothing else. Faze are back on championship point again.
One more round. One more CCTV hold for Noah. One more bomb site rush attempted, this time successful. Again, Faze finally flipping that switch from being predictable, from playing util game, to then rushing the site itself, saying, guys, we're applying so much pressure, you must believe we want CCTV control. And again, they see there are no C4s, they see there is no plant denial, they know there is no solace. They knew the site was free for the taking.
Only 6 players in Rainbow Six history have raised the hammer twice. Only 6. 4 of them from your team back in the day. One of them, Troy Canadian.
Yep.
One of them, Bosco, who raised one on Xbox and one on PC.
Yep.
Never has a Brazilian done it. The most dominant region in Rainbow Six. But there is something that Faze is yet to do. To hold a candle to the greatest dynasty we saw all those years ago. And they are just 5 kills away from it. And I'll get this. Handy is just 2 kills away from breaking the biggest record of any kills in a best of 5, set by Gunner back in Manchester. Handy is on the verge of making history twice in one night.
2 more kills to tie it or to break it, sorry?
To break it. One more kill to tie it, 1 more kill after that to break it.
Surely. It's on the 1 eye for this one. Secret, they're on the blitz. Back where they are feeling the most comfortable. But how do you approach this? The bomb site's so far away. It's at a bathroom and tellers. Meanwhile, the entry duty is happening on the main door and upstairs around CCTV. It's a very quiet one. Watching those runouts, fearing that aggressive play from somebody like Cyber. But there is no solace. So Faze lacking information exactly what's happening. Here's the mirror window. You can bump it, you can punch it.
So aggressive. Savage just runs straight on past it. Joom finds the opening kill.
Okay.
Handy's put to rest. No kill record for you. And Joom looks for a little bit more. The bomb site is still far away for Secret as Faze are pushed further and further back. Mowgli's found his. The Frenchman comes to life in the server. And Faze, they're being toyed with. They're being forced back. But Vinny King says, hold my beer. I've still got another chance here to make history.
Adrian's in bathroom. He actually dropped deep in office. They're going to say, screw the run clear. We want the site.
What's going on, Savage? How have you let that one slip by? How has everyone fallen for Secret? In Brazil, their hearts were broken. In Boston, they saw redemption. Today, in Paris, 1 hammer makes a champion, but 2 hammers makes history. From the ashes of heartbreak, Faze forge their dynasty.
From going the distance on Fortress to getting up of their seats before they had actually won, then choking, going deeper and deeper into the night. For a moment, James, I thought they were gonna lose it once again. But no, they find that last bit of energy and they will do the back-to-back SI as the only other team since 2018-2019.
And they did it without making a roster change for the last 3 years. And they did it by being an SI finalist the year before that.
Could have been a three-peat, that's all I'm saying. The consistency here, no one has done it to FaZe Clan's level.
We've seen eras of Siege come and go. Penta G2, W7 Furia, but nobody has done what FaZe has done today.
They've been flying under the radar due to other great stories. It almost feels like the competition forgot about them because they've always been in the running for grand finals, only losing to other grand final either winner or losers. Very few teams can beat FaZe, and the ones that do always go the distance.
We might have called them the defending world champions, but that doesn't describe them adequately at all. They are not defending anything. They are chasing greatness. And for this man right here, Handy, on the verge of breaking more than 1 record on the same day, it must mean everything. In Sao Paulo, he watched his brother raise the trophy, only to then raise it in front of his brother in Boston. Today, he's become one of the first Brazilian players ever to raise it twice.
On the other side, we see the respect they're being paid to Secret by the players of FaZe, right? What a grand final that became. It started off so slow. They gave them a hell of a run for their money.
A big moment for FaZe Clan, and I can think of no one better to talk about it than KDS himself.
Of course, Paris, you do not love this, but you have to respect it. The first ever complete team to win back-to-back hammers in Rainbow Six Siege history. KDS, you thought you'd done it at one point during map 3. It's official now. You are the champions. Do you feel like you've secured your legacy here in Paris?
Yes, we are the best team in the world. We are continuing to be the best team in the world after this year. So we see you in São Paulo. We are going to win another hammer, São Paulo.
Bien sûr, pour moi, c'est que notre dynastie est bien existante. On l'a gagnée l'année passée, on la gagne ici à Paris. Et j'espère l'année prochaine à São Paulo, on va la gagner. KDS, my question to you. You've won now 2 invitationals back-to-back. What's the difference between winning it once and then winning it twice?
I think the difference is we are the only team in Brazil has 2. So I think now we are truly the best team ever in Brazil. So this makes us very happy, and this is the best feeling.
La grande différence, c'est que cette fois, on a bien montré à tout le monde qu'on est la meilleure équipe du monde, et on la fera encore une 3e fois.
You are indeed the best team in the world, and now you get to celebrate it with your teammates. Go and lift the hammer. And Paris, I want you to make some noise for this phenomenal, unstoppable team. Your 6 Invitational 2026 World Champions, FaZe Clan! We got to interrupt you guys. Milos.
We have to have a little chat. Handy, congratulations. It's your 2nd victory here, your 2nd hammer that you get to lift. What does this all mean to you now that you've done it in North America and in Europe?
I don't have words for describing this moment, but I love all people here. E FaZe!
J'aime tout le monde! Go FaZe!
Incredible, what a player, what a player. Cyber, you've done it again. Can you believe it?
No, I can't believe it. It's a great match. So insane, staying secret. Thank God, only this one. God bless us.
Do you think that Team Secret will one day raise a hammer?
Oh, of course, it's a great team. I can't believe it, this one.
Un jour, Team Secret, ça sera l'équipe qui va porter le marteau eux-mêmes. Pour l'instant, c'est nous. Grâce à Dieu, c'était un match fantastique contre Secret.
One more question for KDS. You mentioned it a little bit earlier on. You are now, of course, back-to-back 6 Invitational World Champions. And at the next SI, you get to defend your hammer once again in Brazil. What is your message to your Brazilian fans watching at home that get to see the best in the world come to town once again?
We are the best team in the world. We are going to play in Six Invitational São Paulo. We are going to win this time.
Amazing.
C'est du réel, c'est du vrai. Pour l'instant, on le gagne au Paris. L'année prochaine, on le gagnera aussi à São Paulo. Gentlemen.
1 second.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna let Cyber, he wants to say something.
Obrigado a galera que torceu pela gente aí no Brasil. Tamo junto. É muito motivante a torcida de vocês. Somente agradecer. Obrigado também a Deus. Se não fosse ele, a gente não estaria aqui. E querendo ou não, foi uma partida muito insana contra esses caras. E eles mereciam tanto quanto a gente.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now I'll let you one more lift. On the mark, all together, Faze Clan. One more celebration, Paris. Your Six Invitational 2026 Grand Champions and World Champions, Faze Clan!
Undeniable, unbeatable, the Brazilians are your world champions here in Paris. I just have to say, as we celebrate 10 years of Six Invitationals, we couldn't have picked a better venue than the Adidas Arena, and you, as fans, have been absolutely phenomenal. Merci beaucoup, Paris. We cannot wait to move forward with all of you into the next decade of Rainbow Six Esports. Next up, it's Salt Lake City. Goodbye and good night from the City of Love. We'll see you soon, Siege fans.